Martial Peak Chapter 3226 to Chapter 3257. Let's go. After putting away the token, Gao Shueting turned around and walked out. With her back facing Yang Kai, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yang Kai stood in place and sighed for a while before catching up with her. He readily admitted that the spirit array was created by him for two reasons. Firstly, the other party had already discovered it, so there was no point in continuing to play dumb. Secondly, he came here to borrow some people to go to the High Heaven Palace. When the time came, he would definitely be exposed. Instead of thinking of ways to cover it up, he might as well reveal it now. As for whether Gao Shueting would go to the Northern Territory to ask him to perform alchemy in the future, it was no longer within the scope of his consideration. Anyway, Jiying was here, so he could just leave it to her. Spirit Jade Peak, where Azure Sun Temple's deputy temple master Qiu Ran cultivated. When Yang Kai and Gao Shueting arrived, Qiu Ran was meditating and cultivating. After being notified, he walked out of his room and saw the two in the hall. Yang Kai stood up and saluted, "Greetings, Brother Qiu." Gao Shueting sat still. They were all family and often met, so there was no need to be so polite. What a rare guest, Junior Brother Yang. When did you come back? Qiu Ran looked at him expressionlessly and gestured for him to sit down on the main seat. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I just came back, but I didn't stop to visit Brother Qiu. I haven't seen you for many years, but brother is still as elegant as ever. Congratulations." He sat down as he spoke. Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows and said, "You flatter me, Junior Brother Yang is an extraordinary person, a dragon whose whereabouts are rarely seen. If you didn't come back soon, this old master was afraid he would have forgotten about you." His words were exactly the same as Gao Shueting's. Yang Kai wanted to roll his eyes, but he still smiled apologetically. "Brother, you're too serious. The temple has given me a new lease of life. I've always been thinking about the temple, brother, and seeing your sister." Qiu Ran didn't comment and just glanced at Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting nodded slightly and seemed to say something to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran's face relaxed a little and he nodded, "Junior brother, it's good that you are considerate. You should pay attention to your safety when you are outside. You are an elder of the Divine Hall and represent the Divine Hall. No matter what, you can't lose the prestige of the Divine Hall." "I'll remember that." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Qiu Ran said, If there's nothing else, you can go ahead. This old man still has some matters to take care of." "What do you mean? You're asking me to leave already? I haven't finished my business yet." Yang Kai was stunned and hurriedly looked at Gao Shueting to signal her with his eyes. However, Gao Shueting just sat there with her eyes closed and her nose in her heart. She didn't move at all. "You're ruthless. How dare you burn the bridge after crossing the river? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given you that token." Gao Shueting didn't help him, so Yang Kai had to do it himself. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, Junior Brother has something to report." "What is it?" Qiu Ran looked up at him. Yang Kai said, "When I left, I took a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from the temple. Senior Sister Gao asked me to refine them into pills for the temple's use. Now, Junior Brother has lived up to her expectations and returned with success." "Oh?" Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows, "So you finished refining the pills?" "Yes." "Let me see." Gao Shueting said, "They're all with me." She took off the space ring on her finger and handed it to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He was stunned. So many? And they were all Emperor pills, and the quality seemed to be quite good. He knew that Yang Kai was an alchemy emperor and had agreed to let him take a lot of spirit flowers and herbs, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would return with such a large amount of emperor pills after more than 10 years. It was good to have an alchemy emperor in the family. Qiu Ran was already considering whether to give Yang Kai more spirit herbs. As long as he could refine emperor pills, what harm would waiting for more than 10 years be? "Oh, not bad," Qiu Ran said lightly. He couldn't praise him too much, otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to ask him to refine pills next time. Yang Kai said, "It's Junior Brother's duty to serve the temple." After a pause, he rubbed his nose and said, "Brother, how many elder contribution points can I exchange for?" Xiaoran said, I still need to calculate it carefully. Then I'll ask brother to calculate it quickly. Xiaoran blinked at him, are you in a hurry? It's not very urgent. Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed dryly, of course, if brother can calculate it clearly now, it would be best. Xiaoran frowned at him, not knowing what he was up to, but thinking about how he was counting on him to continue refining pills in the future. He had to give him some motivation, so he nodded and said, fine, this old master will calculate it for you. Many thanks, brother, Yang Kai beamed with joy. Xiaoran didn't say much and took out all the emperor pills from his space ring and placed them on the table in front of him. Emperor pills naturally couldn't be stored directly. Each emperor pill was stored in a box with a different attribute, enough to ensure that its medicinal efficacy would not be lost for a short time. There were jade boxes, gold boxes, silver boxes, and even wooden boxes. There were all kinds of boxes. In an instant, the table was filled with boxes the size of osmanthus cakes. There were several layers of them, and there were at least 200 to 300 of them in total. Gao Shueting also came over, mainly because she had never seen so many emperor pills together in her life. It was really strange. In the past, if the temple wanted some emperor pills, they had to beg someone to refine them. Not only did they have to accumulate the materials themselves, but they also had to offer a large amount of remuneration. When the alchemist was busy, they even had to line up. To put it bluntly, the number of emperor pills Yang Kai took out was almost equivalent to the total number of emperor pills the temple had obtained in the past 500 years. Xiaoran and Gao Shueting were both extremely happy and shocked, but they didn't show it on their faces. There has never been such a precedent before, but emperor pills are rare, so this old master will exchange them for elder contribution points for you today, Xiaoran said as he opened a wooden box. As Xiaoran spoke, he casually opened a wooden box and carefully observed the spirit pill inside. He nodded and said, this spirit pill can be classified as a medium-grade spirit pill. After deducting the materials, this old man will charge at 800 elder contribution points. Yang Kai did some quick calculations in his mind. He had heard from Gao Shueting, Yu Kuan, and the others that the temple's elder contribution points were quite difficult to obtain. Each person would only be able to accumulate 5,000 to 6,000 elder contribution points each year, and at the very least, they would only be able to accumulate 2,000 to 3,000 elder contribution points. Entering the Divine Ascension Mirror world once required 2,000 elder contribution points. Elder contribution points could be exchanged with source crystals, but only 2,000 elder contribution points could be exchanged each year, which was just enough to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The exchange rate was 1 to 1,000, which meant that 1,000 high-rank source crystals could be exchanged for 1 elder contribution point. If one wanted more elder contribution points, they would have to do things for the temple. For example, when Gao Shueting led the team to the Four Seasons realm, she was able to obtain some elder contribution points. If 800 elder contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, that would be 800,000. This was after deducting the cost of the materials. After all, the materials for alchemy were obtained from the temple, so it was cheaper than buying them outside. However, Yang Kai was still a temple elder in name, so it was natural for him to receive a lower price. Although he reluctantly agreed, Yang Kai shamelessly asked, can't you give me more? Xiaoran said, this old master is the temple's vice-temple master and is in charge of all matters of the temple. All I ask for is fairness. If you think it's too little, you can ask junior sister Gao. There was no need to ask. Yang Kai knew what he was doing, so he said, how about 1,000 elder contribution points? Make it a round number. 800. Xiaoran completely ignored Yang Kai and directly stuffed the jade box into his space ring after speaking. Serves you right for not being able to find a cultivation companion, Yang Kai muttered with a dissatisfied expression. What did you say? Xiaoran raised his head to look at him. Nothing, nothing. Brother Qiu, please continue. Xiaoran snorted and picked up another jade box. He opened it and nodded with a smile, high-rank emperor pill, 1,000 elder contribution points. He stuffed it into his space ring and picked up another. He gave a simple evaluation of each jade box and then quickly calculated the contribution points. A high-rank emperor pill was worth 1,000 contribution points, a medium-rank emperor pill was worth 800 contribution points, and a low-rank emperor pill was worth only 500 contribution points. As the numbers continued to stack, Xianxia's heart was bubbling with joy. From time to time, he would chime in on the benefits of this spirit pill from the perspective of a professional alchemist, explaining how difficult it was to refine and how long it took to refine it. He hoped that Qiu Ran would give him more contribution points. However, Qiu Ran's indifferent expression completely ignored him, causing Xianxia to grit his teeth in anger. "Brother, please wait. Although this spirit pill is a medium-rank emperor pill, its fragrance is overwhelming and its veins are clear. At a glance, it's obvious that it's almost a high-rank emperor pill. Don't you think it's a little too much to give only 800 contribution points?" Xianxia suddenly raised his hand. Qiu Ran said, "Then how much do you think it should be?" Xianxia said seriously, "Since it's between a medium-rank emperor pill and a high-rank emperor pill, let's give it a discount. 900 contribution points will do. No one will suffer a loss, right?" Qiu Ran chuckled and pushed the jade box in front of him towards Xianxia. "Junior brother, you're right. Why don't you help me appraise it? This old man can relax for a while." "I'd like to, but what's the point of using it after I appraise it?" He had no choice but to nod and admit it. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, what are you talking about? I'm just stating facts. I don't mean to overstep my boundaries." "Humph." Qiu Ran's expression turned cold. He put away the jade box and said, 700 contribution points. "Wait." Xianxia was shocked. How did it become 700 contribution points? It was 800 contribution points just now. 600. Xianxia immediately fell silent. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that he would have to lower the price. He turned his head to look at Gao Shueting for help, hoping that she would say something fair. However, he saw that this woman was actually looking up at the roof ridge as if there were some kind of flower growing there. Xianxia's expression twitched as he secretly gritted his teeth. "You guys are ruthless. I don't know who said the word fair just now, but you guys are simply going back on your words and acting recklessly." After an hour of counting, Qiu Ran said, "The total is 156,300 contribution points. Did this old man count wrongly?" "No." Xianxia lowered his head and said weakly. This number was in line with his calculations. Gao Shueting said expressionlessly, "Congratulations, junior brother." Xianxia snorted. "What's there to congratulate me for being suppressed by a miser like Qiu Ran?" However, if these more than 150,000 contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, it would be more than 1.5 billion, which was an extremely shocking number. So far, none of the elders of the Divine Temple had accumulated more than 10,000 contribution points. Compared to the others, Xianxia could be said to have become rich overnight. Qiu Ran put away the emperor pills, stroked his beard, and pondered for a moment. "Junior brother, how do you plan to spend this large amount of contribution points?" It was not a good thing to have too many contribution points. Normally, the elders' contribution points could be exchanged for anything from the Divine Hall, such as all kinds of cultivation materials, profound cultivation methods, and secret techniques. However, Xianxia's contribution points were so huge that even Qiu Ran was a little scared. If they were to really exchange for materials, the Divine Hall's treasury that had been accumulated over the years would be greatly reduced. Of course, this was not what the Divine Hall wanted to see. The elders' contribution points were not small. If they were really exchanged for materials by Xianxia, then the disciples would have to live frugally for cultivation in the future. Xianxia already had a plan, so he said, "Brother, you know that I have a high heaven palace in the northern territory. I have taken in some disciples, but the High Heaven Palace's foundation is still shallow, so I want to ask the Divine Hall to copy some cultivation methods and secret techniques to bring back. I wonder if it's convenient. Of course, junior brother can exchange for them with contribution points." Qiu Ran said, "You are a Divine Hall elder, so it's not a problem for you to copy some cultivation methods and secret techniques. As long as they are not particularly important, you don't need contribution points." There was such a good thing? Xianxia was immediately amused. Previously, Qiu Ran looked like a miser, so Yang Kai thought that he was targeting him. Now, it seemed that he had misunderstood him. He asked, the more cultivation methods and secret techniques, the better. I also want to get some of those precious things. Qiu Ran said, you can discuss this with junior brother D yourself. He is in charge of the cultivation method pavilion, so he knows best what needs contribution points and what doesn't. The junior brother he was talking about was naturally D Rong. Although Yang Kai was not as close to him as he was to Gao Shueting, they had drunk together and been punished together, so they were not strangers. That's fine too. Yang Kai nodded. Is there anything else? Qiu Ran looked up at him. Yang Kai said, also, I want to borrow some people from the Divine Hall. Borrow people? Qiu Ran raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Yang Kai said, the disciples of my High Heaven Palace have recently arrived. Their cultivation isn't high, so they need some guidance. Therefore, I want to borrow some people from the temple to act as instructors. Of course, I won't borrow them for free. I can use the elders' contribution points to offset their remuneration. This was the main purpose of his trip here. The 100 instructors in the Fire Dragon Palace were already complaining incessantly. He needed to quickly replenish their manpower. Although there's no precedent, it's doable. What do you think, junior sister Gao? Qiu Ran turned to look at Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting said, no, they're not outsiders. But how many people do you want to borrow, and what are their cultivations? 200, Yang Kai replied. Yes. Dao Source Realm? PFFF. Qiu Ran, who had just taken a sip of tea, suddenly spat it out. He quickly put down the teacup and patted the water stains on his chest. He looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said, junior brother, you want to borrow 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators? Brother, you didn't hear wrong. 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Gao Shueting said in astonishment, why do you need so many Dao Source Realm cultivators? These people were going to the High Heaven Palace to act as instructors. Since they were instructors, they would definitely be teaching a group of people. Even if one instructor taught 200 people, 200 instructors would be enough to teach 4,000 people. The High Heaven Palace had 4,000 people? Didn't I just say that I'm going to invite them over to be instructors? Gao Shueting frowned. How many disciples have you recruited in the High Heaven Palace? Yang Kai sniffed. A few 100,000. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting were both stunned. They almost thought that they had heard wrong. The two looked at each other and Qiu Ran transmitted his voice. How many did he say just now? Gao Shueting replied, I heard a few 100,000. I wonder how many did brother hear? A few 100,000, that's right. The corner of Qiu Ran's eyes twitched. Why did you recruit so many disciples? The key was that from Yang Kai's words, the cultivation of these disciples wasn't high. The strength of a sect didn't lie in the number of people, but whether or not they were elites. Azure Sun Temple only had 3,000 to 4,000 disciples, but it was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. But the High Heaven Palace actually had more than 100,000 disciples. That was more than 100,000 people, not 100,000 pigs. Could they afford to raise so many people? What's more, what was the point of raising more than 100,000 people with low cultivation? There had never been a sect that had so many disciples. It was simply unheard of and unseen. I had no choice. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. This matter was really inconvenient to explain to others. It was fine if his own people knew about it, but if others knew that he had brought those hundreds of thousands of people from the lower star field, he was afraid that Azure Sun Temple would snatch them away. More than 100,000 disciples and 200 instructors, this was really not a lot. Qiu Ran straightened his face and said, Junior brother, do you know how many Dao Source Realm cultivators my temple has? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Although he was qualified to know this, no one had told him, so how could he know? 352. Qiu Ran gave a very accurate number. Excluding the Dao Source Realm disciples who were guarding the various properties, there are only 289 people left in the temple. What he meant was, if you asked for 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators, what would the temple do? Yang Kai nodded and said, 289. The temple's heritage is really extraordinary. It can completely meet junior brother's needs. Brother, please help me. Xiaoran almost couldn't help but curse out loud. He suspected that Yang Kai was doing this on purpose. These 289 people had their own duties in the temple, and they weren't idling around. Everyone had their own duties. It wasn't a big problem to transfer some people out, but 200 people was too many. He believed that Yang Kai couldn't possibly not know this, but he still pretended to be ignorant. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoran said, 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators is not enough. I can lend you 30 people at most. Yang Kai's eyes widened and said, 30 people? What do I need 30 people for? 30 people were not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Take it or leave it. Xiaoran turned around and picked up the teacup. Just as he was about to take a sip, he suddenly remembered that he had just spat out some tea and put it down resentfully. Don't be like this, brother. We're all family. If there's anything, we can discuss it. Brother, you can't make the decision, right? If you can't, I'll discuss it with the temple master. Xiaoran said, it's useless for you to talk to the temple master about this. Then we'll reduce it a bit. 180 people will do. Yang Kai took a step back. Xiaoran said expressionlessly, 40. 170. 50. 160 should be enough. Brother, don't go too far. I'm asking them to be instructors, and I'm also paying them. I won't let them work for nothing. 60. Xiaoran cast a sidelong glance at him. It seems that Junior Brother's High Heaven Palace is very rich. Not only can you support more than 100,000 disciples, but you can also pay them. Junior Brother is indeed very capable. I'm also tightening my belt to live. Brother, you're also the head of the family, so you should understand my hard work. 150 can't be any less. It's precisely because I understand your hard work that I have to think of you. 70 people, no more. The two of them talked back and forth like they were buying and selling vegetables at a market. Gao Shueting was speechless as she watched from the side. You two are talking about hundreds of Dao Source Realm disciples. Can you please be a little more serious? After a battle of wits and courage, Xiaoran insisted on 80 people, not giving a single one more. Yang Kai slammed the table angrily, brother, don't force me. Xiaoran calmly lifted his sleeve, Junior Brother, let's talk things over. Giving you 80. Dao Source Realm instructors is already the limit of my temple. How can you say that I'm forcing you? Is there really no more? Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, as if he had a deep hatred for Xiaoran. Xiaoran slowly shook his head. Fine, Yang Kai pointed at him, you said it yourself. I don't want any instructors, not a single one. Xiaoran was a little surprised and suddenly had a bad premonition. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, brother, I'll have to trouble you to exchange all of my 150,000 contribution points for high-rank source crystals. Junior Brother, I'm now raising more than 100,000 people, so I'm in urgent need of source crystals. Please help me a little. Xiaoran's face darkened and he almost cursed out loud. What he feared had really happened. When he calculated the contribution points before, he felt that they were too large, so he wanted to let Yang Kai spend some of them, but he didn't expect that after so many twists and turns, he would still return to the starting point. More than 100,000 contribution points were equivalent to more than 1 billion high-rank source crystals. It wasn't that the temple couldn't afford it, but what would they do after that? Moreover, they would have to trouble him to continue refining emperor pills in the future. If they were stubborn, they would only make him angry. Ahem ahem. Xiaoran clenched his fist and coughed lightly, Junior Brother, don't be agitated. Let's talk things over. We haven't discussed it properly yet. Yang Kai snorted twice and leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs and saying, 140 Dao Source Realm instructors. Brother, do as you see fit. Xiaoran's face darkened, that's too many people. Too many? I think it's okay. Yang Kai thought that Li Jiao was very straightforward and immediately arranged for the Dao Source Realm instructors to be sent over. On the other hand, the temple was dawdling, making it seem like he was trying to abduct them. A little less. Yang Kai said decisively, I'll have to trouble brother to exchange them for source crystals. Xiao Ran's face darkened again. Gao Shueting suddenly said, how about this, junior brother Yang? How about 100 Dao Source Realm cultivators and 300 Origin Kings? Since the cultivation of your disciples isn't high, the Origin Kings can teach them. Not everyone needs Dao Source Realm cultivators as instructors. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew that she was right. 100 Dao Source Realm instructors was about the same as what he had expected. The reason why he asked for 200 was to give Xiao Ran room to bargain. 300 Origin Kings wasn't a small number. If divided among the peaks, there would be 2 or 3 Origin Kings per peak. Although there were some Origin Kings from the Star Territory, they were currently cultivating hard and had no time to teach others. With the help of these 400 people, they should be able to improve the current situation of the High Heaven Palace. After pretending to ponder for a long time, he said, since senior sister Gao has spoken, then junior brother will give her some face. However, the number of Origin Kings is a little low, so let's increase it to 400. After saying so, he looked at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran gritted his teeth and said, fine. Giving Gao Shueting face but not giving him face was simply outrageous. Yang Kai immediately smiled and cupped his fists, many thanks, brother Qiu. Now that the matter had been finalized, Yang Kai didn't want to delay and urged, there's no time to lose, so I'll have to trouble brother to quickly choose the right people. Xiao Ran raised his hand and said, there's no need to rush. Yang Kai was surprised, brother, are you going back on your word? Xiao Ran snorted, since I promised you, how can I go back on my word? It's just that this old master said before that there is no precedent for this. Let me ask you, how many elder contribution points should I give you for each Dao Source Realm cultivator you borrow each month? Yang Kai immediately became vigilant, brother, don't ask for too much. Xiao Ran said, I can't decide on this matter alone. I need to call all the elders over to discuss it together and come up with a suitable plan. In addition, I need to inform the temple master. This was true. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, that's how it should be. Immediately, Xiao Ran and Dao Shueting each took out a communication artifact and informed the other elders of the temple. Not long after, a number of figures flew in from the outside. They were all familiar faces and were also the elders of the temple. Even the 2 new elders, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao, had also come. In the temple, as long as a disciple could advance to the Emperor realm, they would be eligible to become an elder. Although it might just be a title without much real power, an elder was still an elder after all. Their status was completely different from that of a disciple, and the treatment they could enjoy was also different. Yang Kai greeted everyone one by one. Xiao Baiyi still had a cold look on his face and didn't say much, but Murong Xiaoxiao was smiling as usual and came to Yang Kai's side to say a few words. After asking Xia Sheng, Yang Kai learned that he was still guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and rarely returned to Azure Sun Temple. Brother Xiao wants to thank you for what you did last time. If there's a chance, he wants to invite you to the Spirit Lake Palace for a drink. What happened last time? Yang Kai suddenly realized that it was referring to the southern swamp that had become the demon race cave. The palace master of the 100 Flowers Palace, Huayu Lu, was Xia Sheng's good friend. Xia Sheng had entrusted her to Yang Kai's care. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not disappoint and did not let Huayu Lu down. He smiled and waved his hand. It's just a small matter. At this moment, Xiao Ran stood up. The hall fell silent as everyone turned to look at him. Xiao Ran said with a helpless look, the hall master said that he won't be coming over. This matter will be left to us to discuss and resolve ourselves. It was reasonable to say that Wen Zishan would definitely be present for the hundreds of Dao Source Realm disciples, but Wen Zishan was used to being lazy. He usually did not pay attention to the matters of the temple and left them to Xiao Ran to settle. Naturally, he would not show up today. Everyone seemed to have expected this. Yu Kuan's hoarse voice exploded, it doesn't matter if the hall master doesn't come. It doesn't make a difference whether he's here or not. We can discuss it ourselves. No elder would talk about their own hall master behind his back like this. Only Azure Sun Temple would do this. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Ran had a pained look on his face as he cursed in his heart. Without saying anything, everyone took their seats. Xianxia looked around and cupped his fists. "Junior brother, please excuse me." Xiaoran said, "This is your business. There's no need to avoid it. Sit down and listen." "Fine, there's no need to leave." Xianxia turned around and sat down. He was the same as Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao, a newly promoted elder. However, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao were still proper elders of the temple, while he was just an honored elder. Even though he had contributed a lot to the temple, he was still seated at the back, right next to Murong Xiaoxiao. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao were not qualified to participate in this kind of discussion for the time being, mainly because they lacked experience. The reason why they were called over was so that they could listen and make preparations for the future. Sooner or later, they would also hold great power in the temple and decide the future of the disciples. Xiaoran cleared his throat and first told everyone about how Xianxia had brought a large number of emperor pills in exchange for a large number of elder contribution points. This caused all the elders to look at him in surprise with envious expressions. 150,000 elder contribution points. This was a figure that had never appeared before. Even if one entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world once a year, they would only need to spend 2,000 elder contribution points. This 150,000 elder contribution points was enough to last them for 60 to 70 years. However, there was no point in being envious. Emperor pills weren't something that just anyone could refine. Everyone was more and more convinced that it was indeed easy to become an emperor pill refiner. Now that they had obtained 150,000 elder contribution points, how long would it take to spend them? Xianxia sat there calmly with a calm expression on his face, but in reality, he was secretly chatting with Murong Xiaoxiao. After exclaiming in surprise, someone immediately began to worry about the problem that Xiaoran had been worried about and asked how Xianxia would spend these elder contribution points. Xiaoran then told everyone about Xianxia wanting to borrow 100 Dao Source Realm and 400 Origin Kings. In the end, they had already discussed this beforehand. Since Xiaoran had already made the decision, no one had any objections. What they needed to discuss now was how many elder contribution points these people would be worth every month. Fortunately, Xianxia was not an outsider, so when discussing this matter, everyone maintained a fair attitude. In less than half an hour, the results were out. Xianxia needed to pay each Dao Source Realm disciple 10 elder contribution points per month and each Origin King Realm disciple 3 elder contribution points per month. In total, Xianxia would have to pay 2,200 elder contribution points per month, or 26,400 elder contribution points per year. 150,000 elder contribution points was enough to pay for almost 6 years. This result was also within Xianxia's expectations. When Xiaoran asked, Xianxia naturally had no objections and immediately decided on this matter. 6 years was almost enough for the disciples from the Star Territory to familiarize themselves with the Star Boundary and for some Origin Kings to break through to the Dao Source Realm. At that time, the older generation would teach the newer generation and pass on their cultivation experience, forming a virtuous cycle. What's more, if the elder contribution points were gone, Xianxia could just go to Jiying and ask for some emperor pills to exchange for them. It's rare for us to gather here, so let's discuss the Southern Territory's martial meet next month. Xiaoran picked up his teacup and took a few sips before putting it down and saying, the Southern Territory's martial meet is held once every 5 years, but everyone knows about the situation in the past few years. The appearance of the demon cave and the revival of the demon sense caused everyone to panic. Our Southern Territory's cultivator has been chasing down the escaped demon sense for a long time, so the martial meet has been delayed. Now that the dust has finally settled, the martial meet after more than a decade cannot be neglected. Martial meet? What martial meet? Xianxia turned to look at Murong Xiaoxiao and asked. Murong Xiaoxiao replied, it's a tradition in the Southern Territory that is held once every 5 years. It is jointly organized by our Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The 3 sects jointly fund it and set up some valuable prizes. Star Soul Palace will also bestow some gifts. Throughout the Southern Territory, any cultivator below the Emperor Realm can participate. The martial meet is divided into 3 levels, Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm. There is also an individual ranking and a sect ranking. Depending on the ranking, the prizes can be won. It can be regarded as a way for the great sects and families to test the cultivation results of their disciples. In any case, every sect attaches great importance to this martial meet, especially our three top sects. No one wants to fall behind, so every martial meet is very lively with many masters gathered. So there's such a thing? Xianxia was amazed. Morong Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and smiled. Brother, you haven't been in the Southern Territory for long, so you haven't heard of it. The last martial meet was held in our temple. Brother Xia, Brother Xiao, and I all participated. How were the results? Xianxia asked with interest. Morong Xiaoxiao said embarrassedly, in terms of sect ranking, we were slightly higher than the other two. In terms of individual ranking, Brother Xia was slightly behind Wu Chang, ranking second. I only managed to enter the top 10. Xianxia comforted her, victory and defeat are common, Junior sister doesn't need to worry about it. The martial meet is held by the three sects in turn. Last time it was us, but this time it seems it's Orthodoxy Temple's turn. By the way, I heard Brother Chiao say that the Southern Territory has been chasing that demon spirit for the past few years. What's the situation? Xianxia knew about the demon spirit. He, Huayu Lu, and the others could be said to be the culprits. During the trip to the southern swamp, the demon cave appeared and the former patriarch of the Gong family, Gong Yu, was eroded by the demon spirit and fell to become the demon race. He then sneaked into Azure Sun Temple and opened the demon cave, releasing thousands of demon spirits. However, Xianxia was in a hurry to find Zhu Qing and went to the frozen earth, only coming back now. More than 10 years had passed, and he didn't know what the situation was like after that. However, Star Soul Palace was taking the lead in this matter, so there was no need to worry too much. Hearing Xianxia ask about the demon spirit, Morong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but pale, as if she had thought of an extremely terrible scene, and said softly, many people have died. The demon spirit was mysterious and difficult to guard against. Xianxia had personally faced it before. Gong Yu's cultivation was not weak, but he was quietly invaded by the demon spirit and become the demon race. The most terrifying thing was that Gong Yu did not feel anything wrong when he fell to become the demon race. Instead, his mind was distorted by the demon spirit and he did not hesitate to die in Azure Sun Temple to release thousands of demon spirits and bring chaos to the world. Morong Xiaoxiao said that many people had died, and that was probably the case. It was hard to imagine this situation in the Southern Territory in the past 10 years. At this moment, Gong Luo said loudly, since that's the case, then it's settled. This old man will stay behind to oversee the temple. This trip will be led by Lord Temple Master. The following elders will be Luo Qin. A white-faced man stood up and cupped his fists. Understood. Xianxia asked curiously, the Temple Master is going too? Isn't he giving too much face to the Orthodoxy Temple? Although the scale of this martial gathering in the Southern Territory was not small, it was still a matter under the Emperor realm. He thought that 1 or 2 elders would lead the team, but who knew that Wen Zishan would also go? Morong Xiaoxiao smiled and said, every martial gathering, Star Soul Palace will send someone over. The Temple Master is just going through the motions. I see. Xianxia nodded slightly. It seemed that they were not giving face to the Orthodoxy Temple, but to the Star Soul Palace. After all, the people from Star Soul Palace were here, so it would be unreasonable for Wen Zishan to not go. It was just going through the motions, so it was not a big deal. Qiu Ran called out again, Gao Shueting. Understood. Gao Shueting stood up and cupped her fists. Xiao Baiyi. Yes. Morong Xiaoxiao. Yes. Xianxia. Qiu Ran looked at him, and the others also looked at him. Xianxia was stunned and pointed at himself, I'm going too. Qiu Ran said with a dark face, didn't you hear the discussion just now? Xianxia didn't hear anything and only focused on chatting with Morong Xiaoxiao. The temple sent Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiaoxiao to go with them, probably to let them gain more experience. Although they had participated in the martial gathering before, they had participated as disciples. Now that they had been promoted to elders, the situation was different, so they could go out and gain more experience and meet more people. In the future, they might be needed to lead a team, so they wouldn't be completely clueless. But what was he going to do? Xiao Ran had just named 5 people, including himself. Did they need 5 elders from the Emperor Realm to lead a team for the Emperor Realm and below? Wasn't this a bit too much of a fuss? What's more, there were many trivial matters to attend to in the High Heaven Palace, and the hundreds of thousands of disciples hadn't completely settled down yet. Yang Kai wasn't willing to participate in the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so he hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, please forgive me, but junior brother still has something to do." Gao Shueting said, "You are also a temple elder. It's fine if you don't show up for so many years, but this time, you should go. Otherwise, I'm afraid others will forget that the temple still has an elder like you." Every elder from the Emperor Realm was the cornerstone of a sect, and the number of elders from the Emperor Realm was directly related to the status of a sect. The significance of having one more or one less was completely different. Gao Shueting's intention was obviously for Yang Kai to show up more and let others know that the temple had an elder from the Emperor Realm. At this point, Yang Kai could only nod and say, "All right, then junior brother will go." Yu Kuan laughed out loud, "Junior brother, don't look so unhappy. You should know that every time there is a martial gathering, it is a gathering of people from the Emperor Realm. There will be large and small exchanges and auctions in private. If you go there, you might be able to get some good stuff. Otherwise, why do you think the temple sent so many elders there?" However, Yang Kai could be considered to be quite wealthy now. He could afford to feed more than 100,000 people. There was no need for him to find anything good. He could only smile and nod. "Brother Yu is right. Then it's settled. Everyone, go back and make preparations. We'll set off in a month." With many matters settled, the crowd dispersed. Yang Kai stopped Di Rong and told him that he was going to the Technique Pavilion to copy some secret skills. Di Rong naturally agreed and personally led Yang Kai there. After being busy for half a day and paying some elder contribution points, Yang Kai walked out of the Technique Pavilion with satisfaction. He was not in a hurry to leave. He called a few elders he was familiar with and held a banquet on his Lingjian Peak to entertain them. Gao Shueting did not dare to call Yang Kai. It was not that she did not want to give him face, but that the last time Gao Shueting drank wine, Yang Kai was scared of her. This woman usually looked generous, but once she drank wine, it was as if she changed into another person. Yang Kai could not bear to look at her. Last time, Xiao Ran punished the elders with a lot of contribution points. Only Yang Kai was not punished for his first offense. This time, no one dared to call him. However, she came and sat at the table. Everyone looked at each other and put away their wine jars at the same time. The meal was tasteless. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Sun Temple for 2 days. On the 3rd day, the 100 Dao Source Realm and 300 Origin King Realm cultivators had been counted and sorted out. They all came to Lingjian Peak to report. When Yang Kai appeared, a voice that could topple gold mountains and topple jade pillars sounded, "Greetings, Elder Yang." Sweeping the crowd with his divine sense, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction with his hands behind his back. The spirit of these 400 people was good. In terms of cultivation, the temple was not careless. Both men and women were elite talents. In fact, the aptitude of a cultivator who could enter Azure Sun Temple would not be too bad. If it was too bad, the temple would not accept them. Xiao Ran and Gao Shueting stood aside. After Yang Kai saluted the two of them, he faced the 400 disciples and said, "You probably heard from the Deputy Temple Master. This time, I invite you to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to serve as instructors. I hope you will do your best. This elder will not treat you unfairly." "Yes." Everyone roared in response. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "Brother Qiu and senior sister Gao, do you have anything to say?" Xiao Ran stepped forward. "No matter what you see in a while, keep it in your stomach. Even if it's your brother or junior sister, you can't leak it at will. If you find out, this old master will not let you off easily." "Yes." The group of disciples was puzzled. They did not know why Xiao Ran had such an order. Yang Kai knew that it must be about the cross-territory space array. It seemed that the temple attached more importance to this cross-territory space array than he thought and tried to keep it a secret. Yang Kai did not care. After all, it had already been exposed. If he did not activate it personally or did not have the token, no one would be able to activate it. Let's go. Xiaoran waved his sleeves and took the lead to lead the way. The rest followed closely behind. In a short while, they arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain. Yang Kai asked the 400 people to enter in groups of 10 and stand on the space array. It could not be helped. The space in the cave was too small, and the scale of the space array that was set up was not large. Teleporting in groups of 10 was already the limit. Xiaoran and Gao Shueting watched from the side. It was obvious that they wanted to see more clearly. Yang Kai was amused. He did not hide it. Instead, he asked Gao Shueting to take out the token and took the initiative to teach her how to activate it. 400 people were not a lot. They were all sent away in less than an hour. When Yang Kai appeared in the High Heaven Palace with the last group of people, the main hall was already packed with people. Gao Shueting also came. Not everyone had the opportunity to travel from the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory in an instant. Moreover, she was very curious about the High Heaven Palace, which was called Yang Kai. Naturally, she wanted to come and take a look. Hua Qingxi, who received the news, hurried over. She met Gao Shueting together with Bian Yuqing. Both sides chatted for a long time. Then, Hua Qingxi led the hundreds of people and left. It would not be long before they were assigned to the various peaks. At that time, the pressure on the instructors in the Fire Dragon Palace would be greatly reduced. Gao Shueting did not leave. Since she was already here, she naturally wanted to take a look around. Yang Kai personally accompanied her and led her around the High Heaven Palace. Although she did not show it on the surface, Gao Shueting was extremely shocked. First, the number of disciples in the High Heaven Palace was as Yang Kai said. There were more than 100,000 people. The spirit peaks were filled with people. It was hard to imagine where so many people were recruited from. Second, the number of masters in the High Heaven Palace. Gao Shueting clearly sensed the aura of many masters from the Emperor Realm. Among them, there were even 2 or 3 third-layer Emperor Realm masters. However, their aura was different from that of ordinary humans. Their demonic chi soared to the sky. They were obviously masters at the level of a monster king. She knew that Yang Kai had monster king subordinates. In the past, Yang Kai had brought into the Southern Territory and caused some rumors. However, she did not expect that there was more than one of them. Other than the monster king subordinates, the first chief and second chief were also from the Emperor Realm. There were obviously other masters from the Emperor Realm hidden in the other mountain peaks. Such a foundation was obviously not something that a newly established sect could possess. If these 100,000 disciples were allowed to mature, who in the world could compare to them except for the sects of the great emperors? There were also many natural formations. Although Gao Shueting was not proficient in the Tao of formations, she still had a good understanding of them. The formations covering the spirit peaks were extremely brilliant and were obviously the work of an expert. Out of curiosity, she asked and found out that Yang Kai actually had an Emperor Realm Array Master under him. Gao Shueting was so shocked that her mouth formed a circle. If she knew that there was an Emperor Realm Weaponsmith and Emperor Realm Pill Master here, especially that Emperor Realm Pill Master, Wonder Pill Master, was a disciple of the great emperors, she did not know how to feel. Gao Shueting stayed in the High Heaven Palace for 2 days before leaving. She had to admit that what she had seen in the past 2 days had given her a great shock. Previously, Yang Kai's establishment of a sect was simply nonsense. She even persuaded him to stay in the lookout. Now, it seemed that she had thought too much. The High Heaven Palace was not inferior to the lookout at all. Being an elder in the lookout was not comparable to being the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai sent her to the space formation. Gao Shueting turned around and said, "Junior brother, I've thought about it. Since your High Heaven Palace and the lookout are connected by a formation, it's convenient for you to go back and forth. Can you exchange materials with each other? If you can send the specialties of the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory, and then send the specialties of the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory, you will be able to earn a large sum of money." Yang Kai sneered in his heart. "I've been doing this for a long time, so I don't need you to remind me." However, since the existence of the space formation was exposed, it was not impossible to cooperate with the lookout. Although the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not bad, the lookout was not weak either. With the lookout's strength, the materials collected by the lookout would not be too bad. Xianxia nodded and said, I was just about to talk to Brother Chiu about this. Senior sister can go back and briefly explain it to brother. If the lookout is interested, junior brother will also agree. Brother Chiu should agree. This was a matter that would benefit everyone, so Chiu Ran had no reason to refuse. After you finish dealing with the matters here, return to the lookout as soon as possible. At that time, you will personally discuss it with brother. I will remember. Gao Shueting reminded, don't be too late. Don't forget about the martial gathering. I know. Gao Shueting glared at him before activating the space formation and leaving. After watching her leave, Xianxia turned around. However, he did not expect the space formation to fluctuate behind him. When he turned around, he saw that there was an additional figure on the space formation. Brotherly, Xianxia grinned. The person who came was none other than Li Jiao. He was probably teleported over from the Fire Dragon Palace's space formation. The distance was not far, so he did not have any side effects. When he heard the voice, he cupped his fists and said, Brother Yang. How did it go? Xianxia asked. Li Jiao sighed and said, I failed you. Michi is not very willing. Xianxia's eyes lit up, it's good that he is not willing. It's good that he is not willing. Li Jiao smiled bitterly. How could he not know what Michi was thinking? Previously, he wanted to persuade Michi so that he would not give Xianxia an excuse to establish his authority. However, it was useless to persuade Michi. If he said too much, they might really fall out. Li Jiao sighed inwardly. Michi was probably out of luck. He could only hope that Xianxia would not go overboard. Brother Li, you must be tired from the journey. Go back to the Fire Dragon Palace and rest. I will take care of the rest. Li Jiao was a little grateful when he heard this. He knew that Xianxia cared about his friendship with Michi, so he didn't plan to bring him to the High Sky sect. Otherwise, if Xianxia really made a move on Michi, it wouldn't be justifiable for him to just stand by and watch. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Jiao still cupped his fists and said, Brother Yang, you worry too much. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to help Brother Yang. His friendship with Michi was nothing. Previously, when the negotiations with Michi broke down, that little bit of friendship was already gone. In the future, if the Fire Dragon Palace wanted to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, they would have to rely on the High Heaven Palace. At this time, he naturally had to stand firm. Moreover, the friendship between him and Xianxia was not something that Michi could compare to. How could he not know what was more important? Xianxia glanced at him and smiled. Since Brotherly has such good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Wait a moment, I will go and gather the troops. Later, Brotherly will follow me to the High Sky sect. Okay. Li Jiao nodded. Xianxia's figure flashed and left. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Li Jiao instructed Bian Yuqing, who was waiting at the side. He turned around and stepped into the space array, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, several figures rushed over and landed in the main hall. Xianxia looked around for a while and didn't see Li Jiao. He asked curiously, where is he? Bian Yuqing said, Palace Master Li said that he will go back to the Fire Dragon Palace first and gather some people to cheer for Palace Master. He's quite considerate. Xianxia smiled and looked back at the three figures behind him. They were none other than the three monster kings. Although there were more than 100,000 people in the High Heaven Palace and the Emperor Realm had many people, the only ones who could really fight were the three monster kings. Hua Qingxi was the general manager and wasn't suitable for fighting. It would be bad if an accident happened. Bian Yuqing was guarding the space portal and couldn't leave. Although Jiang, the South Gate Army, and Hou Yu were from the Emperor Realm, they weren't good at fighting. They only had outstanding results in their respective territories. Naturally, it wasn't suitable to bring them out at this time. Yi Hen had also broken through to the First Order Emperor Realm, but his presence wouldn't make much difference, so Xianxia didn't call him over. Having three monster kings following him was enough. Just as he was about to calling Fei and the others to set off, he heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him. Looking back, he saw Lu Yan pouting at the entrance of the hall, looking at him angrily. How could I forget about her? Yang Kai patted his head and took the initiative to wave at Lu Yan, motioning for her to come over. Lu Yan smiled, lifted her skirt, and jumped over, holding one of Yang Kai's big hands. The group of 5 stepped onto the space portal, and with a flash of light, they disappeared. In the Fire Dragon Palace, Li Jiao was very efficient. With a single order, 7 or 8 people from the Emperor Realm, 200 Dao Source Realm, gathered together and waited outside the space portal. Vice Palace Master Chongqing's clothes were untidy and his hair was messy, as if he had just crawled out of bed. He was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally didn't need to sleep. However, looking at the clear lipstick mark on his face, it was obvious what he had just done. While tidying up his clothes, he asked puzzledly, "Palace Master, where are we going?" A group of people gathered in front of a space portal that was directly connected to the High Heaven Palace. Could it be that they were going to attack the High Heaven Palace? Many people guessed this in their hearts and were startled. The High Heaven Palace was not to be trifled with. Everyone in the Northern Territory knew that the High Heaven Palace was guarded by 3 Monster King-level masters and the Southern Gate Army sect protecting Array. The Fire Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to deal with them with just the few people they had. The Seeking Passion sect was a good example. The Fire Dragon Palace was not much better than the Seeking Passion sect. Why are you asking so much? You'll know when we get there. Li Jiao coldly snorted and deliberately didn't say anything. The main reason was that the Emperor Realm and the Northern Territory often interacted with each other. The elders of the Emperor Realm had some friendship with many people from the High Sky sect. If they revealed this information at this time, it might be leaked. After being reprimanded, Chongqing looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. With a flash of brilliance, 5 figures appeared on the space portal. Before they could see the people clearly, the first to arrive was the demonic Qi, which shocked the people of the Fire Dragon Palace greatly. When they took a closer look, they were surprised to find that Yang Kai was coming over. They couldn't help but look solemn as they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this master isn't going to go against the High Heaven Palace. Good, good. Looking at the 3 figures next to Yang Kai, their hearts trembled. Even though they hadn't seen them before, they could infer from the demonic Qi that these 3 were the famous Monster King. There was also a 7 or 8-year-old little girl, which made them a little confused. Could this little girl be Yang Kai's daughter? But they hadn't heard of Yang Kai having a daughter with anyone. Could it be an illegitimate daughter outside? Many people looked at each other with strange expressions. Brother Yang. Li Jiao cupped his fists. Everyone followed suit and saluted, "Greetings, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced around and was immediately amused. What a big lineup. In addition to Li Jiao, there were 8 people from the Emperor Realm here, and 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Combined with the situation in Azure Sun Temple, Li Jiao had mobilized all the cultivator above the Dao Source Realm in the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, if you think there aren't enough people, I can still recruit some more, but in terms of strength, no need." He didn't plan to bring many people with him. It was already a pleasant surprise that Li Jiao could mobilize so many masters under his command to help. If there were more, they would just be a burden. If they weren't strong enough, what was the point of bringing them? Then, shall we set off now? Li Jiao inquired. Yang Kai nodded. Let's go. Li Jiao shouted in a low voice and took the lead to fly into the sky, followed by everyone. The speed of flight between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm was completely different. The former was undoubtedly much faster. In order to take care of the Dao Source Realm cultivators, the group of people from the Emperor Realm and the Fire Dragon Palace also summoned their flight-type artifacts and pulled some Dao Source Realm cultivators with them. For a time, flying boats, flying swords, flying shuttles, chariots, windmills, and all kinds of flight-type artifacts turned into streams of light and flashed through the sky, like a meteor shower. Yang Kai also summoned his own flying boat and stayed inside with the 3 Monster King and Lu Yan. He followed behind Li Jiao and rushed to the High Sky sect. The High Sky sect wasn't close to the Fire Dragon Palace. The group flew nonstop for 2 days and still hadn't arrived at their destination. The group of people from the Fire Dragon Palace in the Emperor Realm saw some clues. This flight path seemed to lead to the High Sky sect. Many of them had been to the High Sky sect before, so they naturally knew the way. After communicating with each other for a while, they all felt a little nervous and asked Changxing. Changxing didn't refuse. He was the vice palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, so he was naturally duty-bound. Landing on Li Jiao's ship, he cupped his hands and asked, "Palace master, are we going to the High Sky sect?" "Yes." Changxing was surprised. "May I ask, Palace master, what is the purpose of this trip?" Li Jiao said, "To help Palace Master Yang subdue the High Sky sect." At this time, there was no need to hide anything. After all, they still needed to contribute later, so they didn't want to mess up the situation. Ah. Changxing panicked and said anxiously, "Palace Master, please reconsider. You can't do this." "Why not?" Li Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Changxing said, "The rise of the High Heaven Palace is very fast. A few years ago, they destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, and their reputation spread far and wide. In recent years, they have been silent, and their reputation has dropped a little. If we really help the High Heaven Palace subdue the High Sky sect, then the #1 sect in the Northern Territory will definitely be the High Heaven Palace." So what? Li Jiao thought that even if they didn't subdue the High Sky sect, the High Heaven Palace's current foundation was not something other sects could compare to. Changxing said with a serious expression, "May I ask, Palace Master, how does my Fire Dragon Palace compare to the High Heaven Palace?" "Not as good," Li Jiao said honestly. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He even suspected that Yang Kai could sweep through the entire Fire Dragon Palace by himself. Naturally, they were not as good, not to mention that there were 3 monster kings. "We are indeed not as good. My Fire Dragon Palace is already not as good as the High Heaven Palace. If the High Heaven Palace subdues the High Sky sect, then where will my Fire Dragon Palace find a foothold in the Northern Territory? If the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. At that time, my Fire Dragon Palace will not be able to survive." Li Jiao looked at him and said, "Then, in your opinion, what should we do?" Changxing said solemnly, "We should unite with the High Sky sect and fight against the High Heaven Palace. With our 2 top sects joining hands, we should be able to contend with the High Heaven Palace, so as to prevent them from dominating." Li Jiao looked at him and didn't say anything. Changxing was a little confused by his gaze. What did this subordinate say wrong? Li Jiao patted his shoulder and sighed. "It's not your fault that you think this way. It's human nature, but there are many things that you don't understand. Not to mention that Yang Kai had saved him time and time again, and he personally didn't want to be enemies with Yang Kai. Even if they really joined hands with the High Sky sect, they would be able to fight against the High Heaven Palace? That was impossible. Yang Kai had the shadow of the dragon race behind him. Who would dare to provoke him? If it was a normal relationship, then it would be fine, but Yang Kai had done the deed of husband and wife with a level 9 giant dragon. "Palace Master. You didn't mention this, and I didn't hear it. Go back and tell them to put their hearts into their stomachs. This time, we don't need you to do anything. We just need to shout and cheer." Changxing's expression twitched. "Palace Master means that Palace Master Yang and the others can destroy the High Sky sect? You think they can't?" Changxing shook his head. "It's not that I'm looking down on Palace Master Yang and the others. With the cultivation of the 3 great monster king, no one in the High Sky sect is their match. However, sieging a city is a bit different. Not to mention that the High Sky sect has many powerhouses, just the sect protecting barrier alone is not easy to break. Once the barrier is activated, even the 3 great monster king won't be able to do anything in a short time, right? Can't do anything about it." Li Jiao smiled mysteriously. "Just wait and see." Changxing was in a daze. He didn't know why his palace master had so much confidence in Yang Kai. That was the High Sky sect, one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. How could the sect protecting barrier be broken so easily? However, since Li Jiao was so insistent, he couldn't say anything else. In any case, Li Jiao had already said that this trip was just to wave the flag and cheer. Fighting had nothing to do with them, and they wouldn't encounter any danger. He cupped his hands and left. After conveying Li Jiao's message, the people from the Emperor realm looked at each other. In the main hall of the High Sky sect, there was singing and dancing, and the sound of stringed instruments lingered in the air. Below, a group of dancers in revealing outfits were dancing gracefully. In the main hall, a group of people from the Emperor realm sat in 2 rows. In front of each person was a table with exquisite fruits and nectar. Above them, the sect master of the High Sky sect, Michi, and an old man with white hair and beard were sitting side by side. They were entertaining the guests warmly. The old man was old, and his clothes did not show his wealth. He would not be conspicuous in the crowd. There were several bulging bags hanging from his waist. No one knew what was inside. Such an old man was personally entertained by a figure like Michi. Moreover, this old man was sitting in the same position as him. It was clear how much Michi valued this person. Below, the elders and protectors of the High Sky sect also continuously raised their glasses to invite him. The old man did not refuse any of them. The rare bejeweled nectar slid down his snow-white beard, making the group of elders feel pain in their hearts when they saw this. In order to brew this spirit wine, they had spent a lot of energy and money. They were reluctant to drink it themselves, so they took it out to entertain the guests. However, the guests actually ruined it like this. However, this old man's identity was not something they could afford to offend. Even though they criticized him in their hearts, they could only smile apologetically. As the old man drank, he stared at the graceful and charming dancers below with lecherous eyes. He even grabbed a bunch of grape-like berries in his hand and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. He ate with a mouth full of saliva and was so happy that he forgot about his home. The berries looked very beautiful. They were blue and lustrous, and each one was like a crystal-clear gem. However, those who were familiar with this fruit knew that although it looked beautiful, it definitely did not taste good. The blue jade fruit was a kind of spirit fruit that could be used to refine spirit pills. However, it was not very useful. If eaten raw, it was extremely sour and difficult to swallow. Moreover, it was difficult to cultivate, so in the entire star boundary, this thing was very rare. It was not very useful, it did not taste good, and it was difficult to cultivate. Naturally, no one was willing to spend energy on it. The High Sky sect, on the other hand, had invested heavily in the blue jade fruit. Every year, they would cultivate a large number of blue jade fruits. There was no other reason other than the fact that this old man, Old Tao, liked them. Everyone had their own preferences. This blue jade fruit, which was hard to swallow in the eyes of ordinary people, was the most delicious thing in the world in the eyes of Old Tao. It was unknown why his taste was so unique. Old Tao had an extraordinary background, and Michi had met him by accident. He had invited Old Tao to the High Sky sect as a guest. When he saw the blue jade fruit, he loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. Michi naturally catered to his fancy and spent a lot of money to open up a blue jade orchard in the herb garden. He took care of it every year, and when it was time to harvest, he invited Old Tao to taste it. When he left, he even packed up all the blue jade fruits as gifts. Over the years, Old Tao had developed a habit. Every year, he would come to the High Sky sect for a few days to satisfy his cravings. After a few visits, they naturally became familiar with each other. That day, Li Jiao had left to deliver a message to Yang Kai. Michi had immediately sent a message to Old Man Tao, informing him that the blue jade fruit was about to ripen and inviting him to come over. Old Man Tao naturally agreed and rushed over without stopping to rest. Immediately, good wine and good food were served. Michi admitted that the High Sky sect was not a match for the High Heaven Palace. The 3 Monster King were not just for show. After he and Li Jiao were tricked by Yang Kai, he had always been brooding. Now, if he could use Old Tao to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression, he could bear it no matter how high the price. The 3 Monster King was indeed extraordinary, but in front of Old Tao, they were probably not enough. He enthusiastically toasted and sneered in his heart. He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to come to him quickly and let him know that the High Sky sect was not something he could bully as he pleased. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside the door and quietly said a few words to Michi. Michi's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly put down the wine cup in his hand and said, "Old Tao, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon." He had a terrified expression. Old Tao looked at him strangely. What's the matter? Michi forced a smile. It's just a small matter. Old Tao, you don't have to worry about it. I will take care of it myself. Old Tao threw a blue jade fruit into his mouth and chuckled as he chewed, revealing a mouthful of blue teeth. Brother me, you are treating this old man as an outsider. How would I dare? Michi quickly waved his hand. It is an honor for Old Tao to come to my High Sky sect as a guest. How could I treat Old Tao as an outsider? Old Tao said, if it's related to the secrets of your High Sky sect, then it's fine if Brother me doesn't say anything. If you encounter any trouble, Brother me, don't hide it. Although this old man is not very strong, I still have some faith. Perhaps I can help Brother me resolve some of it. He also saw that Michi's expression was a little strange. Obviously, he had encountered some trouble. Michi hesitated for a while when he heard this, as if he was struggling. After a while, he sighed and said, since Old Tao doesn't treat this me as an outsider, then this me doesn't mind exposing my family's dirty linen. As he spoke, he picked up the glass of wine and drank it, as if he was drinking to drown his sorrows. Dirty linen? What happened? Old Tao was curious. Michi sighed. It's still that High Heaven Palace. Old Tao was startled for a moment and said with a strange expression, that High Heaven Palace that rose not long ago? This old man remembers that the palace master of High Heaven Palace cheated you out of a lot of source crystals? Michi had told him about this many years ago. At that time, it seemed that he wanted him to go to the High Heaven Palace to make peace and let Yang Kai forgive those gambling debts, but how could Old Tao easily get involved in other people's quarrels? Although he came to the High Sky sect every year to taste some blue jade fruit and Michi's hospitality was good, after all, it was just a small favor. It was not worthwhile to offend a top sect for this. His background was not small, but he couldn't get into any trouble. What's more, those were gambling debts, not Yang Kai snatched them from Michi's hands. I'm ashamed. Michi's face looked as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past. What are the people of High Heaven Palace doing here? Old Tao's face twitched. Are they here to ask for the source crystals you owe? If that's the case, this old man suggests that you pay to avoid disaster. Michi cursed in his heart. All the good things he had over the years had been fed to a dog's stomach. As soon as he heard that it was the High Heaven Palace, they actually asked him to pay to avoid disaster. Sure enough, they were unreliable at the critical moment. However, since he was here this time, he had to borrow their tiger skin no matter what. If not, why would he enthusiastically invite Old Tao over as a guest? He was waiting for the moment when Yang Kai came to his door. So far, everything was going according to plan. With a sorrowful expression, he said, Old Tao is right. Michi is not a person who goes back on his words. If I agree to a bet, I will naturally accept my loss. Over the years, my High Sky sect has tightened our belts and sent a large amount of source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year. However, that bastard Yang seems to be unsatisfied. A few days ago, he sent someone to tell me to lead the High Sky sect to surrender to his High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, he will flatten my High Sky sect. Li Jiao did say that he wanted to surrender, but he was just spouting nonsense about flattening my sect. Old Tao's face sank when he heard this High Heaven Palace is too arrogant. Who said otherwise? Although this me is not talented, he is still the sect master of a sect with thousands of disciples under him. How could he sell himself for glory and live under someone else's roof? So, this me refused at that time and earnestly asked the High Heaven Palace to be magnanimous and let my High Sky sect go. And the result? Old Tao asked. Michi said with a sullen expression, just now, this disciple came to report that the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai, brought a dozen masters from the Emperor Realm to my High Sky sect. There are also more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. It seems that they really want to flatten my High Sky sect. Old Tao's eyes twitched, that can't be. He was no longer in the mood to throw the blue jade fruit in his hand into his mouth, faintly feeling that he had fallen into some kind of trap. Although he was old, he was not a fool. Michi had specially invited him here just in time for the High Heaven Palace's invasion. This was obviously part of Michi's plan. He wanted to borrow his strength. He couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart. Didn't I just eat some of your fruits every year? Did you have to trick me like this? However, on the surface, he said, Sect Master me, aren't you overthinking things? This could be a misunderstanding. Michi said seriously, that Thief Yang has already set up his array, how could it be a misunderstanding? Old Tao threw away the blue jade fruit in his hand, feeling that it was extremely hot. He coughed dryly and said, Brother me, you haven't even seen his face yet, so how can you be sure that it's not a misunderstanding? Maybe when you meet him, you can just talk a little and settle the matter. Settle the matter my ass. How could Michi not know that he was trying to shirk responsibility, but he couldn't force him? He couldn't just say that he had eaten a lot of his blue jade fruit every year and that he was in trouble now, so he had to help him. Old Tao continued, moreover, the High Sky sect protecting array is extremely extraordinary. Even if Palace Master Yang comes, Brother me doesn't have to worry too much. Whether or not they can break the sect protecting array is another matter. Michi squeezed out a smile on his face and nodded, Old Tao's words are reasonable. In that case, this me will go and investigate. I hope that this is really just a misunderstanding. Old Tao immediately said, Brother me, come back early. The corners of Michi's mouth twitched. Seeing that Michi really had no intention of going out with him, he understood that the so-called friendship between the two was just SOSO. He couldn't help feeling sad and angry, but he couldn't fall out with him, so he could only say, all right, Old Tao, please wait a moment. I'll go out and take a look. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and walked out. At the same time, he signaled the elders and protectors present with his eyes. The group of people immediately left their seats and followed behind him. In an instant, only Old Tao was left in the hall. Looking at the young girls who were still dancing below, then looking at the blue jade fruit in front of him, he suddenly felt a little bored. High Sky Sect, outside the sect protecting array, Yang Kai stood calmly on the ground with his hands behind his back. Li Jiao stood next to him, and behind him were the three monster kings, their demonic chi soaring to the sky. Each of them had a fierce look in their eyes. Behind them were the Fire Dragon Palaces, the Emperor Realm and Dao Source Realm Masters. Their expressions were a little complicated. They didn't expect that he would really come to the High Sky Sect to cause trouble this time. What is this Palace Master Yang trying to do? Our Palace Master is really strange, actually cooperating with him. Inside the array, a group of High Sky Sect disciples who didn't have high cultivations were trembling. They gathered together and hugged each other for warmth, as if this would make them feel safer. The two sides looked at each other across the array. Facing the terrifying gazes of the three monster kings, they were suddenly a little scared and started sweating. At first glance, Yang Kai's group was obviously aggressive and did not come with good intentions. Although the disciples of the High Sky Sect did not know what they were up to, they still had some common sense, so naturally, they were terrified. Yang Kai glanced over and said coldly, this king and sect master me are old acquaintances. I have come from afar to visit him because I have something important to discuss with him. Why are you refusing to let this king in and not opening the spirit array? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying this king's and sect master me's important matter? The disciples naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense. They all knew about the relationship between their sects and High Heaven Palace. The sharp decline in their sect's profits over the years was all because of High Heaven Palace, so they had long hated High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai to the core. They weren't enemies, but they were more like sworn enemies. Why would such a guy come to visit their sect master? He clearly did not have good intentions. What's more, the sect master had already ordered that the spirit array must not be opened without his permission, so naturally, he would not be scared by Yang Kai's words. The Dao Source Realm leader cupped his fists and said, please calm down, Palace Master Yang. Sect Master is already on his way and will be here soon. Please wait for a moment, Palace Master Yang. If there is anything you need, you may as well wait for the Sect Master's arrival. Palace Master Yang can speak with him personally. These words were spoken in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, fully displaying the demeanor of a great sect. Yang Kai coldly snorted, it is said that the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Sure enough, what is your name? The Dao Source Realm leader's face twitched. What does this mean? Is he looking for trouble with me? After hesitating for a moment, he did not dare to hide and reported his name. Xianxia nodded and pointed at him. I'll teach you a lesson later. The man immediately wanted to cry but had no tears. Palace Master Yang, this one is just following orders. Why lower yourself to my level? Xianxia said, if you don't want me to lower myself to your level, then open the spirit array quickly and stop making noise. The Dao Source Realm leader shrunk his neck. How could he dare to open the spirit array? He was like an ant on a hot pan, completely at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a voice came from behind. I was wondering who it was that was so imposing. It turns out it was Palace Master Yang. This me has failed to greet you properly, I hope you can forgive him. Sect Master. The group of disciples turned their heads and looked over with joy on their faces. The Dao Source Realm leader was even more overjoyed as he felt a sense of relief. Led by his sect master, nearly 10 elders and protectors from the Emperor realm flew over together. Now that the sect master was here, there was nothing for him to do. He quickly took a few steps back and stood behind the group of people from the Emperor realm. Sect Master me. Xianxia looked at Michi with a smile. Long time no see, I trust you've been well. Michi cupped his fists and said, Palace Master Yang is also as elegant as ever, his prestige undiminished. Although it was a compliment, it was hard not to hear it. Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, how could this guy be so fearless? Looking at the people from the Emperor realm behind him, and then turning his head to look at the lineup on his side, Xianxia felt that their strength was completely unequal. Where did he get the confidence to speak to me like this? Is he relying on the mountain defending array in front of him? Michi asked curiously, shouldn't Palace Master Yang be enjoying life in High Heaven Palace? How come you have time to come to this remote place? Xianxia laughed and said, I was out on a business trip and passed by this place. I haven't seen Sect Master me for many years, so I came to pay you a visit. I see. Michi cupped his fists again, thank you for your concern, Palace Master Yang. This me as well. Xianxia said, Sect Master me, are you going to talk to me like this? Are you not going to invite me in? Speaking of which, this is the first time I've come to your High Sky sect. I wonder how it compares to my High Heaven Palace. Michi shook his head and said, the High Heaven Palace is a beautiful place. My High Sky sect is naturally far inferior. Silently cursing himself for having a screw loose in his head for inviting Xianxia in, Xianxia quickly changed the subject. However, today is a bit unfortunate. This me is currently entertaining an honored guest, so it's somewhat inconvenient. If Brother Yang is interested, you might as well come another day, this me will personally accompany you. Xianxia looked at him, a guest from afar. Sect Master Mi's hospitality is a bit unreasonable. Michi smiled slightly, please forgive me, Palace Master Yang. It's really inconvenient. It wouldn't be good to offend that important guest. Which important guest is here? Why don't you let this king take a look? Michi shook his head and said, that master doesn't like strangers. Palace Master Yang, I'm really sorry for today. Please go back. Xianxia said lightly, what if this king insists on going in to take a look? Michi narrowed his eyes and said, Palace Master Yang, please respect yourself. This is my High Sky sect, not the High Heaven Palace. It's not up to you to say what you want. If you want to show off, please go back to the High Heaven Palace. When the group of Mitian sect disciples heard this, they were all very excited. They felt that their sect leader was really domineering when he spoke. It was fun to listen to him. The palace master of Lingxiao Palace had asked for it. There was no need to harp on and embarrass himself. Xianxia looked at him meaningfully, it seems that Sect Master Mi has something to rely on. Aren't you afraid that this king will flatten your High Sky sect in a fit of anger? Michi said proudly, heaven is watching what people do. Justice is in the heart of the people. Xianxia waved his hand and said, justice is not in the heart of the people, it is in my hands. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly shed all pretense of cordiality. Michi, this king came here personally to bring you two choices. Michi said with a smile, then this me would like to hear what the two choices are. I hope Palace Master Yang can speak seriously and not make people laugh. Xianxia said expressionlessly, submit to my High Heaven Palace and hand over 70% of your annual income in the future, or, this king will make your High Sky sect a branch of my High Heaven Palace. Michi looked at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue. After a while, he said, "That's it?" Xianxia said with his hands behind his back, "You choose yourself." Michi chuckled and turned his head to look around, saying, "Palace Master Yang is joking. Everyone, please give him some face." A group of elders and protectors laughed, and the disciples also cooperated. The scene was indescribably strange. Xianxia looked on coldly, and the three-monster king also looked solemn. Michi raised his hand and everyone's laughter came to an abrupt end. He looked at Xianxia coldly and said, "There is nothing to worry about in this world. Palace Master Yang, you can still save face if you retreat now. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will really become a joke." He seemed to be advising him out of goodwill, but in fact, he was eager for Xianxia to humiliate himself. He was determined to resolve this grievance today so that he would not have to send a large number of source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future. Sect Master Mi's words are full of confidence today. Xianxia nodded slightly. "I hope you won't regret it." Michi shouted, "This king has never regretted anything in his life." "Good." Xianxia shouted, "Since Sect Master Mi refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame this palace master for ignoring our old friendship and flattening your high sky sect." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures rushed out from his left and right, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the sect protecting array. No one could even see what happened. They only felt a violent energy fluctuation, followed by a loud rumbling sound, and the earth shook. The sect protecting array shook violently a few times, and layers of ripples appeared. The three-monster king's fierce attack was terrifying. The demonic chi rolled and soared into the sky, startling many people. They all summoned their artifacts and urged their strength, as if they were facing a great enemy. Michi, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He just looked forward with a smile and said, "Although my high sky sect protecting array is not the best, it is not so easy to break. Palace Master Yang should save his strength." As soon as he finished speaking, an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. With a light wave, the shaking array immediately stabilized, and even the ripples disappeared. No matter how the three-monster king attacked, there was no reaction. It was not that there was no reaction, but that all the attacking power had been dispersed and transferred elsewhere. This was the power of the sect protecting array. When the array was activated, even the three-monster king couldn't break it in a short time. If the people of Seeking Passion sect had hidden inside the array, Xianxia wouldn't have had the ability to destroy them. What was worse was that they ran to Ice Heart Valley in full force, giving Xianxia an opportunity to attack. The three monster kings didn't hold back in their attacks, and after a series of fierce attacks, their strength was exhausted and they quickly retreated to Xianxia's side, each of them wearing a look of shame on their faces, feeling that it was all Xianxia's fault. On the other hand, the people of the High Sky sect laughed, their laughter full of ridicule. Michi said, "Palace Master Yang still hasn't given up? If this continues, it will be even more embarrassing." Previously, he was also afraid that the three-monster king would break his sect protecting array, but now that the array was safe and sound, his heart immediately calmed down. It seemed that there was no need for Old Man Tao to make a move. The High Heaven Palace couldn't do anything to him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given them the source crystals from a few years ago. Xianxia looked at him and said, "If this is what you were counting on, this king is very disappointed." Michi coldly snorted and said, "Shameless boasting. A mere array is nothing. Watch as this king breaks it." Xianxia's arms shook, and the people behind him all retreated 1,000 feet away. Michi frowned. He didn't know what Xianxia was doing. Although he knew that Xianxia's strength was not weak, it hadn't been long since he ascended to the Emperor realm. How could he do something that even the three-monster king couldn't do? Just as he was wondering, Xianxia stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the void. A simple-looking stone man suddenly appeared in front of him. The group of people stared with their eyes wide open. No one saw how the stone man appeared. They only saw Xianxia grabbing at the void, as if it had been hiding there all along. The stone golem was about half the height of a human and had sharp edges all over its body. It looked silly, but its pair of eyes were extremely quick-witted. As soon as the stone man appeared, it turned around and faced the High Sky sect protecting array. Immediately, it roared like a beast and pounded its chest with its fists. The group of people was stunned again. What was this guy doing? The momentum of his appearance was not weak, but what the hell was this self-mutilation? But soon, the shock turned into horror. Pairs of eyes slowly moved up, and one by one, they slowly raised their heads. As the earth shook, the stone man, which was only half the height of a person, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. It grew to a height of 400 to 500 feet before it slowly stopped. It was like a mountain in front of the high sky sect protecting array. An unimaginable pressure hit him in the face. It was as if the mountain-like monster was not standing in front of him, but was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that sharp stone pillars had grown out of the stone man's body. They were like barbs, and there was evil fire all over his body. Stone fire. Michi's eyes narrowed. He had some eyesight and recognized some traces from the aura emitted by the embodiment. But why would the stone fire appear here? He had heard in his early years that there was a Holy Spirit stone fire in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory. It had even destroyed a Black Tortoise sect. He did not know if it was the one in front of him. What made him even more puzzled was, when did the stone fire become so huge? The information about the Holy Spirits was public. Anyone could collect some information as long as they wanted to. Therefore, Michi was not unfamiliar with the stone fire, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. As far as he knew, even if the stone fire had some secret techniques that could make its body bigger or smaller, it was absolutely impossible for it to become so huge. It was really strange. However, he did not know that the stone fire in front of him was the stone mongoose. It had once swallowed a floating continent. Although it had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to quench all the impurities, if the embodiment wanted to, it could become even bigger. So what if it was 400 to 500 feet? Xianxia's 200 feet dragon body could only carry its shoes in front of it. The roar stopped, and the embodiment's eyes were wide open. It was ferocious like an angry King Kong as it looked down. A fist bigger than a palace was clenched tightly. It bent its arm back and smashed down. Before the attack arrived, the ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Michi's expression changed drastically. He was no longer as calm as before. The High Sky sect protection formation was indeed extraordinary. If he personally presided over it, it could withstand the attacks of the 3 monster kings without any damage. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, he had no confidence at all. Most of the formations in the world could be broken by force. If it could not be broken, then it meant that there was not enough force. Michi couldn't imagine how powerful this unimaginably huge stone fire was, nor did he dare to imagine it. In a hurry, he waved the array flags in his hand again and again, sending out beams of mystic light that struck the light screen of the array. The light screen lit up and seemed to become much more dazzling. Boom! The practicing body's fist smashed down, and the entire High Sky sect shook. Countless houses collapsed in an instant, and dust flew everywhere. Many figures rushed up to the sky and looked around blankly. When they saw the huge figure in the distance, they were all dumbfounded. Although the High Sky sect was protected by the formation, and as long as the formation was not broken, outsiders would not be able to force their way in. However, the Dharmakayas punch was made up of the purest form of power. Even the sect protection formation could not completely eliminate it. Instead, under the influence of the formation, it spread to all parts of the High Sky sect. Near and far, the High Sky sect was a mess. The place where Michi and the others were standing was even more terrifying. When the huge fist smashed down, everyone could not help but feel that the sky was falling. The power of the fist turned into a shockwave, causing sand and stones to fly around in a large area, and the sun and moon to dim. Asterisk puff puff puff, asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as blood and flesh splattered. Some of the High Sky sect disciples with low cultivation were shattered into pieces by the invisible shockwave, exploding into a bloody mist on the spot. Only the cultivator above the Tao Source realm managed to survive, but their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with horror. Michi was shocked. He did not care about the life and death of some of the disciples with low cultivation at the moment. His eyes were fixed on a spot on the formation's light screen, where the practicing body's fist had smashed down. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the seemingly impregnable formation's light screen, spreading wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the cracks had stretched for thousands of meters. Michi was shocked. Although he knew that the power of the monster's punch was absolutely not to be underestimated, he did not expect it to be so violent. Is this the power of the stone fire? The stone fire does not seem to be strong. Seeing the monster raise its fist again, Michi did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly waved the array flag in his hand, and under the surge of his emperor chi, a stream of light shot out. The shaking light screen gradually stabilized, and the cracks that appeared gradually disappeared under his efforts. Before he could catch his breath, the second punch had already smashed down. This punch did not seem to have hit the high sky sect protecting array, but rather Michi's heart. It made his hair stand on end, and he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The same situation as before appeared again. The entire high sky sect shook violently again, and more buildings collapsed. Fortunately, seeing that the situation was not good, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind Michi cast their spells to resist, blocking the shockwave that came from afar, preventing the disciples with low cultivation from suffering any more damage. Kacha. There was a crisp sound, and cracks appeared on the light screen of the grand array that had just been repaired. There were more and more cracks than before, and the distance was even longer. Michi was scared out of his wits, and once again waved the array flag to stabilize the grand array. The embodiment's fist that was raised again made him feel desperate. The sect protecting array that he was so proud of did not seem to be able to protect the high sky sect. It could be said that 90% of the arrays in the world could not withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. He roared, "Elders, help me." As his voice rang out, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind him seemed to have woken up from a dream. They hurriedly took out their array flags, which were all array flags that controlled the sect protecting array. However, the one in Michi's hand was the main array flag, and the ones in their hands were just sub-array flags. Everyone's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. As the array flags were waved, the light screen of the grand array rippled with a dim light, and the cracks were slowly mended. The embodiment shook its head. It seemed to be a little angry that the power of its two punches did not manage to break the array. It suddenly clasped its palms together, raised them high, and smashed them down. "We can't block it, we definitely can't block it." Although the attack had yet to land, whether it was Michi or the elders and protectors of the Emperor realm, this thought emerged in their minds. It was an instinctive feeling. In fact, this was indeed the case. When the embodiment's third punch landed, the shaking light screen of the grand array suddenly stiffened. Then, with the two punches as the center, dense cracks spread out in all directions. Under the horrified gaze of the high sky sect, the light screen suddenly collapsed. The sect protecting array had been broken. Hundreds of feet away, the three monster kings' figures shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the Emperor realm of the high sky sect. They did not give them any time to react at all. Yingfei's speed was faster. He took the lead, and Xilei and Xiaowuwei followed closely behind. When the sky was filled with claw shadows, the high sky sect of the Emperor realm of the high sky sect, who had yet to accept the fact that the grand array had been broken, could only parry Yingfei's attacks. They could not fight back at all. The difference in cultivation was obvious. The high sky sect only had Michi, who was a third-level Emperor realm master. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for Yingfei, let alone the rest of the people. Xilei's body flashed with green lightning. He did not care about anything and directly rushed in front of Michi. He grinned maliciously, "You want to do this the hard way? Give me your life." He grabbed Michi's head with his huge palms. Michi threw out the battle flag in his hand and quickly summoned an artifact that looked like a steel ring. He clashed with Xilei. The grief, anger, and fear in his heart were indescribable. Xiaowuwei followed closely behind Xilei. In a flash, a huge scorpion shadow appeared behind him. It shook its head and wagged its tail. The scorpion stinger on its tail glowed with a green light. At first glance, it was extremely poisonous. Its whole body shook, and a cloud of green mist exploded. It directly enveloped 4 or 5 people of the Emperor realm. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cries of alarm could be heard from inside. No one knew what the situation was like. As soon as the three Monster King appeared, they took over all the higher-ups of the High Sky sect. Li Jiao raised his arm and shouted, "Kill!" Although he came here to cheer for Yang Kai, he naturally could not just sit on the sidelines. Since things had already come to this, he might as well go all the way. Helping Yang Kai take down the High Sky sect was the best thing to do. The group of elders from the Fire Dragon Palace was still in a daze. The scene in front of them was simply too difficult to accept. The High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory. They had both stood in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, but now, Yang Kai had easily broken their sect defending array. They had always thought that Yang Kai could destroy the Seeking Passion sect by luck. Who told the Seeking Passion sect to run to Ice Heart Valley to court death? But now, it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. The High Sky sect's array was broken so easily. If the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Heaven Palace became enemies, they would not have a good ending. Everyone originally thought that Li Jiao's decision to follow Yang Kai's lead was a bit of a loss of prestige, but now it seemed that the palace master was not incompetent, but had foresight. At this moment, when they heard Li Jiao's shout, they all came back to their senses and hurriedly chased after Li Jiao. They might not be willing to fight the High Sky sect head-on, but they were willing to beat a drowning dog. The people from the High Sky sect instantly complained. The three Monster King had already suppressed all of them, and now Li Jiao led a group of people from the Emperor realm, who were not inferior to them in numbers, to join the battle. How could they win? In an instant, they were completely suppressed. One by one, the people from the Emperor realm were beaten until they vomited blood and lay on the ground. Michi roared in grief and indignation, "Li Jiao, you and I are irreconcilable." It was fine if Yang Kai came to deal with him, but Li Jiao also intervened. It was really difficult for Michi to accept. Li Jiao sent a High Sky sect elder flying with a palm and coldly snorted, "Michi, a wise man submits to circumstances. It is not too late to bow to Palace Master Yang, otherwise, I'm afraid it will end with regret." Wishful thinking. Michi gritted his teeth and roared. He still had some backbone. The main thing was that he still had a trump card that he had not used yet. Seeing Shi Lei's lightning bolt coming at him, he took the opportunity to fly out and roared, "Elder Tao, save me." On a mountain peak not far away, the white-haired Elder Tao was speechless. He had only come to eat some fruits and drink some wine, but he actually encountered this kind of thing. At this point, if he still could not guess Michi's intentions, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, as the saying goes, one who takes advantage of others goes soft. Michi had been polite to him all these years. Every year, when the blue jade fruit ripened, he would invite him over. It was fine if he did not encounter this kind of thing, but since he had encountered it, it was not right to just stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, Michi had already shouted, so it would be too much if he continued to pretend that he did not know. With a long sigh, Elder Tao tapped his foot and floated over. Although Old Tao's appearance wasn't very impressive, his sleeve still fluttered in the wind as he flew over, giving him a sage-like appearance. Moreover, the aura emanating from his body was shockingly at the level of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Yingfei glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and sneered. He moved like lightning and subdued the last High Sky sect elder, placed a seal on his body, and sealed his cultivation. Then, his figure fluttered left and right as he flew towards Old Tao. There were 32 monster kings in the savage desolate ancient land. In terms of strength, the eagle might not be in the top 3, but in terms of speed, no one could compare to it. Even the 3 saint spirits would have to admit that they were inferior. In the blink of an eye, Yingfei was only 1,000 feet away from Old Tao, and he was still rapidly approaching. Old Tao, who was flying towards him, didn't change his expression. He patted a cloth bag on his waist and threw it towards Yingfei. The cloth bag opened in the wind and aimed at Yingfei. A strong suction force came from it, causing a strong wind to blow. Yingfei didn't act carelessly when he saw this. He didn't know what kind of artifact this cloth bag was, but since it was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, its power couldn't be weak. He zigzagged and tried to avoid the cloth bag. Who would have thought that the cloth bag would suddenly expand rapidly, becoming larger than a house in an instant. Moreover, a large green hand shot out from the bag, directly grabbing at Yingfei. Yingfei was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, but he was shocked to find that the monster qi in his body was boiling unstably, as if it had been disturbed by something. Caught off guard, he was caught by the large handprint and his face contorted in pain. After grabbing Yingfei, the giant green hand immediately retracted back into the cloth bag. Yingfei also disappeared at the same time. Old Tao raised his hand and took back the cloth bag. Old Ying. Shilei's expression changed dramatically as he cried out in surprise. He looked at the cloth bag with fear. As a fellow monster king, he naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with Flying Eagle. But now, this monster king, who was known for his speed, was captured by a cloth bag without being able to fight back. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Yang Kai knew that this wasn't the white-haired old man's ability, but rather the power of the bag artifact. Yang Kai didn't know what this bag artifact was, but it actually had such a miraculous effect. On the other side, Xia Wuwei's poisonous fog was also tumbling violently. It could be seen that his emotions were fluctuating violently. Mi Qi, who was being beaten back by Rhino Lei, laughed loudly. Thank you, Elder Tao. His meticulous preparations had indeed come in handy. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire his foresight. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, Old Tao might not have been able to deal with them so easily, but this was the Monster King. Old Tao was the best at dealing with monster beasts. Taking advantage of Shilei's distraction, Michi quickly retreated and broke free from Shilei's entanglement. He stood next to Old Tao and cupped his hands. Old Tao, this group of thieves has gone too far. Please help me. Old Tao nodded expressionlessly. Sure. Since things had already gotten to this point, he might as well go all the way. Moreover, the sudden appearance of 3 monster kings had surprised him. Once he captured these 3 monster kings, his mission would be completed. Even without Michi's request, he would have continued. Die, old dog. Arcs of lightning wrapped around Shilei's body as the phantom of a vicious beast flashed behind him. He was obviously furious. He originally thought that following Yang Kai to the High Sky sect would be a piece of cake, but who would have thought that Flying Eagle would be captured in just a single exchange? Flying Eagle's capture was a disgrace to the savage, desolate ancient land. How could Shilei let this go? In the face of Shilei's raging anger, Old Tao's expression did not change. His reply was incomparably direct as he threw the cloth bag in his hand again. Shilei's rushing figure came to a sudden halt. He looked up and saw that the cloth bag had opened up above his head and was emitting a powerful suction force. That wasn't all. With his strength, he could completely resist the suction force. The key point was that the big cyan hand print shot out from the cloth bag. As soon as the hand print shot out, Shilei felt his monster qi become somewhat chaotic. This scared him out of his wits, and he immediately understood how. Flying Eagle had fallen for it. Before he could resist, the cyan handprint grabbed him and directly dragged him back into the cloth bag. This time, Old Tao did not put the cloth bag away. Instead, he made a hand seal and the cloth bag turned, aiming at the poisonous fog in the air. The poisonous fog was released by Xia Wuwei. As soon as the battle started, he dragged several High Sky sect disciples from the Emperor Realm into it. No one knew what was going on inside, but from the cries of a group of High Sky sect elders, they knew that Xia Wuwei had the upper hand. The cyan handprint appeared again, but it was slightly dimmer than before. It seemed that this cyan handprint was a consumable that would disappear after a few uses. However, with Flying Eagle and Shilei as an example, Xia Wuwei did not dare to lower his guard. The poisonous fog rolled, and Xia Wuwei's figure suddenly rushed out, quickly escaping toward Yang Kai. The cyan handprint was like a maggot that could not be shaken off. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Before Xia Wuwei could escape far, it caught him and quickly pulled him back. After Xia Wuwei was put into the cloth bag, Old Tao made a hand seal, and the cloth bag tightened. It floated back to his hand, and he hung it on his waist. This unforeseen event could be said to have happened in a flash, and it made people's eyes unable to connect. The 3 monster kings were full of fighting spirit, and they came with great momentum. The people of the High Sky sect originally had no power to resist, But the situation was resolved by a white-haired old man and a strange cloth bag. Everyone was stunned. Li Jiao and a group of Fire Dragon Palace disciples from the Emperor realm did not dare to rush forward. They just looked like they were going to attack, and they retreated in horror. The three monster kings were not the white-haired old man's match, so how could they be strong enough? Michi obviously did not expect things to be so easy. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed out loud and was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai, who was standing beside old Tao with his fingers twitching, said, "Little thief, how dare you offend the High Sky sect? Today is the day you die." Old Tao raised a wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth. When he heard this, he glanced at Michi. He knew that Michi was using his power to intimidate others, but he did not say anything. Anyway, they had gained a lot from this trip, and it was not a loss to let him borrow some power. Yang Kai acted as if he did not hear anything. He just stared at the white-haired old man who did not look very good. This trip was originally to make an example of the High Sky sect, but before he could do so, the three monster kings were taken in by them. What the hell was going on? It was not that he did not want to save Xia Wuwei, but it happened too fast. He did not have time to react when Ying Fei and Shi Lei were caught. When Xia Wuwei fled to his side, he was stopped by Lu Yan when he wanted to save Xia Wuwei. He watched helplessly as Xia Wuwei was taken away. Otherwise, with his space divine technique, it should not be a problem to save Xia Wuwei. Who was this old man? What kind of secret treasure was that cloth bag? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Lu Yan suddenly walked past him step by step. Yang Kai looked down at her and said, "Be careful." Lu Yan was not weak, but the cloth bag was also very strange. Yang Kai did not know whether Lu Yan could deal with it. Lu Yan looked calm and did not change her pace. Tao Laoding, who was holding a wine gourd and pouring wine into his mouth, suddenly looked and his eyes widened. The wine in the gourd flowed down the corner of his mouth and wet his clothes. He hurriedly patted his clothes and then carefully looked at Lu Yan. The corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. Why, did she look so much like that person? His thoughts drifted and he recalled the events of more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, when he returned to the island to report to a certain master, he glanced at a figure sitting at the mouth of a volcano while chatting with the master. Although it was very far away, he still saw that the figure was a little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, who was also dressed like this. At that time, he was curious and asked the master about the little girl's identity. The master only replied with an unfathomable smile, so he did not dare to ask more. Although it had been more than 10 years and he did not see clearly at that time, the figure of a 7 or 8-year-old girl was too deep. When he suddenly saw it at this time, he could not help but think in that direction. Looking carefully again, she did look like her. "Little thief, don't you have any subordinates? What's the meaning of sending a little girl here?" Michi was intoxicated by his success, clinging tightly to Tao Laoding's side and shouting wildly. After seeing Tao Laoding's methods, he became more and more fearless, but he did not dare to be too far away from Tao Laoding, lest Yang Kai seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. "Shut up!" Tao Laoding shouted. Michi was suddenly silenced and glanced at Tao Laoding in amazement, only to find that he was looking at the little girl with a dignified expression, cold sweat gradually flowing from his forehead. This discovery startled Michi, wondering if he could not provoke this little girl. Otherwise, why would Tao Laoding have such an expression? Suspiciously, Michi looked carefully and saw that the little girl walking towards him had an indifferent expression, her eyes were clear and pure. At a glance, he could tell that she was a beauty. She had such an elegant demeanor from a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Seeing the two sides getting closer and closer, but the little girl still had no intention of stopping, Michi also became a little nervous, secretly circulating his emperor chi, ready to attack at any time. Lu Yan stopped 10 meters away. Observing from a close distance, Tao Laoding increasingly felt that his guess was right. This was probably the one he saw on the island back then. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he did not expect to meet in such a place. This was really a case of the Dragon King Temple. Although he was almost certain, he still needed to ask the necessary questions, so after hesitating for a moment, he secretly sent a message. Lu Yan's divine sense surged as he replied. The scene suddenly became strange. The High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were at loggerheads, but a little girl was communicating with a white-haired old man in the middle of the battlefield. Not long after, Tao Laoding nodded slightly and Lu Yan turned around and left, returning to Yang Kai's side in a few leaps. You know that old man? Yang Kai looked at Lu Yan suspiciously. Lu Yan said, I don't know him, but he seems to have seen me before. What do you mean? He's from Spirit Beast Island. Spirit Beast Island of the Beast Warrior Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Lu Yan had lived on Spirit Beast Island for a while. Since she said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Yang Kai didn't expect this white-haired old man to have such a background. He had come into contact with a few people from Spirit Beast Island and had even seen the martial beast. They had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island together, so he naturally knew how powerful they were. Although there weren't many people on Spirit Beast Island, none of them could be underestimated. Whether it was Li Wuyi or Jiu Feng, they were all famous figures. In the past, Yang Kai only thought of them as ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators. However, after meeting and talking with Yang Yan, he had some guesses that Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng were a group of people sandwiched between the Emperor Realm and the Great Emperors. Because of the limited capacity of the Bottle of Heaven and Earth, they couldn't become Great Emperors. Otherwise, they might have been figures who were on par with the Great Emperors. However, this was all Yang Kai's guess. He wasn't sure if it was true or not. However, the white-haired old man opposite him was from Spirit Beast Island. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai learned the situation. The white-haired old man seemed to have seen Lu Yan once from afar. However, Lu Yan was comprehending the mystery of the Fire Phoenix's origin at that time and didn't pay attention. That was why Lu Yan said that the old man knew her, but she didn't know him. What made Lu Yan see the clues was the pouch secret treasure used by the white-haired old man. She had seen the secret treasure in Jiu Feng's hands. The people of Spirit Beast Island called it the Spirit Beast Pouch. It was a very strange secret treasure that had a very obvious restraining effect on the monster clan. However, it didn't have much effect on other clans. The Spirit Beast Pouch sealed the Imperial Beast Seal, which was derived from the martial beast. Once the Spirit Beast Pouch was used, as long as it was related to the monster clan, it wouldn't be able to escape the Spirit Beast Pouch's binding. This was the fundamental reason why the three monster kings were easily captured. If they really fought, the white-haired old man might not be a match for any of them. However, with the Spirit Beast Pouch, the white-haired old man could easily capture the three monster kings. Spirit Beast Island is in the Eastern Territory. Why did this old man come to the Northern Territory? Yang Kai was puzzled. Today, his face had been slapped so hard that he felt a little depressed. If the white-haired old man wasn't from Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have let this matter go. Lu Yan explained, Spirit Beast Island collects all the exotic beasts in the world, so those exotic beasts were naturally captured. There are people on the island who do this, and he is one of them. He probably came to the Northern Territory to look for exotic beasts. Yang Kai nodded gently. Michi's expression became uncertain when the two were communicating. Although he didn't understand the development of the situation, he saw the secret communication between Lu Yan and Elder Tao. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He didn't dare to hesitate and cupped his hands. Elder Tao, if you can help me again, I will be very grateful. I will give you a big gift after this. He could only count on Elder Tao to help. Otherwise, his High Sky sect would never be a match for Yang Kai. Elder Tao sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. Give them whatever they want. Michi's eyes widened. He didn't expect Elder Tao to say such a thing. He didn't know that Elder Tao was also very helpless. Although he was from Spirit Beast Island and was ordered to come to the Northern Territory to search for strange beasts, his status on Spirit Beast Island was not very high. On Spirit Beast Island, the Master of Beast Warrior was naturally the most respected, and below him were Li Wuyi and Nine Phoenix. That little girl seemed to have a close relationship with Master Nine Phoenix, so he didn't dare to offend her. While Michi was stunned, Elder Tao took off the cloth bag on his waist and opened the Spirit Beast bag. 3 figures immediately rushed out. They were Ing Fei and the others. The 3 Monster King had a look of lingering fear. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked around and saw Elder Tao and Michi. They looked at each other, and almost without hesitation, they rushed toward Elder Tao in a triangular formation. Although the three of them had suffered a great loss from the spirit beast bag just now, the three of them had sharp eyes and saw the drawbacks of the spirit beast bag. This secret treasure was indeed powerful, but it seemed that it could only target one person at a time. If the three of them attacked together, they could completely kill Elder Tao before the spirit beast bag showed its power. In an instant, demonic chi soared into the sky, and three clear murderous intents shrouded Elder Tao. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end, and Mi-Chi was so scared that he staggered back and almost fell to the ground. "Stop!" Yang Kai shouted. Xilei and Xiaowei paused and stopped in midair, but Ying Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. It was actually an afterimage, and he had already rushed in front of Elder Tao. An eagle claw was only an inch away from Elder Tao's face, and the energy coming out of the eagle claw made Elder Tao's face hurt. Old Man Tao's back was drenched in cold sweat after having narrowly escaped death for no reason. He raised his head to look at Ying Fei, who was just inches away from him. He secretly rejoiced that he had been the first to finish off this demon king. Otherwise, with his speed, he might not have been a match for him. "Monster King, don't be rude." Yang Kai's voice came from behind again. Since they were from Spirit Beast Island, they were not enemies. Moreover, Elder Tao took the initiative to release the three Monster King, so how could Yang Kai sit by and watch him die? Ying Fei was also obedient. He withdrew his eagle claw, and his body did not move. He floated back, as if there was a force pulling him from behind. In an instant, he stood side by side with Xilei and Xiaowei. The three of them stared at Elder Tao with vigilance. They had to be vigilant. They had just suffered a great loss at the hands of this old guy and lost their face. If it happened again, they would not have the face to stay by Yang Kai's side. When he retreated, Mi-Chi finally returned to his senses. Although he did not know why Elder Tao changed his mind at the last minute and even released the three Monster King, he knew that it was impossible. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed into the High Sky sect. "Old sir, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon. I will talk to you in detail later." Yang Kai smiled at Elder Tao. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. Space Divine Technique. Elder Tao's eyes narrowed. As a member of Spirit Beast Island, he naturally knew about the Space Divine Technique. Li Wui was a master of this technique. Elder Tao had seen Li Wui use the Space Divine Technique many times, but he never thought that he could see such a divine technique from someone else. Looking at the level of mastery, it seemed that he was not much worse than Li Wui. Elder Tao felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the reason Li Wui did not make a move just now was probably because of that little girl. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. A person who used the Space Divine Technique was not to be trifled with. They were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, but Li Wui had the reputation of being the strongest person under the great emperors. It was all because of the Space Divine Technique. On the other side, the rapidly escaping Mi-Chi's vision blurred. Yang Kai had blocked his way with a cold expression and shouted, "Where do you think you were going?" Mi-Chi gritted his teeth and put on a desperate stance. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand and a cold light flashed. Then, the spear shot out like a dragon. A humming sound rang out incessantly, covering a large area. He was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had some life-saving skills. This move of his showed his powerful foundation. The murderous aura of the spear that filled the sky was extraordinary. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the Emperor Realm felt their eyelids twitch. They knew that there was no way they could survive such an attack. However, Yang Kai just stood there without any intention of dodging. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao, only to see his palace master standing there calmly, not worried in the slightest. Of all the people present, Li Jiao knew Yang Kai's ability the best. He even dared to face the dragon race head-on, so how could he be afraid of Mi-Chi? There was nothing to worry about. Facing this crazy attack, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This was the first time he had fought with someone as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his opponent was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Although Mi-Chi's attack was not weak, it did not seem to be that scary in his eyes. Yang Kai leisurely stretched out his hand into the sky full of spear shadows and suddenly grabbed at the void. As the spear phantoms collapsed, Michi's movements also froze, his eyes going wide as if he had seen a ghost. This was because Yang Kai's casual grab had actually caught the tip of Michi's spear in the midst of countless feints. With his spear in hand, how could he use his killing move? Michi's expression changed drastically, but his reaction was also extremely fast. He shook his spear and a rotational force was transmitted through the spear's body. He shouted in a low voice, "Let go." He was hoping to use this move to shake off Kai Yang, and he wasn't able to do so without relying on himself. What he was relying on was that his cultivation was higher than Kai Yang's by 1 realm. The rotational force was transmitted to Yang Kai's palm in an instant, and as expected, Yang Kai's wrist was rotated. Michi was about to continue, but he saw a vicious look appear on Yang Kai's face as he suddenly turned his wrist back. It was quite an imposing manner. The rotational force, which was completely opposite to the previous one, rebounded along the spear's body. Before Michi could figure out what was going on, his whole body was sent spinning several times by the huge force. He forcibly pushed his Emperor Chi to stabilize his body, but the spear in his hand was snatched away by Yang Kai. Michi was dizzy for a moment, and his face was filled with shock. Such great strength. He clearly felt that he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he have such great strength? This is true brute force. He didn't know the current situation of Yang Kai's body. How could he resist a half-dragon body? If it was Li Jiao, he would never have wrestled with Yang Kai. That was simply asking for trouble. Not waiting for him to regain his footing, a gust of wind whistled above his head. Looking up, he was frightened out of his wits. He saw that Kai Yang was still holding onto his spear, using his own artifact as a club, ruthlessly smashing down towards him. Michi crossed his arms over his head and 2 arm guards appeared out of thin air on his arms. Kong, the end of the spear smashed into the arm guard, causing it to flash wildly before quickly dimming. This Emperor artifact had lost all its spirituality after being struck by this tyrannical blow, and Michi was suppressed by an irresistible force and fell down like a meteor, smashing directly into a nearby mountain, creating a large crater in its wake. The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm who had fallen to the ground were all stunned. Their eyes were blank, and they felt that this was unbelievable. Their own sect master couldn't even take a single blow from the other party? The people of the Fire Dragon Palace were also stunned. They felt that this was extremely ridiculous. Michi was a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be so weak? The 3 Monster King looked at each other in shock. They could see that Yang Kai seemed to be much stronger than before. Old Tao gulped, picked up his wine gourd, and poured it into his mouth. He had to drink to calm himself down. Michi, who had been smashed to the ground and flattened a mountain, felt dizzy. The blood in his body was tumbling, and after suppressing it with great difficulty, he saw Yang Kai landing lightly in front of him. He stood in front of him and flicked the spear in his hand, thrusting it towards him. "Spare me!" Michi shouted, "Palace Master Yang, spare me." At this time, saving his life was the most important thing. He couldn't care less about face. If he lost his life, what was the use of face? The tip of the spear brushed past his cheek, cutting off a few strands of his black hair. Michi's eyes widened, and he almost wet himself in fear. "Chi!" Yang Kai curled his lips and stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground. He then turned around and said, "Who else refuses to accept this? Who wouldn't accept this?" The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm had already been dealt with by Ying Fei and Xia Wuwei. At this moment, they were all lying on the ground and wailing. The few from the Emperor realm who fought Ying Fei had claw marks all over their bodies and were dripping with blood. Unfortunately, their cultivations were sealed by Ying Fei, so they couldn't even use their arts to heal themselves. As for those who fought with Xia Wuwei, their bodies were covered in a green glow, and large blisters appeared on their exposed skin. Their faces were green, and it was obvious that they had been poisoned. It could be said that the upper echelons of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm had all been wiped out. From beginning to end, the entire battle took less than a cup of tea's worth of time. "Palace Master Yang, please spare us." The disciples at the Tao Source realm and below knelt down one after another, each and every one of them looking as if they had just lost their parents. Michi's eyes dimmed as he stared at the figure with his back to him, glancing over at the long spear artifact in front of him, but he couldn't even summon the courage to launch a sneak attack. Xianxia unscrupulously exposed his back to him, which seemed to be full of flaws, but it made him even more fearful, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Glancing around coldly, Xianxia snorted, "Whether you can live or not will depend on your sovereign's choice." Michi staggered to his feet and clutched his chest. He turned around and saw many familiar faces looking at him. Their eyes were filled with the desire to live. Since things had come to this, what else could he say? His fist was not as big as theirs, so he had to surrender. Although he was in a bit of a sorry state this time, fortunately, no one died because of it. It could be seen that Xianxia's people were quite restrained. Sighing in his heart, Michi turned his head and cupped his fists. The High Sky Sect is willing to follow Palace Master Yang's lead. I ask that Palace Master Yang be magnanimous and let us live. Xianxia turned his head and squinted at him, saying expressionlessly, "This is a serious matter. Sect Master Me, please consider carefully before making a decision. This king is not in a hurry and can give you some time. If you are sincere in pledging your allegiance, that's fine, but if you are not, there is no need to force yourself, lest this king is accused of bullying others. My life is in your hands, what's there to consider?" Michi cursed in his heart. How could he not be firm at this time? If he had any other thoughts, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good end. Moreover, several of the elders here were poisoned and wouldn't last long. If they weren't detoxified quickly, their lives would be in danger. Is he *king going to do that again? Although Michi cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on the surface. He said in a deep voice, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled. The High Sky Sect has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us if we have offended you. From today onwards, the High Sky Sect will sincerely pledge their allegiance to you." The corners of Xianxia's mouth rose slightly. "Sect Master Me is the sect master of a sect. Your words carry enormous weight. I naturally believe what you say. Since Sect Master Me is so sincere, this king will accept your kindness." The corners of Michi's mouth twitched. He finally realized how despicable and shameless this person in front of him was. Didn't he bring so many masters here just to subdue the High Sky Sect? He even had Li Jiao come over to greet him before, and they even fought just now. Now, he actually had the face to say such words. It was as if he had taken the initiative to pledge his allegiance and Xianxia had reluctantly accepted it. He was simply shameless. He just couldn't understand. Although the High Sky Sect was good, why was Xianxia so fixated on it? He already owed Xianxia a large debt, and every year, he sent him a large sum of money, so why did Xianxia insist on subduing his High Sky Sect? Was it just to show off the strength of the High Heaven Palace? Michi put on a forced smile and said, "Thank you, Palace Master Yang." What was this? His people from the Emperor realm had been brutally beaten up, and he had lost all face. Even the escort array had been broken, and he was forced to pledge his allegiance, yet he still had to thank Xianxia. Michi's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He only hated that his strength was not as good as Xianxia's, otherwise, he would have definitely taught Xianxia a lesson. Xianxia said, "Words are no guarantee. I ask Sect Master Me to show some sincerity." Michi was startled and asked cautiously, "What kind of sincerity does Palace Master Yang want?" He was already so humble, yet Xianxia still wanted to be so aggressive. Michi secretly swore that if Xianxia really did ask for something too excessive, he would reconsider. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "I ask Sect Master Me to write an order and inform the High Sky Sect that from today onwards, the High Sky Sect is a subordinate sect of the High Heaven Palace." Ah! Michi heard this and suddenly raised his head, his face alternating between red and green. Today's matter was indeed embarrassing, but it was only limited to the High Sky Sect. Even if news spread out afterwards, as long as the High Sky Sect didn't admit it, the world would only speculate. However, if he took the initiative to send an order, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. The High Sky Sect had many cities under its jurisdiction and many families and subordinate sections. After all, it was one of the top forces in the Northern Territory. As the saying goes, good news doesn't spread far and wide, but bad news spreads far and wide. Once this order was sent out, it wouldn't be long before the entire Northern Territory knew about it. This would cause the High Sky sect to lose face in the entire Northern Territory. A dignified top sect in the Northern Territory had actually fallen to the point of becoming someone else's subordinate sect. How could he endure this? Yang Kai's face became cold. It seems that sect master me is a little unwilling. Or perhaps what you said just now was just a casual remark. No, Michi quickly waved his hand, it's just that. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up at the sky and said lightly, Sect Master Me is so indecisive. It seems that you are not suitable to be in charge of the sect. Sect Master Me should abdicate. What did this mean? Was he forcing him to abdicate his position as sect master? If it were anyone else saying this, Michi definitely wouldn't have taken it seriously, but since it was Yang Kai saying so, it was different. He was a fish on the chopping block, so Yang Kai could easily kill him and then choose a suitable elder to be in charge of the High Sky sect. He believed that there would definitely be someone willing to cooperate with him. Feeling a chill in his heart, Michi no longer dared to bargain, clenching his teeth and saying, Right, all right. Yang Kai said, Don't force it, it won't be interesting if you force it. Michi said seriously, This me is very sincere. Sect Master Yang, please understand. Since that's the case, then, let's write it and see. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Michi immediately took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, writing the order. Yang Kai raised his chin and said, Heal them. Ingfei's figure flickered, and he swayed around a few of the High Sky sect elders, slapping each of them and releasing their seals. Xia Wuwei opened his mouth wide, and the few poisoned the Emperor Realm elders on the ground immediately emitted a dark green aura, which he swallowed into his mouth. The seals were released, and the poison was cleared. A group of the Emperor Realm elders took out healing pills and stuffed them into their mouths, each with a complicated expression. After a while, Michi finished writing and handed the jade slip to Yang Kai, saying, Sect Master Yang, take a look and see if it's okay? Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it. He frowned and threw the jade slip back. Your High Sky sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Don't write it in such a lowly manner and make others look down on you. Michi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their lives were in your hands, how could they not be lowly? But since Yang Kai wasn't satisfied, they had no choice but to write it again. He was the dignified sect master of the High Sky sect, but he was forced to write such a shameful order, and he was even picked on by others. How could he reason with them? Not long after, another order was written. Yang Kai checked it and nodded slightly. That's more like it. Write the same order. He looked up at the High Sky sect elders and protectors who were healing their wounds and counted the number of people. 8. Michi didn't dare to disagree, and he obediently wrote 8 more orders. Yang Kai said, Tell the people of the Emperor Realm of the High Sky sect to take the order and go to different places in 8 directions. Pass through the city, and enter the sect. Read the order in a crowded place and announce the High Sky sect's allegiance to the Northern Territory. Hearing this, the group of Meteon sect elders widened their eyes and stared at them in a daze. Michi's expression also changed. Anger and humiliation flashed across his face, and there was also a trace of ruthlessness. He thought that even if he wrote the order, it would take some time for the news to spread. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so ruthless and ask the elders of the High Sky sect to personally take the order and read it to all the major cities and sects in the Northern Territory? This was simply humiliating the High Sky sect. How would he, the sect master of the High Sky sect, be able to establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? How would the elders of the Emperor Realm, who would read the order, be able to do so? How would the entire Northern Territory view the High Sky sect? As the saying goes, a gentleman prefers death to humiliation. At this moment, Michi had the impulse to fight Yang Kai to the death. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately humiliating him. But when he saw Yang Kai's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. Those eyes looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Michi didn't doubt that if he dared to make a move again, Yang Kai would definitely not let him go. He clenched his fists, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. He comforted himself. It was better to live than to die. What was the big deal? Slowly loosening his clenched fists, Meteon responded, Yes. There's no time to lose, let's move out now, Xianxia gestured to the side, not stopping for even a moment. Michi had no choice but to wave his hand and pass the order to the many elders before saying, "You all heard Palace Master Yang's words, go." He waved his hand, looking like he had nothing left to live for. The several elders who had not yet recovered from their injuries glanced at each other, unable to hide the grief and indignation in their eyes, but so what if they felt resentment in their hearts? They were not the other party's opponent, and their sect master had already lowered his head, so they could only follow orders. They immediately split up and flew off in different directions. Although their injuries had not healed, they were not serious and could be slowly nursed back to health along the way. Only now did they understand why the two Monster King had not killed them just now. It turned out that he had been waiting here, leaving them alive to run errands for him. This was premeditated. If the High Sky Sects the Emperor realm were all killed, who would read Michi's order? If it were anyone else reading it, it would not be convincing. Only the High Sky Sect's elders and protectors would be able to confirm this matter. It was not hard to imagine that the news of Mition's sect submitting to Towering Palace would spread out very soon. Michi sighed in his heart, and he looked as if he had become much weaker. It was as if he had aged for no reason. "Get up, don't kneel, we will be a family from now on." Xianxia glanced around at the High Sky Sect's disciples who were still kneeling on the ground and raised his hand. The group of people looked at Michi, not daring to move. Michi shouted in a deep voice, "Are you all deaf? Did you not hear Palace Master Yang's words? If you want to kneel, kneel until you die and don't get up in the future." A bunch of good-for-nothings. How did the High Sky Sect raise such a group of cowards? Although their cultivation was not as good as Michi's, they shouldn't be scared to the point of kneeling by a few words from him, right? After a while, the group of people no longer dared to kneel. They all stood up with awkward expressions. Michi coldly snorted again, "From today onwards, you may not listen to this sect master's words, but you must listen to Palace Master Yang's words, do you understand?" "Yes." Sparse replies could be heard, all of them seeming weak. Hearing their own sect master speak like this, they also felt ashamed. Michi squeezed out a smile, "Palace Master Yang, do you have anything to say?" Xianxia waved his hand. What was there to say to them? He just needed to deal with Michi. He turned to Old Tao and said, "Old sir, if you don't mind, would you like to come in for a chat?" Michi had the urge to roll his eyes. This was the High Sky Sect, not the High Heaven Palace. However, Xianxia had obviously regarded this place as his own territory, and he did not dare to say anything. Since he had chosen to submit, then the High Sky Sect was really his territory. Old Tao pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you for your consideration. Since that is the case, this old man will trouble you." He also wanted to figure out the relationship between Lu Yan and Jiao Feng. "Please." Xianxia gestured with his hand. Old Tao was polite, and the two of them simply walked in side by side. The three Monster King followed closely behind. Michi deliberately fell behind and walked with Li Jiao. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Last time, Li Jiao had come over to persuade Michi, but unfortunately, Michi did not listen. He thought that if he invited Old Tao over, he would be able to sit back and relax. Who knew that Old Tao would not be able to help him avoid disaster and would end up like this today? Li Jiao could not help but sigh. He reached out and patted Michi's shoulder, not knowing what to say. Michi transmitted his voice, "Brother Li, you and I have known each other for many years, and our friendship is not ordinary. Tell me, why does Palace Master Yang have to humiliate my High Sky Sect? This me does not think that I have offended him, and I have paid him the annual debt on time, but why does he have to do this? He does not care about my High Sky Sect's face at all. Furthermore, he did not even give him any time to breathe and immediately sent the elders of the Emperor realm out. He had originally planned to delay for a while and then think of another way to see if he could resolve this disaster, but now, where would he find the chance?" Li Jiao looked up and thought, "What is the use of being friends with me now? Last time, I was still kicked out by you, but this time, he was not in the mood to ridicule him. He only smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Mi, do you think that Palace Master Yang is humiliating you? Is he not?" Michi glared. If he was not humiliating him, why would he write the order himself and let the elders of the Emperor realm read it everywhere? That is not the case. Li Jiao shook his head. Miqi asked, then why? To establish dominance. Li Jiao spat out 2 words. Miqi was stunned. Establishing dominance? What dominance? Although the High Heaven Palace had not been established for a long time, it was already a top sect in the Northern Territory. This was recognized by the entire Northern Territory. Since it was already a top sect, its dominance was already there, so what was there to establish? Who was it for? Li Jiao pondered for a moment and said, Palace Master Yang wants to unify the Northern Territory. The main thing was that this matter could not be hidden. Li Jiao believed that Yang Kai would make a move soon, so there was no harm in saying it now. He was not afraid that Miqi would find out in advance. Miqi was stunned, and his mouth opened wider than an egg. After a while, he recovered and said in shock, unify the Northern Territory? This ambition was huge. The Northern Territory was not like the other 3 territories, which had great emperors' sections. Although Medicine Pill Valley had the great emperors, Medicine Pill Valley did not interfere in the matters of the Northern Territory, so the entire Northern Territory could be considered a headless dragon, unlike the Southern Territory where Star Soul Palace was the leader, the Western Territory where Shadow Kill Hall was the leader, and the Eastern Territory where Spirit Beast Island was. Miqi did not expect Yang Kai's ambition to be so great, and he really dared to do such a thing. He said in a daze, is he not afraid of provoking public anger and the Northern Territory's heroes to attack him? Li Jiao pursed his lips and said, that's why he wants to establish dominance. Miqi was not a fool. Although he was a little cowardly, being able to cultivate to the 3rd stage Emperor realm meant that his brain was not too bad. He did not understand what establishing dominance meant before, but now that Li Jiao explained it, he could not understand. The High Sky Sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, but so what? They were beaten by the High Heaven Palace to the point that they could not fight back and had no choice but to submit to protect themselves. If even the High Sky Sect was like this, what choice did the other sects and families have? As long as this news spread out, when the High Heaven Palace wanted to invade other territories, no one would dare to resist. Miqi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because of this, my High Sky Sect suffered an unexpected disaster? Li Jiao patted his shoulder again and sighed, don't worry, at least you're still alive. Speaking of which, the High Sky Sect was also unlucky. Among the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley had a close relationship with Yang Kai. Miqi and Yang Kai had been traveling for many years and had established a good friendship. If Yang Kai wanted to establish dominance, the High Sky Sect was his only choice. It could be said that Miqi deserved to be unlucky. The High Sky Sect was a top sect in the Northern Territory, and if it was any other smaller sect, the effect would definitely not be as good. Miqi sighed, but it was useless to say anything now. However, after learning about Yang Kai's plan to unify the Northern Territory, he felt much better. After all, Yang Kai was not deliberately humiliating him and the High Sky Sect. It was just a part of the plan. Not long after, a group of people entered the main hall. As the owner of this place, Miqi naturally arranged for the banquet to be replaced with a new one. He ordered the musicians to play music and the dancers to dance. Immediately, the main hall was filled with a scene of singing and dancing. However, the main seat was replaced by Yang Kai. Other than him, the sect master of the High Sky Sect, there were no other members of the Emperor realm of the High Sky Sect in the main hall. Instead, there were the 3 Monster King and the people of the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai raised his glass and invited everyone to drink, and everyone agreed. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai began to chat with Old Man Tao. On the way, they chatted for a while, so he knew the other party's name. The reason why Yang Kai invited him to stay and entertain him was mainly to inquire about Dragon Island from him. After creating havoc on Dragon Island, he left the Dragon Palace and entered the territory of the lower plains. He did not know what happened after that. He also did not know if Martial Beast took Fu Shan away. He also did not know if Dragon Island punished Xu Qing. Unfortunately, Old Man Tao did not know about this either. He stayed in the Northern Territory to search for exotic beasts for Spiritual Beast Island. He had not returned for more than 10 years. He did not even know that Martial Beast brought people to Dragon Island. He did not know, and Yang Kai did not say much. However, his mysterious behavior made Old Man Tao suspicious. However, no matter whether Martial Beast took Fu Xian away or not, Zhu Qing definitely did not have to worry too much. Zhu Qing was now a rank 9 giant dragon. According to the purity of her bloodline, she was qualified to be an elder of Dragon Island. After the havoc he made last time, Dragon Island would not punish her. Her situation was somewhat similar to Fu Xian's. They were both married with humans. If Dragon Island really wanted to punish her, Fu Xian would definitely not be spared. Martial Beast naturally would not sit back and do nothing. If Dragon Island wanted to trigger Zhu Qing, they would definitely punish Fu Xian as well. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Old Man Tao was more curious about Lu Yan. He asked about her relationship with Nine Phoenix in a roundabout way. After being evaded by Yang Kai, he did not ask any more. Both parties did not get the answer they wanted, so it did not affect them too much. In the evening, the banquet ended and Old Man Tao took his leave. Yang Kai asked Lu Yan to send him off. Accompanied by Miqi, he chose a suitable place in the High Sky sect to arrange the space array. Miqi did not know what Yang Kai was doing at first. After communicating with Li Jiao, he learned the truth and secretly complained in his heart. With this space array connecting the two sects, it seemed that the High Sky sect would not be able to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression. The next day, Yang Kai led a group of people back to the High Heaven Palace, accompanied by Miqi. The first thing he did when he returned was to summon people for a meeting. The participants were all Dao Source Realm cultivators and above. There were not many of them. Li Jiao and Miqi were also among them, causing many people who did not know the truth to look at each other. Li Jiao was here, and everyone knew that he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, but what about Miqi? Even Hua Qingxi was puzzled. She looked at Miqi from time to time, only to see Miqi show a flattering smile, which made her confused. When everyone arrived, Yang Kai went straight to the point. Sect Master Mi has decided that the sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. From now on, the High Sky sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and almost wondered if they had heard wrongly. Only the three Monster King looked calm. Inside the main hall, pairs of eyes looked at Miqi. Miqi was tactful and immediately stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled, and you have the world in your heart." This Mi is convinced. The entire High Sky sect is willing to submit to High Heaven Palace. We will follow your orders in the future, regardless of danger. Whether he was sincere or not, his words were beautiful and made everyone in High Heaven Palace have a good impression of him. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Miqi to be so straightforward. Although the two of them had some dealings before, he didn't realize that Miqi had such a side. Previously, when Yang Kai wanted him to submit, he resisted several times. Now, he had accepted his fate and was able to adjust his position and attitude well, which made Li Jiao look at him in a new light. However, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. The Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky sect were similar in strength. Li Jiao estimated that if he and Yang Kai hadn't gone out to live and die together several times, the High Sky sect would have ended up like the Fire Dragon Palace. It was also because of his friendship with Yang Kai that Yang Kai didn't attack the Fire Dragon Palace. But then again, the Fire Dragon Palace was now not much different from the High Sky sect. They were more like subordinates than subordinates. Everyone has heard Sect Master Mi's words. Let's get to know each other. Yang Kai waved his hand. Hua Qingxi smiled and stepped forward. She bowed and said, "I am the Chief Steward of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi." "Greetings, Sect Master Mi. Chief Steward is too polite." Miqi returned the courtesy. He was a little curious. What kind of bullshit position was Chief Steward? How come he had never heard of it before? However, seeing that she was standing in front of everyone, even the three great monster kings were below her, it seemed that her position in Yang Kai's heart wasn't low. He couldn't afford to offend her in the future and had to maintain a good relationship with her. Otherwise, he didn't know when she would make things difficult for him. He even had some suspicions in his heart. Yang Kai and this woman wouldn't have a dirty relationship, right? Otherwise, how could a first-order emperor like her have such a high position? Hua Qingxi didn't know what he was thinking, but if she did, she would definitely fight with him. She pointed to the side and introduced, "This is Rhino Monster King, Sect Master Me, of course, of course." Michi smiled and cupped his fists. How could he not have seen him before? Back in the Meteon sect, it was Shilei who had fought with him. Michi clearly felt that he was not his opponent. Rhino Lei grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of fangs, making Michi feel a little scared. Hua Qingxi continued, "This is Flying Eagle Monster King." Flying Eagle nodded lightly. "And this is?" Michi introduced them one by one with a smile on his face. No matter how high the cultivation of the other party was, he always felt inferior. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told the High Sky Sect to submit to the High Heaven Palace? Facing these mainstays of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally didn't dare to show any disrespect. Xiaowuwei, Yi Hen, the Southern Gate Army, Hou Yu, the Emperor Realm, Qin Chaoyang, Qi Yu, Aio, Guizhou, Gutsang Yun, Ruanbai Ting, and a group of other Dao Source realms. After getting to know them one by one, there were quite a lot of people. Michi knew the Southern Gate Army, but it was the first time he knew that this famous array master was actually serving in the High Heaven Palace, so he couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that the Southern Gate Army was famous in the Northern Territory. Although they weren't as good as the disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, an array master was still an array master. They were extremely popular everywhere. Michi also had thoughts of recruiting them back then, but the Southern Gate Army simply ignored him. If it were an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Michi would definitely teach them a lesson, but the identity of an array master made him hesitate and not dare to act rashly. If he attacked the Southern Gate Army, he was afraid that the other masters in the Northern Territory wouldn't let him go, and the High Sky Sect wouldn't dare to provoke them. When he heard that Hou was an Emperor Artifact Master, Michi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was going on in the High Heaven Palace? Not only was the Southern Gate Army here, but there was also an Emperor Artifact Master? How many Emperor Artifact Masters were there in the entire Star Boundary? And this Emperor Artifact Master was actually a woman. He really didn't know where Yang Kai had recruited this group of weirdos. 3 Monster King, an Array Master, and an Artifact Master. Such a foundation was enough to amaze people no matter where they went, and now they were all gathered in one place. It was even more unbelievable. Michi suddenly felt that submitting wasn't a bad thing. The High Heaven Palace's foundation was indeed superior to the High Sky Sects, so submitting wasn't a big loss. In the future, he might have to rely on the Southern Gate Army and this Hou, but it was a bit embarrassing. Hua Qingxi's next sentence shocked him on the spot. This queen also has an Emperor Artifact Master, but she is currently refining pills and is inconvenient to come out. Please forgive me, Sect Master Midi. Emperor Artifact Master. Michi almost bit his tongue as he was dumbfounded. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly, speaking of which, Sect Master Me should know this Emperor Artifact Master. I know him? Michi was shocked. A thought flashed through his mind, but he instinctively didn't dare to believe it. Hua Qingxi said, "That's right, Master Jiying. Sect Master Me should be familiar with him." Michi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His first thought was to look at Li Jiao with an inquiring expression, as if he wanted to know if this was true or false. Jiying, that was the 5th disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. He was actually also in the High Heaven Palace? He suddenly recalled the scene when he came with Li Jiao to watch Jiying and Yang Kai compete in alchemy. At that time, not only had he made a bet with Li Jiao and Yang Kai, but Master Ji also seemed to have made a bet with Yang Kai. He thought about it later. Although Jiying lost, with his identity as the disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. It was even more impossible for Jiying to stay in the High Heaven Palace. But now, it seemed that Jiying really did stay. Medicine Core Valley didn't have any objections? The wondrous Pill Great Emperors didn't have any objections? Michi felt his head spinning and his gaze swept across everyone in the hall. A single sect actually gathered 3 peak grandmasters in the form of a monarch array master, a monarch blacksmith master, and a monarch alchemy master. There were even 3 great monster kings in the sect. What the hell was this sect? Even the great emperor sects couldn't compare in some aspects, right? Michi suddenly felt that his loss wasn't unjust. In a trance, he heard Yang Kai say on the stage, "My High Heaven Palace has a lot of disciples. Although there are some reserves in the warehouse now, we can't just sit there and wait. We need to have a long-term income to survive. Although the chief steward has taken over the territory of the Seeking Passion sect and can collect some taxes from those cities every year and even do some business, it's just a drop in the bucket. My High Heaven Palace has 10 or 20 times more disciples than the Seeking Passion sect, so we need to occupy 10 or 20 times more territory to survive for a long time. Today, I called you here to announce something. This palace master is determined to unify the Northern Territory and make all the cities and sects in the Northern Territory pay tribute to my High Heaven Palace every year. This is the only way to ensure that my High Heaven Palace's foundation doesn't fall. What do you think?" Looking around, the three Monster King had indifferent expressions. In any case, they were just Yang Kai's hired thugs. Yang Kai would do whatever he wanted. They weren't afraid of making a big deal out of this. At worst, they could just hide in the savage desolate ancient land. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi and the others were surprised. Even Hua Qingxi hadn't heard Yang Kai mention this before. Hearing this for the first time today, she couldn't help but be stunned. She really didn't know when Yang Kai had this idea. Currently, the High Heaven Palace was in a period of growth. In fact, it wasn't a good time to make enemies. As long as they worked hard to develop for 100 years, with the huge number of disciples, they would definitely be able to dominate the Northern Territory. However, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, Hua Qingxi knew that he had already made up his mind. At this time, persuading him would definitely be useless. She couldn't help but wonder. If he really did this, it would definitely provoke the resistance of the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory. After all, who would be willing to give up the benefits that were right in front of them? Moreover, how could the High Heaven Palace have so many people to do this kind of thing? The new disciples were still in the process of familiarizing themselves, and their cultivation wasn't high. If they were sent out, they wouldn't be of much use. However, Yang Kai didn't care so much. He looked like he was going to cut the Gordian knot. He looked around and said, "No one has any objections. It seems that you all support this. Very good." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. What was the use of having objections? The High Heaven Palace was completely under your control. Normally, you didn't care, but when you did, you had the final say. Yang Kai said, "I know what everyone is worried about. It's just a matter of manpower. You don't have to worry about this. Brotherly and Sect Master Me will help my High Heaven Palace. When the time comes, when the three of us join forces, no one in the Northern Territory can stop us." Li Jiao and Michi cupped their hands and said, "We are willing to listen to Palace Master Yang's orders." Li Jiao was already prepared in his heart, so he didn't feel anything. However, Michi was wailing in his heart. He knew that the High Sky sect had boarded a pirate ship this time. Yang Kai wanted to unify the Northern Territory and make those cities and sects provide cultivation resources every year. However, the High Heaven Palace couldn't transfer any useful manpower. When the time came, the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace's people would be the ones leading the charge. The other party would definitely hold a grudge against these two sections. However, the High Heaven Palace could safely hide behind them and enjoy endless benefits. It was really vicious. In other words, the High Heaven Palace didn't need to do anything at all. They only needed to send some people to supervise. Yang Kai was observant. How could he not know what Michi was thinking? He was too lazy to care about him. Yang Kai wasn't planning to monopolize this matter. Since the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect were involved, he definitely wouldn't let them work for nothing. He would share some of the benefits with them. As for how much, that would depend on his mood. Hua Qingxi thought for a while and said, "Palace Master, should we inform Ice Heart Valley about this matter?" Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 3 had joined forces, but Ice Heart Valley was the only one who didn't know about this. If Yang Kai didn't have a friendship with Ice Heart Valley, then it would be fine, but the key was that they had a good relationship. It would be unkind of him not to involve Ice Heart Valley in this matter. Yang Kai's expression twitched when he heard this. "I have also thought about Ice Heart Valley, but I don't know what they want. The group of women from Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Xianxia really couldn't ask them to do something that would incur public anger. It wouldn't be nice if he was reprimanded by Bing Yun. In his plan, if he obtained any benefits in the future, he would share some with Ice Heart Valley. After all, Su Yan was cultivating there, so it would be a good gesture to Ice Heart Valley. Xianxia smiled faintly. Palace Master worries too much. Ice Heart Valley will never refuse such a good thing. Xianxia asked curiously, what do you mean? Xianxia explained, because Senior Bing Yun has been missing for many years, and because Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed by the Seeking Passion sect, they don't have many properties and have only 2 or 3 cities under their jurisdiction. Most of their income comes from the spirit flowers and rare grasses planted in Ice Heart Valley. In recent years, Ice Heart Valley has also recruited many disciples, so it is likely that they are short on funds. Now that benefits have been delivered to their doorstep, how could they refuse? Xianxia rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. If that's the case, we can count them in. He didn't know as much about Ice Heart Valley as Xianxia, but since Xianxia said so, it must be the case. If they could really pull Ice Heart Valley into the war chariot, then the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory would join forces. Who in the Northern Territory would dare to stop them? After a while, he made a decision. Then let's count them in. Xianxia smiled and said, there's no time to lose. I'll go invite them over now. Xianxia nodded and Xianxia immediately flew out. In less than half an hour, she brought a woman with an ice-cold temperament into the hall. Xianxia's face suddenly turned black and he looked at Xianxia with some resentment, because the person she brought was Ji Yao. Ever since Xianxia had secretly done it with Ji Yao, he was a little afraid to see her. On the one hand, it was exciting to do it secretly, and on the other hand, he felt that he had let down Su Yan and the others. His heart was tormented, and the most important thing was that he still couldn't figure out Ji Yao's intentions. From beginning to end, she had never discussed this matter with him. She seemed to let him do whatever he wanted without letting Xianxia have his way too much. This made Xianxia feel like he was being held hostage. Now that Xianxia had brought Ji Yao over, it was easy to imagine how he was feeling. Xianxia looked suspicious. She seemed to have noticed something wrong with the palace master's expression just now, but at this moment, she couldn't care less and cupped her fists. Palace Master, Elder Ji is here. Xianxia squeezed out a smile. Junior Sister Yao. In front of so many people, Ji Yao didn't show any abnormalities and simply bowed. Senior Brother Yang. Xianxia lightly coughed and said, I invited Junior Sister Yao here because I have something to discuss with her. I believe the great general manager has already told Senior Bing Yun about this matter. I wonder what Senior Bing Yun's attitude is? If he wanted to pull Ice Heart Valley into the water, Bing Yun's attitude was the key. Otherwise, everything would be nonsense. Ji Yao said lightly, Honored Master said that Ice Heart Valley was only able to survive thanks to Senior Brother Yang's help. Now that Senior Brother Yang has encountered a difficult situation, Ice Heart Valley will do its best to help. If Senior Brother has any instructions, Ice Heart Valley will not refuse. Xianxia's eyes flashed and he smiled slightly. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. Looking around, he said, since everyone is here, let's discuss the rules. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Since they had decided to do this, there was no need to drag it out. In any case, the 4 great sects had joined forces and no one in the Northern Territory could compete with them. There was no need for any schemes, they just needed to push forward. The rules were quickly taken out. It was nothing more than the 4 great sects working together, and then with High Heaven Palace as the center, they would spread out to the entire Northern Territory and announce the High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord of the Northern Territory. In return, the various sects and cities in the Northern Territory would have to provide some cultivation resources to High Heaven Palace every year. After the discussion was done, Ji Yao, Li Jiao, and Mi Qi immediately returned to their respective sects to mobilize their forces. The next day, in front of High Heaven Palace's sect defending array, a group of people arrived. On the left was a group of beautiful women. Most of them had extraordinary appearances, and their temperaments were all different, dazzling anyone who saw them. This group was naturally the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. On the right were the people from Fire Dragon Palace, while behind them were the disciples of High Sky Sect, each numbering over 1,000. Altogether, there were 3,000 people. This was not a large number, but the proportion of masters among them was extremely terrifying. Dao Source Realm masters could be found everywhere in the Emperor Realm, and even the weakest was an origin king. The people from High Heaven Palace were in the middle, led by the 3 monster kings. Yi Hen and the other Dao Source Realm masters were also dispatched, but the remaining people were not enough. Basically, all of them were origin kings, completely incomparable to the other 3 great sects. It was really because the disciples who had come from the Star Territory were temporarily useless that the High Heaven Palace side was seriously polarized. The strong were ridiculously strong, while the weak were ridiculously weak. Hua Qingxi summoned Li Jiao, Mi Qi, and Ji Yao and spread out a map. The map was marked with red dots, and each red dot represented a city, a sect, or a force that wasn't small in size. After some discussion, the thousands of people were divided into groups of 8 and dispersed. Each of these 8 groups had 2 disciples, each led by a Dao Source Realm master or above. The goal of these people was naturally the locations marked on the map. The only purpose of this trip was to make these cities, sects, and families recognize High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord, then pay tribute every year. Yang Kai had already spread the word. If they knew what was good for them, that would be good, but if they didn't, they would fight if they could, and if they couldn't, they would send a message back. The masters from the Emperor Realm were not to be trifled with. However, the teams led by Dao Source Realm masters mostly went to places that were easy to deal with. The harder ones would be taken care of by the Emperor Realm. With the power of the 4 great sects working together, not many people would dare to act rashly. Yang Kai also led a group of people and rushed straight to the headquarters of the few first-class forces in the Northern Territory. 5 days later, in the main hall of Myriad Ancestor Sect's headquarters, Sect Master Hua Yu stood in front of the hall and cupped her fists in farewell. Only when the group of 8 disappeared did she put away the stiff smile on her face and let out a sigh, a sullen look appearing on her face. Vice Sect Master Qing Dahai walked over and said with grief and indignation, "Sect Master, are we really going to give 30% of our annual profits to High Heaven Palace?" "Yes, with just a few words from that little brat, giving away 30% of our profits, what will others think of our Myriad Ancestor Sect?" An elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Hua Yu said sadly, "Then what do you think we should do? If Sect Master is willing, Subordinate will lead people to intercept him and take back the jade slip. At that time, the dead can tell no tales, and no one will know it was our Myriad Ancestor Sect who did it. Yes, that little brat's actions have already angered everyone. There are countless people in the Northern Territory who want to kill him, but who will know it was us?" "You?" Hua Yu turned her head and glanced at the elders and protectors around her before shaking her head. "You are not his opponent." The elder who spoke said, "How do you know we are not his opponent before trying? That little brat is only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, if we all attacked together." "There is no need to try, I have already tried," Hua Yu said with a sad face. "You have already tried?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only now did they understand why Hua Yu had brought Yang Kai to the secret room just now. It turned out that she wanted to test his ability, or rather, see if there was a chance to take him down. After all, no one was willing to give benefits to others for free. What was the result? Everyone looked at Hua Yu expectantly. "I was not his opponent at all," Hua Yu smiled bitterly. The elder said, "Sect Master, there is no need to boost others' morale and diminish our own. You are also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so you are not much weaker than him, right?" Hua Yu said, "It is precisely because our cultivations are similar that I agreed so readily. He let me attack him for 10 moves, but he just stood there motionless. I couldn't even touch his clothes." "What?" Everyone was taken aback, wondering if they had heard wrong. They were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai just stood there motionless for 10 moves, yet the Sect Master couldn't even touch his clothes? What kind of concept was this? In other words, did Yang Kai block the Sect Master's attack with just his Emperor Qi? But he just casually attacked and took this old master down. Hua Yu threw out another bombshell, causing everyone to feel dizzy and sighed. "With such means, how can my Myriad Ancestor Sect compete? If we do not do as he wishes. Today, I am afraid my Myriad Ancestor Sect's 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed." "He dares." Xianxia roared. Hua Yu glanced at him and said, he probably dares. If the four top sects join hands and want to destroy my myriad ancestor sect, how can we resist? A few days ago, I heard that the High Sky sect had submitted to the High Heaven Palace, so I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is true. Everyone fell silent. Their faces were filled with misery. 30% of their annual income had to be handed over, which meant that everyone would lose 30% of their income every year. No one would be happy about this. Things progressed unexpectedly smoothly. Xianxia led a group of people to the Northern Territory, and with the High Sky sect's submission, he was able to obtain the contracts that required the sects to hand over 30% of their annual income without much effort. No one dared to resist, at most, like the Myriad Ancestor sect, quietly testing Xianxia's skills before finding a way out. Xianxia also didn't just run away. Whenever he found a suitable place, he would arrange a space array and connect it to the High Heaven Palace. This way, if anyone failed to fulfill their promise in the future, the High Heaven Palace could come and teach them a lesson at any time. In the Northern Territory, as long as there was a city, a sect, or a family in charge, they would have to hand over 30% of their income. 30% might not be much, but 30% of the entire Northern Territory was a bit terrifying. This meant that even if the High Heaven Palace didn't do anything in the future, they could still take 30% of the Northern Territory's profits. What's more, with the connections of these cities, sects, and families, they could collect a large number of specialties from the Northern Territory, increasing the trade between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory. The goods collected from the Southern Territory could also be sold in the Northern Territory, and the difference in profit was also a considerable figure. After being busy for more than 20 days, Xianxia directly returned to the High Heaven Palace through a space array. He had gnawed on several difficult bones in the Northern Territory. The reason why things went so smoothly was because the news of the High Sky sect's submission had spread. Even the High Sky sect had submitted, so they had no choice. Secondly, this time, the four sects had joined forces, so no one dared to resist. The matter in the Northern Territory had been settled, and there were still some loose ends that he didn't need to worry about. With Hua Qingxi presiding over and the cooperation of the other three, it wouldn't take much time to solve them all. It was almost time, so Xianxia greeted Hua Qingxi and led Bian Yuqing to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. They didn't return to Spirit Sword Peak, but flew directly to Spirit Jade Peak where Qiu Ran was. It was the first time Bian Yuqing came to Azure Sun Temple, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. Looking around, she secretly compared Azure Sun Temple and found that the environment of Azure Sun Temple seemed to be worse than her own High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She was born in the Southern Territory, and the Blue Feather sect she was in was just a small sect that didn't even have the Emperor realm. Azure Sun Temple, on the other hand, was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. It was much stronger than Blue Feather sect, so she naturally admired Azure Sun Temple. If she was still in the Blue Feather sect, it was impossible for her to be qualified to set foot in Azure Sun Temple, but now that she was the second chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she was qualified to do so. Looking at Azure Sun Temple from a different perspective, she naturally had a different feeling. Staring at the heroic figure in front of her, she secretly rejoiced that she had met a noble person. If she hadn't met Xianxia, how could she have the ability to be promoted to the Emperor realm? She was afraid that she would have been killed outside the Spirit Lake Palace, not to mention now that she had great power. In the entire High Heaven Palace, she was only below Xianxia and Hua Qingxi. She was the second chief of High Heaven Palace. There were guests at Spirit Sword Peak. Qiu Ran woke up from meditation and summoned Xianxia and Bian Yuqing in the hall. After introducing both sides, Bian Yuqing saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Greetings, Deputy Temple Master Qiu. She had also heard of Qiu Ran, the Deputy Temple Master of the Azure Sun Temple. He was a real person above all others. Before she came, she was still a little nervous. She naturally thought a lot when she saw this master, whom she had never met before. But after meeting him in person, she realized that he was nothing more than this. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the same person she was in the past. She lived in the High Heaven Palace all year round, and even the three great monster king were often seen. A mere second-order Emperor Realm Master could no longer give her much pressure. Second Chief Steward. Xiaoran cupped his hands in greeting. Yang Kai said, as for the specifics of the cooperation, Brother Qiu, you can discuss it with Second Chief Steward Bian. I won't accompany you. The main reason he brought Bian Yuqing here was to discuss the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting had mentioned this before. Since it was Gao Shueting who brought it up, he naturally couldn't ignore it, lest that woman got hold of his weakness and kept nagging. Hua Qingxi was currently coordinating the affairs of the Northern Territory. He had no time to spare, so the matter of discussing the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple naturally fell to Bian Yuqing. Xiaoran was startled. Junior brother Yang, don't you need to personally make such a big decision? What he meant was, you sent a second chief steward to discuss with me. Can you really represent me? This involved a lot of interests. It would be awkward if Yang Kai didn't admit it when they reached an agreement. After all, he had seen Yang Kai haggling over every ounce with him. Yang Kai smiled heartily. Brother Qiu, you can rest assured that as long as you reach an agreement, I have no objections. How could Xiaoran know about his recent big movements in the Northern Territory? Although the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple could bring a lot of benefits, Yang Kai didn't care much about it. What's more, he also had a cooperation with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was a business, and it was the main business in the Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple was just a foil. If he wasn't a guest elder of the temple, how could he send such benefits over? Turning around and walking out, he turned back and said, Second Chief Steward, you might as well make some concessions. After all, I am an elder of the temple. Yes. Bian Yuqing responded respectfully. Xiaoran had a gratified expression on his face. Yang Kai said such words in front of him, which undoubtedly made him have a good impression of him. Immediately, Xiaoran and Bian Yuqing began to discuss in detail. Yang Kai went straight to Gao Shueting's Purple Bamboo Peak. When he saw Gao Shueting, he asked about the Southern Territory Martial Gathering and learned that there were still 3 days before they could set off. There was plenty of time, so he went to find Murong Xiaoxiao and Xiao Baiyi to catch up. He had been in a hurry the past few days, so he didn't have time to talk much. Murong Xiaoxiao was fine. She was more enthusiastic and had a good personality. Everyone knew each other since they were in the Dao Source realm and had been promoted to Temple Elder, so they had a good chat. Xiao Baiyi was more annoying. The expression on his face was colder than Ji Yao's, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million. After a few words, he asked him to leave, which made Yang Kai want to beat him up. It was inconvenient for a host to not keep a guest, so Yang Kai left in a huff. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye on Spirit Sword Peak. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly and all things were alive. On top of the Spirit Sword Peak, dozens of figures stood. The leader wearing a purple robe was particularly conspicuous. Yang Kai flew over and stopped in midair. When he saw the man in the purple robe, he was slightly startled and cupped his fists. Greetings, Temple Master. The man in the purple robe was the Temple Master of Temple, Wen Zishan. He had a warm smile on his face and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked quite elegant. When he heard Yang Kai, he smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Yang. It is this subordinate's duty to share the burdens of the temple, Yang Kai said solemnly. It couldn't be helped. In the Northern Territory, he was the temple master of the High Heaven Palace. Here, he was just a guest elder, so he still needed to show the necessary etiquette. Wait a moment, little Shueting hasn't arrived yet. Sigh, women are so troublesome. Even when going out, they are so slow. As soon as these words came out, many people glared at him. Even Murong Xiaoxiao, who had arrived early, pouted. Being scolded like this for no reason naturally put her in a bad mood. Wen Zishan seemed to realize this as well. He reached out and grabbed the stubble on his chin, looked up at the sky, and said with a look of vicissitudes, today's wind is very noisy. Elder Luo, Elder Xiao, Elder Murong. Yang Kai greeted the other 3 people from the Emperor realm one by one. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Luo Chen was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with him, but because this person's personality was relatively cold, he didn't communicate much with the temple elders. Yang Kai only knew of such a person, but had never had much contact with him. The three people also returned the greetings one by one. These are the disciples who are going to participate in this martial meet. Yang Kai looked up at the dozens of people standing neatly behind him. The dozens of disciples cupped their fists in unison, "Greetings, Elder Yang." Among these dozens of people, there were Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. After all, the martial meet in the Southern Territory was divided into several levels. Dao Source Realm cultivators were compared to Dao Source Realm cultivators, Origin King Realm cultivators were compared to Origin King Realm cultivators, and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. The temple naturally had to select the best cultivator from each level to participate in this martial meet. The dozen people in the front row were naturally Dao Source Realm cultivators, followed by Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, finding that many of them were familiar faces. It seemed that they had participated in the Four Seasons Realm trial together, but they didn't communicate much and were only familiar with each other. Back then, they were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, and now they were still Dao Source Realm cultivators. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was not a simple matter, and many people were stuck in the Third Order Dao Source Realm for their entire lives. Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Morong Xiao were able to break through to the Emperor Realm partly because of their good aptitude and perception, and partly because of the benefits they obtained in the Four Seasons Realm and Shattered Star Sea. Looking at them, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly paused on a young man's face, because he really knew this person and knew his name. Shui. Back then, Yang Kai came to the temple with Qin Chaoyang holding the red dust token for the first time, asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons Realm. When the red dust token was issued, the temple could not refuse, so naturally, they gave him a spot. However, the spots to enter the Four Seasons Realm had long been allocated, and since the temple had also given out a spot, there was naturally one less. And the spot that was missing belonged to this guy named Shui. When the news spread, Shui refused to accept it and went to fight with Yang Kai, but the result was that he was naturally not Yang Kai's opponent. Many years ago, if Yang Kai had not seen this person, he would not have remembered it. For eyes met, and Shui's expression was a little awkward, but there was also a kind of viciousness that came from knowing shame. Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source Realm, but now Yang Kai had become an Emperor Realm Master, while he was still struggling in the Dao Source Realm, so it was inevitable that he felt inexplicable. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, realizing that this guy had not been wasting his time all these years. Back then, he was only in the Second Order Dao Source Realm, but now, he was already in the Third Order, and his position was extremely high. Obviously, he was the candidate that the temple had high hopes for. As they reminisced about the past, the two looked away as soon as their eyes met. Shui secretly sighed. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him. Now that their identities were different, if Yang Kai really wanted to embarrass him, he could not resist. At this moment, a stream of light rushed over from Purple Bamboo Peak and stopped in front of everyone in an instant. Wen Zishan's eyes lit up as he said, "Little Xueting, you're dressed so beautifully today. Are you preparing to get married? Congratulations, congratulations. Shut your stinky mouth." Gao Xueting glanced at Wen Zishan coldly, not giving him any face. Wen Zishan said, "Oh, why are you so fierce? Be careful that no one dares to marry you. If you can't get married, you'll become an old maid." Gao Xueting's eyes became colder and colder, and she had the urge to stab him to death with her sword. She coldly snorted, "It's none of your business." She was such a beautiful woman, but she was actually forced to use vulgarities. It could be seen how bad her mood was. The group of disciples lowered their heads and looked at the two with dull expressions, their quarrel going in one ear and out the other. Luochen looked down at the ground, Xiaobai looked up at the sky, and Morong Xiao looked at her fingers, seemingly hesitating whether to cut her fingernails. Yang Kai came over and casually praised, "Junior sister's fingers are very beautiful." Morong Xiao blushed furiously, not knowing where to place her hand. Everyone turned their heads to look at him, and Yang Kai also realized that he had misspoken and his expression twitched. Fortunately, Gao Xueting asked, "Is everyone here?" Xiaobai nodded, "Everyone is here." "Since everyone is here, let's go." After speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward. A group of people followed closely behind. When Zishan was stunned for a moment and touched his chin, it seems. I am the temple master. Along the way, Yang Kai finally learned a side of Wen Zishan that no one knew about. A chatterbox. There was no end to his chatter. Although Yang Kai felt that this guy was a bit unreliable before, he hadn't spent much time with him after all, so he didn't know what his character was like. This time, Yang Kai finally saw it for himself. First, he pestered Gao Shueting, so naturally, he was snubbed. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, only Gao Shueting dared to not give him face. After suffering a setback from Gao Shueting, he slowed down and caught up with Yang Kai and the others, talking about the past and present with great enthusiasm. Luo Chen and Xiao Baiyi were both relatively indifferent people, so they didn't speak much. Out of respect for the temple master, they replied a few words before closing their eyes, looking like they were conserving their energy. With this, Yang Kai and Morong Xiaoxiao were in for a bad time. Fortunately, Wen Zishan didn't pester the two for too long. After half a day, they fell behind the crowd again and joined a group of Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters. Morong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The group of disciples behind them gave them face. The key was that Wen Zishan, a temple master, didn't put on airs, so how could they not cooperate? Especially the few disciples who were patted on the shoulder by Wen Zishan and praised as the future pillars of the temple will depend on you in the future. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves and wanted to take out their hearts for Wen Zishan to see, to let him know that their loyalty to the temple could be witnessed by heaven and earth and the sun and moon. Yang Kai glanced back from time to time with a wonderful expression on his face. He knew that he was a bit unreliable as the High Heaven Palace temple master, but compared to Wen Zishan, he was simply a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Flying all the way, they passed by several cities and passed through space arrays. In the evening, the crowd arrived at the location of Orthodoxy Temple. Towering mountains rose and fell like a giant dragon lying on the ground. The scenery was beautiful and varied. Orthodoxy Temple was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so naturally, it occupied a paradise. The environment here was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the slightest, adding to the beautiful scenery. Looking from afar, clouds and mist rose from the mountains, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the world a golden yellow. In front of the gates of the Orthodoxy Palace, there were many people moving about. It was very lively. It was obvious that the date of the martial gathering was approaching. Many people had rushed over. After all, the martial gathering was a grand occasion for the entire Southern Territory. Not to mention the bountiful rewards that made people envious. If one could perform well in the martial gathering, they would definitely be able to receive the care of their elders in the future. There were also many lowly cultivator who wanted to fight for a future in the martial gathering. This was not without precedent. Although those cultivator of low birth could not participate in the group competition, as long as they performed outstandingly in the individual competition, most of them would be able to join the major sections. For those large sects, what they were fighting for was the ranking and face. The generous rewards were secondary. However, for some small sects or families, those rewards were really enviable. Not to mention, there was a chance to make a great leap. Who would be willing to miss it? Therefore, every martial gathering in the Southern Territory was extremely lively, and there were countless participants. Tomorrow was the opening day of the martial gathering, and Azure Sun Temple had come at the right time. As one of the top sects, they naturally had to put on airs. Although Wen Zishan was not very reliable, he still knew the importance of this kind of thing. Today, the sect-defending array of Orthodoxy Palace was not activated, but there were many people outside welcoming guests. As soon as the group from Azure Sun Temple landed, an elderly man dressed in black immediately greeted them. Beside him was a young man with a refined temperament. Both of them were the Emperor Realm cultivators. The elderly man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the young man was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Temple Master Wen's visit brings light to Orthodoxy Palace's humble dwelling. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you, the elderly man greeted with a smile and cupped his fists. Wen Zishan also put on the air of a temple master, as if the chatterbox on the way here was not him at all. He smiled lightly and said, "Elder Feng is too polite." Is Elder Feng the one welcoming guests this time? The elderly man was none other than Elder Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai had seen him more than once, so he was not unfamiliar with him. He had also cooperated with Gao Shueting many times. Back in the Four Seasons realm, when the demonic Qi invaded Maplewood City, and when the demonic spirit was revived in the southern swamp, he had appeared. However, the two were not of the same generation, so they did not have much interaction. Yang Kai, however, had dealt with the young man behind him. The young man obviously also noticed Yang Kai. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you're here too." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Brother Zhuang." This young man was the rising star of Orthodoxy Palace, Zhuang Bufan. He had appeared in the Four Seasons realm and Shattered Star Sea. He was from the same generation as Yang Kai, Xiao Bai, and Morong Xiao Xiao, so naturally, they were not unfamiliar with each other. Now that they were gathered together, it was natural for them to have a chat. With this, no one paid attention to Luo Chen, but he was naturally indifferent, so he did not feel awkward and just stood there without saying a word. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a swishing sound coming from afar. Everyone looked back and saw a huge sword rapidly approaching from the horizon. The terrifying sword Qi it exuded seemed to be able to hurt people from a distance, so no one dared to underestimate it. Feng Ming smiled slightly and said, "Holy Master Ma is here." When Zishan curled his lips in disdain, he really knows how to pick the right time. He seemed to feel that he had suffered a loss by coming early. Star Soul Palace had sent people to observe the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so when Zishan had personally led a team to give face. As a top force in the Southern Territory, Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally would not be ignorant, so Holy Master Ma Qing had personally led a team here. They were all old acquaintances, so when Zishan knew that Ma Qing had come as soon as he saw the sword light. Sure enough, the sword light suddenly approached, and when the light dissipated, a group of dozens of people appeared. The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was thin, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. His figure was tall and straight, and his whole person gave off an unstoppable feeling. "This is Ma Qing?" Yang Kai could not help but look at him curiously. It was also the first time he had seen the Holy Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so he did not expect it to be an old man. Compared to him, Wen Zishan was much more pleasing to the eye. Feng Ming took the initiative to greet them and exchanged pleasantries. Ma Qing and the others cupped their fists in return. This time, the people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land were similar to those from Azure Sun Temple, led by 4 or 5 elders from the Emperor realm. There were dozens of disciples of all levels in total, and they were obviously the best of the best. "Brother Wen," Ma Qing put one hand behind his back and stroked the beard on his chin with the other, nodding lightly to Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan was a little tired. Brother Ma is very punctual. He seemed to be mocking him for coming on time. Ma Qing's expression was still indifferent. "My disciples are not very easy to worry about, so I took some time on the way." When Zishan smiled, "If they know they are not easy to worry about, they should have set off earlier. It is not good to keep Brother Lei waiting. Brother Wen seems to have just arrived, right?" Pfft. When Zishan curled his lips, "I have been here for half a day, but I have only been talking to Elder Feng until now." The two seemed to have some grudges, and they were not at each other's throats as soon as they met. Not only were the two temple masters and holy masters like this, but even their disciples were the same. Dozens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were glaring at Heavenly Martial Holy Land's disciples, and naturally, the other side was not willing to be outdone and glared back, as if they were water and fire. Yang Kai was amazed. Although he was the guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, to be honest, he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple, and he didn't know what kind of enmity they had with Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The moment the disciples met, they were silently confronting each other. The two temple masters and holy masters above were not easy to worry about, but the disciples below were not soft persimmons, and the same was true for the elders in the middle. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Morong Xiao Xiao and the others' eyes meeting with the 4 from the Emperor realm of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the air. What the hell? Yang Kai was confused. Among the 4 elders of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, a young man walked out. The young man was arrogant and unruly, and his eyes were cold and sharp, like a fierce beast hibernating in his body, ready to burst out at any time. This young man's eyes were also very strange, one blue and the other red, looking very strange. Wu Chang. Just like his name. Each of the top sects in the Southern Territory had a rising star in each generation. The rising star of Azure Sun Temple was Xiaxing, the rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land was Xuan Bufan, and the rising star of Orthodoxy Temple was Wu Chang. Yang Kai had dealt with him in the Four Seasons realm and knew that this guy was difficult to deal with. He seemed to have a special physique, and his individual combat strength was extremely strong. In the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory, Xiaxing was defeated by him and was ranked second in the individual battle. Although he regained some face in the group battle, when it came to the number one youth in the Southern Territory, the first person that came to everyone's mind was Wu Chang, not Xiaxing. Of course, Lan Sun from Star Soul Palace was also very good, but Star Soul Palace would not send disciples to participate in the martial gathering, so there was no ranking. Yang Kai secretly wondered if the two sects were fighting like this because of the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory. In the individual battle, Xiaxing was suppressed by others, and the Azure Sun Temple was quite unconvinced. In the group battle, the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was suppressed by the Azure Sun Temple, and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was definitely not comfortable. Wu Chang's two different colored eyes glanced at everyone, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Xiaxing didn't come?" He seemed to be a little disappointed. Yang Kai said, "Brother Xiao was guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave." "Coward." Wu Chang coldly snorted. Xiao Baiyi's drooping eyes suddenly raised, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword as he glared at Wu Chang. Morong Xiao also looked at Wu Chang angrily. As soon as they met, Wu Chang scolded someone, and the person he scolded was Xiaxing, the leader of Azure Sun Temple. Who in Azure Sun Temple could swallow this insult? Feng Ming glanced over, intentionally or unintentionally, but he had no intention of stopping them. He was still talking and laughing with Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan also pretended not to hear. It was not appropriate for him, the temple master, to intervene in the confrontation between the people below. The same was true for Ma Qing. Although the three top sects in the Southern Territory often cooperated, the competition was also fierce. Everyone wanted to suppress the others, but with Star Soul Palace sitting at the top, no one dared to fall out, so it was not a big deal to let the people below make a scene. "Why are you scolding me?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wu Chang sneered, "He doesn't even dare to see me, isn't that cowardly?" Morong Xiao said angrily, "Brother Xia is busy, it's not that he doesn't dare to see you." Wu Chang clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Everyone has excuses, he's just afraid of being embarrassed by this king again, right?" "That's not it." Morong Xiao still wanted to argue, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and said flatly, "I have also heard about what happened at the last martial gathering. A moment of pride is nothing, but before I came, Brother Xia said that junior brother Wu Chang is a very enthusiastic person, so I must accompany you." He hadn't even seen Xiaxing recently, so it was impossible for him to give such an explanation. However, he was now representing Azure Sun Temple, so how could he allow himself to be slapped in the face? Naturally, he had to refute and stabilize his momentum first. "You?" Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and nodded slightly. "You have some qualifications, I hope you won't disappoint me too much." "Maybe it'll be a surprise." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, "This son of a bitch, don't fall into my hands, or I'll teach you a lesson." "Shameless boasting." Wu Chang sneered. Chen Wenhao turned his head and shouted, "Wu Chang, shut up, this is Orthodoxy Temple, don't be presumptuous." Gao Shueting also said, "Stop talking." Wu Chang's face was filled with resentment, but he knew he couldn't refute his elder's face in front of outsiders, so he simply waved his hand and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai and the others naturally didn't bother to continue arguing, so the disturbance disappeared. After all, everyone knew that in this situation, no one could fight. Arguing would only make them look like fools. When Zishan chuckled, "Young people are really full of youthful vigor, not bad, not bad." Feng Ming was non-committal as he cupped his fists and said, "Most of the southern mountain ranges' fellow Taoists have arrived. The hall master is currently accompanying them. This way please." He then turned to Zhuang Bufan and said, "Little Fan, lead the two seniors to the guest hall." "Yes," Zhuang Bufan responded and stretched out his hand. "Everyone, please." Feng Ming said, "Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma, please forgive me. I have duties to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to accompany you." "Elder Feng is too polite, let's chat later." Wen Zishan smiled slightly and followed behind Zhuang Bufan towards the top of the mountain. Ma Qing also nodded at him. He led the group of people from the heavenly martial Holy Land and followed closely behind. This time, there was no competition. As the group of people walked further and further away, Feng Ming suddenly looked back and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He frowned slightly. When there was no one around, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. No one knew who he was sending a message to. When the group was halfway there, they came to a fork in the road. On both sides, there were disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace waiting. When they saw people, they bowed and extended their hands in invitation. Zhuang Bufan turned his head and said, "Seniors, please make arrangements for the disciples participating in the martial meet." This group of people was going to rest at the top of the mountain, and only those from the Emperor realm were qualified to do so. The disciples behind them naturally couldn't follow. Everyone was well aware of this. Wen Zishan turned his head and gestured to Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting immediately arranged for a group of disciples from Azure Sun Temple to follow an attendant to the right path. Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally chose the left path. The disciples of the two forces didn't get along very well. If they were really arranged to stay together, it was likely that a fight would break out before the martial meet began tomorrow. One must know that at this time, there were no elders from the Emperor realm to suppress them. The remaining group of people followed Wu Chang up the stairs again. The people from the two forces were divided into two groups. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the mountain. A magnificent palace with an extraordinary aura came into view. There were already attendants waiting outside the palace. Zhuang Bufan led a group of people into the palace. When they entered, a burst of noise came, causing Yang Kai, Morong Xiao, and the others to look at each other. They didn't expect it to be so lively. Looking around, they were a little surprised. There were no less than 500 to 600 people gathered in the palace, most of whom were masters from the Emperor realm. Attendants shuttled back and forth, and the palace was filled with tables with fruits and delicacies, as well as fine wine. The palace was full of guests, and it was very lively. From time to time, there would be people shuttling back and forth, raising their cups and inviting people to drink. In the middle of the palace, a group of more than 40 young girls were dancing. Their clothes were not revealing, and each of them was full of youthfulness. Their faces were also beautiful, and their waists were graceful. As they danced, some people smiled and looked at them. Although these dancers had been arranged by the Orthodoxy Hall to liven things up, the Orthodoxy Hall's status was still there, so they wouldn't spend too much effort in this aspect. If they were dressed too skimpily, others would inevitably look down on them, so the current arrangement made the Orthodoxy Hall look even more imposing. However, most people's attention was not on them. This was the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, and the sect masters and patriarchs of various sects were gathered here. This was the time to build relationships, so who would have the time to pay attention to them? It was not easy for people from the Emperor realm to gather together, and the martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a good platform for this gathering. As soon as Wen Zishan and Ma Qing led a group of people in, someone put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up to salute, "Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma." As soon as the voice came out, the noisy hall quieted down. Everyone turned their heads and greeted him. Wen Zishan had a smile on his face as he bowed to everyone. Under Zhuang Bufan's lead, he walked all the way to the front. Ma Qing, on the other hand, was looking straight ahead with a cold expression. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was like this. It was not that he did not give face to others. At the head of the table, a burly man in black clothes looked over with a smile. He turned his head and said to a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance sitting on his right, "I told you, those two would definitely arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Look, aren't they here now?" The scholarly man smiled and said, "Brother Lei is truly a genius. Besides Orthodoxy Temple's temple master Lei Gu, no one else had the qualifications to sit at the head of the table here. This scholarly man was obviously a sect master from one of the Southern Territories' sects. He was a second order Emperor Realm Master and his seat was very close to the front. Brother Lei. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing stepped forward and cupped their fists. Lei Gu stood up and said, "The two of you must be tired from the long journey. Please take a seat first." Although there were many tables in the hall and many people were seated, the 4 tables at the front were empty and no one dared to occupy them. These 4 tables were obviously reserved for people from Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing separated to the left and right, each leading their respective elders to sit on the left and right. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing naturally each occupied a table, while the few elders they brought along squeezed together in one corner. Azure Sun Temple's side had one more person than Heavenly Martial Holy Land's side, so one table was full. Immediately, a maid came forward to pour wine for everyone. Lei Gu slowly stood up, raised his cup high, and said in a clear voice, "This is the Southern Territories martial gathering, a grand event. I am indebted to the Southern Territories fellow Taoists for holding this martial gathering in my Orthodoxy Temple. This Lei and my Orthodoxy Temple will do our best to create a fair competition for everyone in the Southern Territory. We will not show any favoritism. Here, I wish all of your sect's disciples victory and prosperity in the martial Tao, passing down the torch of our Southern Territory. This little wine is not enough to show my respect, please drink to your heart's content." "Thank you, Temple Master Lei." In the hall, everyone responded in unison, raised their cups, and drank together. The scene was lively. A toast was Lei Gu's etiquette as the host, followed by everyone's free time. Tomorrow was the day of the martial gathering, and at that time it would not be so harmonious. Casualties and losses among the disciples were inevitable. Many people from Azure Sun Temple's table came to toast, but most of them came because of Gao Shueting's face. Luochen did not have many connections, so he did not have this privilege. Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, and Morong Xiaoxiao purely came to broaden their horizons and did not know many people from the Emperor realm, so naturally, no one paid attention to them. Yang Kai took the time to ask Morong Xiaoxiao about it and understood why the relationship with Heavenly Martial Holy Land was a bit stiff. Things were as he expected. It was indeed because of the previous martial gathering. In the individual and group battles, both sides fought for first and second place, so naturally, there was some competition. Half an hour later, Lei Gu, Wen Zishan, and Ma Qing left early. The 3 of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's martial gathering. Although Orthodoxy Temple was in charge of the roster and the layout of the venue, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing still had to check it out. After the 3 of them left, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became livelier. It was obvious that the 3 of them gave off some pressure. Yang Kai drank and ate while looking around, looking a little bored. To be honest, he was a little interested in the martial gathering at first, but after coming here, he found that it was just so. If this matter had not been brought to him, he would have wanted to go home now. Although there wouldn't be any major problems with the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, the dust hadn't settled yet, so he couldn't be at ease if he didn't personally oversee it. The main reason was that his cultivation was high now. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the competition between Tao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't arouse his interest. He had already killed a lot of people from the Emperor Realm, so how could he be in the mood to watch these small fights? However, since Azure Sun Temple had given him the nod, he could only accompany them. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Gao Shueting, Senior Sister Gao. What did that guy Wu Chang mean when he said that Brother Xiao was afraid of losing to him again? Is this martial gathering going to have a competition between people from the Emperor Realm? Gao Shueting said, "There won't be a martial gathering, but there will be after the martial gathering. Participation is voluntary, and there are no rewards. It's purely an exchange." Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind. If Wu Chang provoked him again, he would definitely teach him a lesson. No matter what kind of special constitution he had, he couldn't be stronger than a third-order Emperor Realm Master, right? Yang Kai thought that with his current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to face a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he used all his cards, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have to stand aside. He just didn't know if Wu Chang would give him this opportunity. Raising his cup to his lips, Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw Wu Chang looking in his direction. His blue and red eyes were extremely strange. Yang Kai sneered and showed a look of disdain, which almost made Wu Chang's nose crooked. Late at night, the banquet was over. The people from Azure Sun Temple were led by a maid to their lodging. It didn't take long for them to reach a mountain peak that was full of world energy. The scenery was beautiful, and the soft moonlight poured down on the earth, illuminating the surroundings. There was a brightly lit palace on the peak. It was where the people from Azure Sun Temple were staying. The disciples had also come here to rest. The maid led everyone here and left respectfully. Someone else led them to the guest room. Not long after, everything was arranged. After a little tidying up, Yang Kai's heart moved. He took out a communication artifact and checked it. He frowned, opened the door, and walked out. He turned a corner, came to another room, and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," Gao Shueting's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. He saw Wen Zishan, Luo Chen, Xiao Baiyi, and Morong Xiaoxiao in the room. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Wen Zishan shook a jade slip in his hand. "I have something to do." Saying so, he flicked the jade slip over. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He closed the door and scanned it with his divine sense. He was surprised. "What is this?" Inside the jade slip was a list of names, each name corresponding to a number, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He saw his own name on the list, and it appeared more than once. Dao Shueting explained, "We led the team here not only to urge the disciples to work hard, but also to act as judges." Judges? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes. Dao Shueting explained, "The martial gathering is divided into 3 levels, Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm. Let's not talk about the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm for now. The fights between Dao Source Realm disciples can't be underestimated. They need the Emperor Realm to be the judge. First, to ensure the fairness of the competition, and second, to ensure that no one dies during the competition." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai understood a little. Although the martial gathering was in the nature of a competition, if they really fought, the situation would change in an instant. It was very likely that there would be some unnecessary casualties, and if they wanted to avoid this, they would naturally need a stronger cultivator to stand guard. A competition between Dao Source Realm cultivators could only be stopped or rescued by the Emperor Realm. Otherwise, if 100 or 80 people died in a martial assembly, no one would look good. After knowing this, Yang Kai carefully looked at the jade slip and said, "In other words, I need to be in charge of combat ring number 8 for a total of 5 days? Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Yes, the martial gathering will last for a month. In the individual battles, junior brother Yang, you'll be in charge of arena number 8. Remember the time, and the others will take turns to guard the arena." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he remembered. This time, there were so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so even if the martial gathering lasted for a month, he only needed to watch for 5 days. Naturally, the rest would be taken turns. He couldn't be the only one watching for 30 days. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "Wouldn't this give some people a chance to cheat? If one of their own sect's disciples went up, it would be inevitable that they would take care of him." Wen Zishan chuckled, "They're all people who care about face. Even if there's an opportunity, no one will do it too obviously. They will try to ensure fairness. Besides, other than you referees in charge of each arena, there will be others who will be watching the various arenas. It won't be easy to cheat." Gao Shueting said, "In any case, just remember one thing. Don't let anyone die. As for other situations, you'll have to take care of yourself." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll do my best." He didn't take it too seriously. Although it was the first time in his life that he was a referee, with his current strength, protecting 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators in a battle without risking his life was not a problem. In addition to Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, Morong Xiaoxiao, and the others also had this task. Everyone would be referees for about 5 days. Wen Zishan gave a few more instructions before the crowd dispersed. Dao Shueting took out her communication artifact and called the participating disciples over. giving them another round of instructions. At the same time, on another spirit peak, in a secret room, a burly man was sitting on the ground. Black chi was wrapped around his body, filling the entire secret room. It kept turning and swimming around like a spirit snake, looking extremely terrifying. There was a knock on the door, and the burly man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black, without the slightest trace of whiteness. A timid person would probably be scared half to death if they saw this. Just as he opened his eyes, the black chi wandering in the secret room seemed to be summoned and retracted into his body. His black eyes gradually returned to their original color, and the black chi disappeared, making him look no different from an ordinary person. "Come in." A majestic voice sounded. The door was opened, and an elderly man stepped in. The burly man looked up at him. "Why is that guy here?" The elderly man frowned and said, "I'm also surprised. I haven't heard any news about him for more than 10 years. It is said that he has long left the Southern Territory. I don't know why he would appear at this time." The burly man said, "What the hell is Wen Zishan doing? It can't be that he specifically called him here because of the martial meeting, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence?" The burly man coldly snorted, "Whether it's a coincidence or not, this person can't be left alive. He's a hindrance to our grand plan." The elderly man raised his brow. "Master, you mean prevention is better than cure? Find a way to get rid of him." The elderly man was silent for a moment, then frowned and said, "This person is not easy to get rid of. If it's easy to get rid of him, then why did I call you here? The martial meeting is scheduled for a month. Think of a safe way to get rid of him within a month. Be sure to leave no traces behind." "Yes." The elderly man cupped his hands. Seeing that there were no more orders, he retreated. He came to the door of the secret room and sighed. If it was just an ordinary person from the Emperor realm, then it would be fine. They could find more people to get rid of him, but this person was somewhat unusual. He controlled the law of space. Even if he couldn't beat him, his ability to escape was first class. Once he escaped, the news would be leaked, and they would fail. This was difficult. After thinking for a long time, the elderly man finally made up his mind. It seemed that he could only find someone from that side to make a move. Only someone from that side could get close to him without him noticing and give him a fatal blow. After making up his mind, he hurriedly left. The sky was clear and blue for thousands of miles. In the huge basin surrounded by mountains on all sides, flags were fluttering and heads were moving. This was the place where the martial meeting was held in the Southern Territory. In the entire Southern Territory, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators gathered at the Orthodoxy Palace. Other than this basin, there was no other place that could accommodate so many people to compete together. In the basin, there were hundreds of arenas scattered like chess pieces. They were all meticulously built and protected by arrays. It was enough to allow hundreds of cultivator pairs to fight on the arenas together. Halfway up the mountain to the east, there was a row of newly built huts with tables set up. Sitting here, one could have a panoramic view of the mountain valley. The Emperor Realm Masters of the Southern Territory's great sects came here in twos and threes, and after some polite greetings, they sat down one after another. The people from the three great sects naturally sat at the top. On the first day of the martial meeting, whether they were willing or not, the leaders of the three great powers all showed up. Because there were even more important people on the stage, they couldn't afford to be careless. In the valley, tens of thousands of cultivator pairs who were about to participate in the martial meeting held their breaths. The tense atmosphere spread. Many people looked up at the mountainside with reverence, secretly fantasizing about when they would be able to sit there. And this martial meeting was definitely the best platform for carps to leap over the Dragon Gate. As long as they could perform outstandingly in the martial meeting, those with good backgrounds would receive more resources to nurture, and those with poor backgrounds might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. In the stands, the people from the Emperor realm couldn't understand this feeling, so they continued to chat and laugh. Suddenly, a streak of light came from afar and landed on the stands. "They're here." Legu smiled slightly and stood up first. Everyone else also quickly stood up. Originally, there were people who were secretly surprised at who dared to fly so arrogantly in the Orthodoxy Palace, But after seeing Lei Gu's expression, they could guess a thing or two. How could they dare to be careless? The light landed in front of the crowd, revealing several figures. The one in the lead had a dignified appearance and a vigorous aura. Surprisingly, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. The people behind him, regardless of their cultivation, were all dignified and had extraordinary temperaments. The people from Star Soul Palace had arrived, and it was Xiaoyang. "Greetings, Brother Xiao," Lei Gu and the others cupped their fists. Xiaoyang smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "No need to be so polite, this Xiao has arrived late." Every martial meeting in the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace would appear. After all, it was a matter of the entire Southern Territory. As the guardian god of the Southern Territory and the Overlord sect, Star Soul Palace naturally had to participate, but they didn't send their disciples to participate. Instead, they were here to supervise. Not late, the timing is just right." Lei Gu chuckled. Although their cultivations were about the same, Xiaoyang was here on behalf of Star Soul Palace, so how could he not give face? After inviting Xiaoyang to take a seat and casually exchanging a few words, Xiaoyang said, "It's about time, let's begin." Lei Gu nodded and winked at Feng Ming. Feng Ming stepped forward, took out a scroll, spread it out with both hands, and read aloud, "Today, tens of thousands of young talents from the Southern Territory have gathered here for the martial meeting. Orthodoxy Temple is honored. With Star Soul Palace taking the lead, we have drawn up a few rules. We hope all participants will abide by them. If anyone violates them, they will be severely punished." His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of his Emperor Qi, it spread throughout the mountain valley, allowing tens of thousands of people to listen attentively. There weren't many rules, and if there were too many restrictions, it wouldn't be interesting, but there were still some restrictions. For example, if someone had already admitted defeat, they couldn't be ruthless. Another example was that no spirit pills could be taken during the competition, especially those that could stimulate one's potential and increase one's cultivation. Once discovered, not only would the person involved be punished, the sect behind them would also suffer. Every martial meeting had these rules. Before coming, the elders of their respective sects would repeatedly remind them of these rules, so the tens of thousands of people naturally knew them by heart, but they still had to follow the necessary procedures. For a time, only Feng Ming's voice echoed throughout the mountain valley. After the rules were read out, it was time to read out the rewards. This was the highlight of the competition. Everyone had come here to compete for these benefits, so the tens of thousands of people in the mountain valley immediately raised their heads in anticipation. The rewards for every martial gathering were extremely generous, and if the rewards weren't good enough, it wouldn't attract people to risk their lives. Under normal circumstances, the rewards were pooled together by the three great sects. Star Soul Palace would also contribute half of the rewards, which included pills, secret techniques, and so on. What made the tens of thousands of participating cultivators even more excited was that not only would the first place in the individual and group battles receive generous rewards, they would also be able to enter the secret lands of the three great sects to cultivate for a month. Each of the three great sects of the Southern Territory had their own unique foundation. Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror World, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Martial Intent Palace, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds all had their own benefits. The Divine Ascension Mirror World was a place to cultivate one's soul, Martial Intent Palace was a secret land to comprehend various concepts, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds were an excellent place to temper one's physical body. The secret lands of the three great sects contained a cultivator's essence, qi, and soul. If one could pass through one of these three places, their future would be limitless. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a reward? Resources were all external forces, and one's own strength was the foundation. Not only would the first place receive these rewards, but they would also be able to choose any sect to join and be directly nurtured as a core disciple. When this reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley all breathed rapidly, unable to contain their excitement. But then again, in the past martial gatherings, the first place winners were always from the three great sects, and they were all core disciples. Thus, although this reward was very attractive to 90% of the participants, it was just icing on the cake for the disciples of the three great sects. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The reason why this reward was given out was to show the other cultivator apart from the three great sects, to attract them to use their full strength and strive for the best ranking. Over the years of the martial gatherings, there had been people who had done this, and it wasn't just once. Originally unknown cultivators had stood out in the martial gatherings, been accepted by the three great sects, and finally achieved extraordinary results. The second place winner's reward was slightly less attractive. They could only choose a sect to join as a core disciple, so the reward for the 3 secret lands were reduced to 2. The third place winner could choose a sect to join, and the reward for the secret lands. Below that, there were only resource rewards. There were no opportunities to join a sect or cultivate in the secret lands. When such a reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley naturally rubbed their palms together. They secretly made up their minds that they had to perform well this time. Perhaps they would really be able to leap over the dragon gate. Fong. Fong. The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the entire valley, deafening everyone's ears. Halfway up the mountain, silhouettes appeared one after another, each with a different color flowing light on their bodies. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky, one after another. They landed on the chest-like high platform in the valley. Kai Yang was also among them. As the referee, he naturally had to take the stage first. This was the first time in Yang Kai's life that he was acting as a judge, but with his knowledge and experience, he was able to remain calm. Standing on the 8th arena, Yang Kai held a jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a series of numbers, each number representing a cultivator. The order of appearance and their respective opponents had already been arranged, so all Yang Kai needed to do was call out the numbers of both sides and wait to see what would happen. Raising his eyes and looking around, he said in a clear voice, "The first match, number 308 against number 1561. As soon as his voice fell, a petite figure flew out from under the stage and landed firmly on it. Bowing to Yang Kai, she said in a crisp voice, "Greetings, Senior." Yang Kai sniffed. He wondered if he was older than the other party, but with his strength, there weren't many people in the star boundary who could stand on equal footing with him or call themselves his senior. The newcomer nodded and smiled before taking a closer look. The one on the stage was a petite woman with 2 delicate ponytails tied behind her head. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a decent dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. She didn't look too old and still had some youthful aura. Her cultivation was also quite good, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai wondered which sect she came from. While he was still sizing her up, another person jumped onto the stage. It was a handsome man dressed in black robes that fluttered in the wind. His aura was imposing, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. He was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Kai Yang glanced at him, secretly thinking that this number 301 was in trouble. Not everyone was like him, able to fight above their own realm, beheading opponents who were stronger than them as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The difference in cultivation between 2 realms was often a huge disparity in strength. If that wasn't the case, what was the point of cultivating so hard? Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be generalized. In a life-or-death battle, one's own mentality, grasp of the situation, and the ability to adapt to changes were all key to victory or defeat. There were many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Seeing her opponent come on stage, number 301 cupped her fists and politely said, "Rakshasa Sect's Jade Chalice." No matter how they fought later, she still had to show proper etiquette. The referee was watching from the side. The man in black robes didn't think so. He just raised his hand and pointed at the Rakshasa Sect's Jade Chalice, saying expressionlessly, "Get down, you're not my opponent." His tone wasn't arrogant, as if he was stating a fact. He was indeed qualified to say so. After all, his cultivation was one minor realm higher than his opponent's. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Jade Chalice's face. Biting her lower red lips, she said, "We haven't fought yet, how do you know I'm not your opponent?" The man in black robes said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jade Chalice was furious, but she suddenly took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart. Turning her head to look at the calm Yang Kai, she asked, "Senior, can we begin?" Since she had come here, how could she be scared off by a few words? However, the other party's condescending attitude really made her angry. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have taken the initiative to attack instead of asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his stomach, looking calm and composed. He nodded and said, yes. In fact, the two of them could have started as soon as they entered the ring, but Jade Chalice's scholarly appearance won her some favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes suddenly rushed towards Jade Chalice like a whirlwind, a large saber as tall as a grown man appearing in his hand out of thin air. The saber flashed with electric light as he rushed in front of Jade Chalice and chopped down without the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at his posture, it was as if he would only stop after cutting Jade Chalice in half. Jade Chakram was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. There was no warning at all. In a hurry, she flicked her wrist and lashed out with a soft whip, turning it into a series of afterimages to protect her vital points. A series of clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. The two people in the ring, one in front and one behind, rapidly dashed forward, face to face. The man in black robes closed in step by step, the large saber in his hand giving off an extraordinary aura. His attacks were bold and fierce, as if he didn't care about defending at all, suppressing Jade Chalice until she was a little breathless. His cultivation was one level higher than Jade Chalice's, and since he had taken the initiative, he naturally had the upper hand. However, Jade Chalice was obviously not bad. That soft whip in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and even though she had lost the initiative, she was able to block hundreds of fierce attacks from her opponent in an instant. Although she was a little out of breath from the pressure, she was not so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. This scene made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows slightly and watch seriously. He couldn't help but take it seriously. He was the referee of the 8th ring, and had to do his best to ensure that no one died. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he had to stop it. This was the first day of the martial meet, and he didn't want anything to go wrong in the first match. To be honest, from a personal point of view, he was biased towards Jade Chalice. This had nothing to do with gender, but mainly because Jade Chalice was very polite to him. On the other hand, the black-robed man's arrogant look made him feel uncomfortable. I am the referee of the 8th ring, and you don't even call me senior. What do you mean by not even looking at me when you come up? But the referee couldn't side with anyone, and could only wait and see. At the same time, he sighed slightly in his heart, thinking that Jade Chalice was doomed. Her cultivation was not as good as the others, and she had lost the initiative. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be decided very soon. On the ring, the two people flew quickly, one in front and one behind. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to the edge of the ring. Jade Chalice was forced to retreat, so she couldn't pay attention to the situation under her feet. When she realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Once she fell out of the ring's range, she would lose. This sudden change made Jade Chalice panic, and she cried out in alarm. Her body suddenly leaned back, and her center of gravity was unstable. The black-robed man who was chasing after her had already expected this. After all, the angle of vision was different, and he could see clearly what Jade Chalice couldn't see. Seeing this, he sneered, "Get lost." As he spoke, he slashed at Jade Chalice. Yang Kai almost couldn't help but make a move. But in this instant, Jade Chalice's body bent to an unbelievable angle, one foot hooked on the edge of the ring, and her bent body just happened to dodge the black-robed man's slash. Then, with a shake of the soft whip, she wrapped it around the broadsword, and with a twist, she floated behind the black-robed man. The two people's positions were switched in an instant. Many of the cultivator watching below the ring were stunned, and a group of cheers rose and fell. Obviously, it was Jade Chalice's fellow disciples who were cheering. Yang Kai was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Jade Chalice to find a way out of a hopeless situation. He saw clearly that this wasn't Jade Chalice's plan, and her reaction after missing the step and the panicked expression on her face weren't fake. She was able to escape the danger of falling out of the ring all because of her own adaptability. Yu Chao, who had escaped from the crisis, did not stop and flicked the whip in her hand, causing it to shoot out like a snake from its lair towards the back of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's saber missed its target, but his figure had already noticed that something was wrong, so he quickly turned around and slashed out with his saber. Asterisk Guang, asterisk with a loud bang, the black-robed man's figure swayed for a moment before he recovered. On the other hand, Yu Chao was sent flying by a huge recoil, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air before she staggered to the ground. Yang Kai secretly lamented. If Jade Chakram also had the same cultivation as her opponent, that blow just now would have been enough to clinch victory. However, because of the difference in cultivation and Jade Chakram's hasty attack, she was unable to grasp the opportunity and was instead injured by her opponent. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them had already walked around the checkpoint where they had failed. It was truly a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his spirits. He hadn't expected to encounter two such people on the first day of the competition. He could see that whether it was Yu Chakram or the black-robed man, both of them were extremely strong in the Tao Source realm. Even if they were placed in the top 3 forces, they would be highly valued figures. Yang Kai really didn't know how they cultivated to have such a heritage. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated all the sects in the world. A sect that could survive for less than 10 million years must have its own reasons for existing. It was not only the top sects that could produce outstanding talents. In a trance, Yang Kai remembered Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The 4 Seasons Realm trial had brought fame to 2 people. One was himself, who had refined a heaven-defying extraordinary treasure pill with his Tao Source Realm cultivation, and the other was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The octagonal door was a small sect in the Southern Territory, inferior to Blue Feather sect in the past, but Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door, was not even afraid of Wu Chang and was able to fight him head-on without suffering much of a disadvantage, which was a testament to his strength. Thinking of Luo Yuan, Yang Kai had seen a guy who looked somewhat similar to Luo Yuan yesterday, but because he had been too far away, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to him, so he wasn't sure if it was him. Maybe it really was that guy. The octagonal door was from the Southern Territory after all, so there was no reason for them not to participate in the martial gathering. Just as he was lost in thought, Jade Chakram and the black-cloaked man began to exchange blows again. On the stage, the 2 men's silhouettes intertwined non-stop, a blade and a whip clashing against each other, producing clanking sounds. One of them had a ferocious aura, and the other was agile. They were actually fighting back and forth, and it was not a one-sided situation. The situation here also attracted the attention of many cultivators. In a short while, the surroundings of the 8th arena were actually filled with people. All of them looked at the stage with a serious expression, secretly wondering how they would win if they encountered these 2 opponents. Yang Kai was also excited to see this. If it wasn't for the fact that the High Heaven Palace didn't need to open their doors to accept disciples, he would probably have asked Hua Qingxi to hold such an exciting competition. Although this kind of competition was a little complicated, it was indeed the best way to select outstanding talents. However, he couldn't guarantee their character. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the black-clothed man's expression became more and more ruthless. After all, in his opinion, his opponent's cultivation was slightly lower, so he should be able to easily deal with her. However, the fact was that the woman who was jumping up and down was actually the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and his attacks became more and more fierce. Although Jade Chakram relied on her own quick reactions and agile movements to constantly contend with him, after all, the difference in cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. It was already very difficult for her to fight until now, and it was almost impossible for her to win. Her 2 ponytails were a little messy, and many places were broken in half, which was caused by the opponent's astral island. She looked quite miserable, gasping for breath, her chest rising up and down, and her face was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that her hand holding the whip was trembling constantly as she continued to exchange blows with her opponent's broadsword. The violent force transmitted from the whip was not something she could withstand for a long time. The black-cloaked man obviously knew that using his advantage to attack was a disadvantage, so he didn't give Jade Chakram any time to breathe, forcing her to fight him head-on. Finally, when the saber came into contact with the soft whip, a soft cracking sound rang out. The soft whip was actually cut in half by the saber, and the tip of the whip shot out. The black-cloaked man was overjoyed when he saw this. He had had enough of his opponent's whip. Now that he had broken her artifact, how could she still have the strength to fight back? Looking up, a cold light flashed across Jade Chakram's face as she hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could she retreat? Die! The black-cloaked man shouted as he swung his broadsword downwards, a look of victory on his face. Winning is not easy. Before this thought had even crossed his mind, he suddenly saw the panic on Jade Chakram's face disappear and a sly light flash across her eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind her. Not good. The black-cloaked man's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Jade Chakram had used, it was obvious that he had been careless and it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. A fierce light flashed across his eyes as he swung his broadsword at an even faster speed. Jade Chakram hurriedly used the remaining half of the whip in her hand to block, but her opponent's all-out attack was too fierce for her to block. The broadsword slashed down from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen, nearly cutting her in half. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a rag sack. While in midair, she changed the hand seal in her hand again. The black-cloaked man only felt his body tighten as he finally realized what Jade Chakram was doing. The half of the whip that he had sent flying had taken advantage of the moment he was unprepared to wrap around him, catching him off guard. An inexplicable force emerged from the whip, suppressing his cultivation, causing the source chi in his body to become somewhat sluggish. When he raised his head again, a look of despair appeared on his face. Because Jade Chakram had been sent flying backwards, the half of the whip in her hand had been sent flying straight towards his forehead. If this hit, he would undoubtedly die in his current state. I admit defeat. He hurriedly shouted. The long whip suddenly stopped, stopping an inch away from his forehead. Just a little bit more and it would have pierced through his head. The energy coming out from the tip of the whip was like an awl piercing his forehead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The half of the whip had been thrown out by Jade Chakram. The fact that it stopped in front of him was naturally not because of Jade Chakram's control, but because of Yang Kai's actions. The moment he shouted the word admit defeat, Yang Kai had reached out and grabbed the whip, protecting his life. At the same time, he raised his other hand and Jade Chakram's flying body stopped in midair. The black-cloaked man looked over in shock, his face suddenly becoming ugly. Because Jade Chakram's body was floating at the edge of the ring, just a little bit away from leaving the ring. Everything had been for naught. If he had shouted just a little bit slower, Jade Chakram would have lost. But at this critical moment of life and death, how could he dare hesitate? It was useless to be upset now. When Yang Kai released his hand, the whip that had stopped in front of the black-cloaked man's forehead fell to the ground. His other hand was slightly pulled back, and Jade Chakram, who was supported by an invisible force, slowly floated in front of him. Looking down at the woman at his feet, Yang Kai frowned. This first battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. Although the black-cloaked man didn't suffer too much injuries, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After suffering such a great loss, he probably wouldn't dare to underestimate people whose cultivation was weaker than his. Jade Chakram was even more miserable. She was already at a disadvantage in the head-on confrontation, and now her two arms were shaking uncontrollably. There was a bloody wound from her shoulder to her waist, and blood was gushing out. It was a terrible sight to behold. This could be considered a serious injury. Although it was not life-threatening, if she was not treated properly, she would not be able to face the next battle. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai squatted down and pressed one hand on Jade Chakram's shoulder, urging his Emperor Chi to stabilize her injury. His other hand flicked out a healing pill and stuffed it into Jade Chakram's mouth. Jade Chakram's eyes were a little dazed. Obviously, she had just been hit hard and was still a little dazed. When she saw that it was Yang Kai who was treating her, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and asked in a trembling voice, Did I win? Yang Kai looked at her with an expressionless face and declared in a clear voice, Contestant 301 wins. Hearing this, Jade Chakram's eyes bloomed with surprise and she smiled happily. When the black-cloaked man shouted that he had admitted defeat, she had not fallen out of the ring, so naturally she had won. But soon, Jade Chakram could not smile anymore because of the severe pain from the wound on her waist. She forced herself to look up and suddenly blushed. Where the black-cloaked man had cut her, her clothes were tattered and her delicate undergarment was exposed. Others might not have seen it because of the angle, but the referee was squatting in front of her, so how could he not see it? For a moment, Jade Chakram had the urge to faint. Xianxia really didn't pay attention to this, only thinking that this woman was trying too hard. After noticing that her complexion wasn't right, he followed her gaze and his brow twitched. Taking out a piece of clothing from his space ring, he covered her wound before looking down and shouting, "Who is her fellow disciple?" Immediately, two beautiful women rushed up and cupped their fists. "Senior. Take her away and treat her." Xianxia waved his hand. The two women thanked him and put away Jade Chakram's artifact before helping each other away. Below the ring, everyone was silent. When Jade Chakram walked down, everyone involuntarily parted to make a path for her, their faces filled with respect. On the ring, the defeated black-clothed man stood for a while before shaking his head sadly, cupping his fists to Xianxia before also flying down. Although he had lost his first battle, it was not a complete loss for him. He would have another chance later, so he was not too worried. Xianxia stood on the ring and acted like a referee, his expression meticulous as he gripped the jade slip and shouted, "Number 605 against number 8036. Perhaps it was because the battle between Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man had a good start, but the following cultivators were all trying their best to show off. They used all kinds of magical techniques and fought fiercely. Some of the fights were really not bad, making Kai Yang nod his head repeatedly. But there were also some fights that were dull and boring, with nothing to write home about. If it wasn't for his duty as a referee, Kai Yang would have already dozed off. A day passed, and when evening came, the sounds of fighting in the various arenas in the valley stopped. Tens of thousands of cultivators rested and waited for the next battle. Xianxia also returned to the spirit peak that belonged to the Azure Sun Temple. He was exhausted from the day. In fact, he only stood in the arena and watched. He didn't fight many times, but it was very tiring to maintain his focus. After resting for 2 hours, Gao Shueting sent a message to him, asking him to come over. Xianxia had no choice but to open the door and go out. Outside the hall, several elders of the Azure Sun Temple from the Emperor realm were waiting. After seeing Xianxia appear, Wen Zishan grinned, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Xianxia couldn't help but be suspicious. "You'll know when we get there." Wen Zishan had a mysterious look on his face as he led everyone in a certain direction. Halfway through, he asked Gao Shueting and found out that they were going to participate in a conference. The martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a grand occasion. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered in one place, and hundreds of cultivators from the Emperor realm gathered in one place. It was an extremely rare scene. During the day, a group of cultivators from the Emperor realm were responsible for acting as judges and maintaining the order of the martial gathering. At night, it was time for the cultivators from the Emperor realm to gather and interact with each other. This was also the custom of every martial gathering. With so many cultivators from the Emperor realm, everyone had some good stuff on hand. It wasn't worth it to sell these things, but they could be exchanged with others for treasures they needed. Of course, as the host, the Orthodoxy Temple would also collect many treasures and take them out to attract others during the martial gathering. This wasn't the only exchange meeting. There would be an exchange meeting on the first night and another every 5 days. There would be a total of 6 meetings. It was guaranteed that everyone from the Emperor realm would gain something. Hearing that it was an exchange meeting, Xianxia was also interested. When they arrived, they saw hundreds of people from the Emperor realm gathered in a large hall. Although there were many people, it wasn't noisy. Only the surging spiritual energy indicated that these people were secretly communicating with each other. After the people from the Orthodoxy Hall arrived, a simple opening speech was given and the exchange officially began. As the host, the Orthodoxy Palace was the first to throw out a few extraordinary treasures, stirring up everyone's enthusiasm. Soon after, there were people who took out things they didn't want to trade for things in the hands of others. During this period, the exchange meeting was just a platform. As for how to make sure both sides didn't suffer a loss, that would need to be discussed in private. Azure Sun Temple didn't make any moves for the time being. Xianxia didn't know what the others were thinking, but he didn't see anything that interested him. Now that his knowledge and experience were far greater than before, ordinary treasures couldn't tempt him, so he was mainly here to watch the fun. On the other hand, Xiao Baiyi and Moron Xiaoxiao seemed to be very interested in many things. Unfortunately, the two of them had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago, so they didn't have enough wealth to exchange with others, so they could only sigh. In the middle of the night, the exchange meeting ended and everyone returned to their own places. The next day, the martial gathering began again, and the mountain valley that had been silent all night was lively again. Yang Kai didn't join in the fun again and just sat in his guest room to rest. Today, he didn't need to be a referee, so with nothing to do, he simply entered the small sealed world to investigate. Recently, he had been busy, so he didn't pay much attention to the situation of the small sealed world. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to take a look. As soon as he entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai felt that there was an invisible will in this world that was paying attention to him, as if a sleeping dragon had raised its eyes to look at him for a moment before closing them again. Yang Kai knew that it was the will of the rolling stone, so he didn't take it to heart. In the star territory, using the small sealed world as a carrier, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to devour cultivation stars, inadvertently giving birth to a trace of will in the entire small sealed world, and even transforming it into a rolling stone, which could be said to be a great gain. However, the rolling stone didn't have much self-awareness. Its existence was very strange, and Yang Kai still didn't know how it was born. Even if he was given another chance, he couldn't guarantee that he could make a second rolling stone. Today's small sealed world was vast and full of vitality. The rolling stone had devoured several cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Not only did it integrate the territory of those cultivation stars, but the creatures that lived on those cultivation stars were now all living in the small sealed world. The existence of these creatures brought about birth, old age, illness, and death, becoming, living, becoming, breaking, and emptiness, allowing this world to have an initial cycle of reincarnation. Inexplicably, Yang Kai felt that today's small sealed world was a little different from before. It seemed that this was the real world. With just a thought, an invisible and magnificent force was added to his body, making Yang Kai feel like he was the real world. World Force. Only by comprehending the world force could one be qualified to become great emperors. Yang Kai, who clearly felt this power, was pleasantly surprised. Although he could control the small sealed world before, he didn't feel the world force from this world so easily. It seemed that after the rolling stone devoured several cultivation stars and countless creatures, it had really changed this world. Although he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master now, he would never stop at the level of the Emperor Realm. Even if his future was full of thorns, he was destined to move forward bravely. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and focused on perceiving this world. It was a wonderful feeling. His whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. It was as if his whole body had integrated into this world, but also as if he was lying in his mother's womb, undisturbed by any external disturbances, allowing his body and mind to drift endlessly. There was no need for him to deliberately feel anything. The world had turned into a hotbed, making him willing to sleep here and never wake up, forever maintaining this wonderful state. Invisible and formless power gathered from all directions, like a silkworm spitting out silk, surrounding him in layers. The world was quiet. Yang Kai closed his eyes and maintained this wonderful state. Suddenly, a chill came from his mind, and all the warmth and comfort disappeared. An indescribable sense of crisis descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes. He felt dizzy and only sensed that the divine sense he radiated showed signs of merging with this world. His face changed drastically and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to force himself to wake up. His divine sense, which had spread like a tide, suddenly returned with a loud bang. His ears went deaf, his vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body stiffened and fell to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes gradually regained focus. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. This was especially true for the depths of his head, which felt like it was being torn apart. His fingers twitched for a moment before he slowly regained his senses. Finally, he sat up cross-legged and began meditating. At this moment, Yang Kai's whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened. He just wanted to use this mysterious small world to comprehend the world force, but his soul had actually shown signs of dissipating. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, Xianxia was afraid this time he would have been in deep trouble. What was going on? It was just a small meditation session, but he had almost failed miserably. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he faintly felt that the so-called world force was not something he could touch right now. It was precisely because he had come into contact with the existence of this world force that he was unable to bear it. The Emperor Qi in his body was a little chaotic. Xianxia wanted to investigate, but he found that he was unable to condense his spiritual energy, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Xianxia slowly regained his strength and with a single thought, he appeared directly in the medicine garden. The entire mysterious small world had undergone tremendous changes, but the medicine garden had not changed at all. This was the core area of the mysterious small world, and also the restricted area of the entire mysterious small world. The existence of the medicine garden had long been concealed by Xianxia using some methods. From the outside, this large area was hazy and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Without his permission, even those from the Emperor realm would not be able to break in. After entering the medicine garden, Xianxia found that there were many people gathered around, all of them origin kings. Obviously, they were the cultivator from the cultivation stars that had been swallowed by the rolling stones. They had probably also discovered the strangeness of the medicine garden and wanted to see what was going on, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. At this moment, they had all gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing how to enter the medicine garden. This scene amused Xianxia greatly as he did not expect his medicine garden to be so attractive to these people. He had placed the hundreds of millions of living beings in the mysterious small world for 2 reasons. Firstly, when the rolling stones devoured the cultivation stars, he had no qualms about swallowing these living beings as well. Although Xianxia had the means to expel them, it would take a lot of time, so he simply let them go. Secondly, he wanted to see what changes would happen to the mysterious small world after these hundreds of millions of living beings moved in. Facts proved that the mysterious small world had indeed changed. If the previous mysterious small world was just an empty shell, then the current mysterious small world had become more substantial. It was like a walking corpse that had its own consciousness and had truly become a world of its own. This could be seen from the changes in the world force. However, Xianxia would not allow them to have any improper thoughts about his medicine garden. Gently raising his hand, Xianxia released an invisible force from the ground. In the next moment, the many cultivators gathered around the medicine garden showed looks of horror on their faces because everyone was pushed back uncontrollably, as if there was a giant invisible hand dragging them. Whether they were third-order origin kings or second-order origin kings, no one could resist this force. In front of such a force, everyone felt small and insignificant. If you dare come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice rang out between heaven and earth, like rolling thunder, deafening everyone. Everyone who had just steadied themselves had a drastic change in expression. They could tell that the owner of this voice was the so-called Lord of the World. Who would dare to stay where they were? They all fled. 2 delicate little people noticed the situation here and flew out from the medicine garden like dancing butterflies. When they saw Xianxia, they bowed, "Master." These were Muzhu and Mulu that Xianxia had brought out from the ancient desolate lands. Muzhu swept her eyes over Xianxia and covered her red lips. "Master, are you injured?" With Xianxia's pitiful appearance, it was difficult not to notice. Xianxia weakly waved his hand at them and continued to regulate his breathing. The 2 wood spirits glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. Suddenly, their figures flickered and one stood in front of Xianxia while the other flew behind Xianxia. At the same time, they formed hand seals, constantly changing their positions. Suddenly, a dark green light curtain appeared and enveloped Xianxia. From the dark green light curtain, firefly-like lights flew out and filled Xianxia's body. As Xianxia breathed in and out, these lights were swallowed into his stomach. Xianxia also knew what the 2 were doing, but he had no intention of stopping them. He had long heard that the Wood Spirit clan was extremely good at healing, so how could he not understand their intentions at this moment? As the dark green light swallowed and exhaled, Xianxia felt the pain all over his body gradually disappear, replaced by a burst of soreness and itchiness. His body gradually regained its strength, and even his soul that could not be condensed quickly recovered. Looking inside himself, Xianxia suddenly felt a little surprised as he discovered that there was actually a green light inside his body. This light was full of vitality and was repairing his damaged flesh and meridians. The green light was clearly the work of the two wood spirits. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the tiny person floating in front of him had a solemn expression. Sweat was slowly dripping down the tip of her nose. It seemed that doing this was a burden for them as well. To be honest, it was difficult to tell if these two wood spirits were Xianxia or not. But, judging from the person in front of him, it was likely that she was Mu Zhu. If she was Mu Lu, it would be easier for her to be embarrassed. As if sensing Xianxia's peeping, Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled at him. Xianxia closed his eyes without batting an eyelid. With two wood spirits assisting him in healing, he was able to relax. In less than an hour, when Xianxia opened his eyes again, he had already recovered. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly sensed it as well. They both stopped, and the green light screen that had been enveloping Xianxia suddenly dissipated, along with the green light. "Thank you." Xianxia thanked him. Mu Zhu pursed her lips and said, "Master, you are too polite." Xianxia stood up and swept the medicine garden with his divine sense, raising his brow. Although he had planted many spirit flowers and rare herbs in this medicine garden, Xianxia had never carefully taken care of them because there was the immortal tree here. The immortal tree was full of vitality, and coupled with the heavy earth and many earth-veined stones in the medicine garden, anything he planted here would not wither. But now, looking at it again, such a large medicinal garden had been taken care of in an orderly manner. The spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs were not spaced apart, but they were arranged neatly. Some of the short plants had already borne fruits. Those fruits were cyan, green, and red, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Xianxia was sure that this was the work of the two wood spirits because he had only casually arranged these herbs when he was planting them before, so there was no need for him to carefully plan them like this. He even saw many plants that he had never seen before, but they all seemed to have just sprouted and looked very young. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were particularly conspicuous as they were located on both sides of the medicine garden. Xianxia looked over and saw a leaf of the immortal tree curled up like a small bed. Looking at the firmament tree, there seemed to be a similar situation. Xianxia chuckled and asked, "Do you usually sleep on those leaves?" Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other, and the former said, "Is it not good?" "If it is not good, we..." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "You are the experts in this area. Do whatever you want." "Thank you, Master." Xianxia smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me?" "I should be thanking you." The Wood Spirit clan was an existence that specialized in taking care of medicine gardens in ancient times. If there was a wood spirit in a medicine garden, the yield would increase by at least 30%. Xianxia did not expect that Mu Lu would force two of her people to stay with him. From this, it could be seen how attractive these rare plants were to the Wood Spirit clan. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were not very willing to be separated from their clansmen, but after coming to this medicine garden, they understood why their patriarch wanted them to do this. The legendary immortal tree and the incomparably wondrous firmament tree were existences that could only be seen in the records of ancient books. Who would have thought that they would be gathered in this small medicinal garden? When they entered this medicine garden that day, the two wood spirits were stunned, and only then did they understand their patriarch's intentions. These two precious treasures could only be carefully taken care of by the Wood Spirit clan, and by taking care of them, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu could also obtain great returns. This was related to the special cultivation method of the Wood Spirit clan, so it was not something that outsiders could understand. Mu Zhu bit her red lips and said with some apprehension, "Master, we decided to plant some things here." "I see." Xianxia had long discovered that there were many sprouts that had just broken through the ground in this medicine garden. Although he didn't know what they were, since they were planted by them, they must be rare spirit medicines. If they wanted to plant them, Xianxia naturally wouldn't stop them. In any case, once they matured, he would be the one to benefit. Seeing that Xianxia had no intention of objecting, Mu Zhu couldn't help but feel relieved. Every wood spirit had collected many strange seeds and planted them in this medicine garden. If Xianxia objected, even if they couldn't bear to, they would still have to eradicate them. Fortunately, Xianxia had no intention of objecting. Plant whatever you want, there's no need to tell me. Since the medicine garden has been handed over to you, you can make the decisions here. Thank you, master. Muzhu smiled, but hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hesitate. Muzhu glanced at Mulu and pushed her. Mulu blushed and said shyly, Master, can you expand the medicine garden a little? The place now is a little small. The medicine garden wasn't small. Many of the herbs that Yang Kai had collected over the years were planted here. How could it be small? But to the wood spirits, it was still small. Such a medicine garden, whether it was Mulu or Muzhu, could be managed by one person. It was a little difficult to expand. Of course it can be expanded. How much do you want to expand it? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mulu thought for a moment and said, double? What other requests do you have? Mulu lowered her head and said, if Master can find more seeds for us from outside, that would be great. No problem. Now that the High Heaven Palace was powerful, it was naturally easy to collect some seeds. The two wood spirits only had these requests, so after mentioning them, they were satisfied and warmly invited Yang Kai to take a look. They weren't asking for credit, but just wanted to show their results. Yang Kai didn't refuse and immediately strolled around the medicine garden with them. The two wood spirits accompanied him on his left and right, explaining a thing or two from time to time, allowing Yang Kai to gain some knowledge. It had to be said that the wood spirit clan's understanding of flowers and plants was unparalleled. They knew the characteristics of each spirit medicine, its growth environment, its maturity cycle, and how to harvest it like the back of their hand. After half a day, Yang Kai left. Before leaving, he naturally doubled the size of the medicine garden according to their wishes. There was nothing in the new medicine garden, so Yang Kai left it to them to deal with. The next few days were uneventful. Yang Kai spent most of his time in retreat, meditating in his room. While cultivating, he recalled the insights he gained in the small sealed world. Although he was quite embarrassed at that time, it wasn't without gains. At the very least, he gained a better understanding of the world force. After a few days, Yang Kai acted as a referee for another day. That night, he called Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao to participate in the exchange meeting. Last time, Yang Kai just came to join in the fun, but this time, he came prepared and had a target to exchange with. It was rare for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together, so Yang Kai could exchange some strange seeds from them to satisfy the needs of the two wood spirits. As for what he wanted to exchange, he had a variety of monster cores in his hands. If he took them out, they would definitely cause a commotion. There were also various artifacts and pills, but Yang Kai still chose Emperor pills. 2 bottles of Emperor pills were thrown out, and sure enough, it attracted the interest of many people. As he wished, he was able to exchange them for some plant seeds. After returning to his room, he tossed them to Muzhu and Muna. Seeing Yang Kai get the seeds so quickly, the two wood spirits were naturally happy. Although they had also collected some seeds themselves, the medicine garden was now expanding, so they didn't have enough seeds on hand. The seeds Yang Kai exchanged just happened to solve this urgent problem, so they kept urging Yang Kai to bring them more. Yang Kai naturally agreed. However, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange for anything at the exchange meeting. Seeds, even if someone had them, they would just collect them casually. It was impossible for them to be treasured like the wood spirits, so naturally, there wouldn't be too many. Yang Kai could only wait until the end of this martial gathering and return to the Northern Territory to think of a way. He believed that by then, with the help of the entire Northern Territory, collecting some seeds would be a piece of cake. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on his door. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. The door opened, and a woman dressed as a maid stood outside. She bowed and said, Elder Yang, there is someone outside who wishes to see you. This maid was arranged by the Orthodoxy Temple to serve them. In truth, the Emperor realm didn't need to serve them. They were only here to run errands and do odd jobs. Who is it? Yang Kai felt a little strange. Since it was someone who wanted to see him, it was definitely someone with a lower status than him. Yang Kai couldn't think of anyone who would want to see him at this time. It's a woman. She said she's here to thank Elder Yang for saving her life. She seems to be called Jade. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, it should be the woman who fought in the 8th arena on the first day of the martial meet. Seeing that she wasn't stupid, Yang Kai smiled lightly. His first thought was to refuse. That day, he was the referee, so when the Jade Chakram was sent flying, he naturally had to lend a hand. He didn't expect the other party to repay him, but after thinking about it for a moment, since the other party was already here, it would be unreasonable to refuse, so he quickly changed his mind and said, "Bring her here." "Yes." The maid nodded and left. Outside the hall, Yuchuan stood there respectfully, her hands held flat, holding a piece of washed clothing. She looked a little nervous, wondering if Elder Yang would see her. After receiving Yang Kai's help that day, she had recovered after a day of rest. She wanted to thank him immediately, but she didn't know who Yang Kai was or which great force he came from. She had been inquiring about him for the past few days and had finally found some clues. The referee who saved her and secretly fed her a spirit pill turned out to be an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's name was not unfamiliar to many people in the Southern Territory. He had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, he had been conferred the title of guest elder by Azure Sun Temple, and he had clashed with an elder of Star Soul Palace during the coronation ceremony. It was just that he had kept a low profile for more than a decade and was gradually forgotten. Yuchuan didn't expect that she would be lucky enough to meet such a person and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Now that she had inquired about Yang Kai's identity, she immediately rushed over. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple came in and out, and after seeing her, they all looked at her strangely. Some people even asked her why she was here, but after learning that she was here to visit Elder Yang, they didn't ask any more questions. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, the maid returned. Jade Chakram's expression turned serious as she looked at her nervously. Fortunately, the maid smiled slightly and said, "Elder Yang invites you in." "Many thanks," Yuchuan nodded politely. The maid didn't say anything more and turned around to lead the way. Jade Chakram followed behind without looking sideways. Not long after, they came to a side room. The maid gestured, and Jade Chakram took a deep breath and stepped in. There was only one person in the room, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the distance. After hearing the sound, he looked back, and when their eyes met, Yuchuan immediately recognized him as the referee of the 8th arena. Rakshasa sect's disciple Yuchuan greets senior. Yuchuan stepped forward quickly and bowed. Yuchuan's eyes met, Yuchuan's eyes, and smiled, Yuchuan. Yuzhua raised her head and stared at him with her big bright eyes. She said respectfully, "A few days ago, I was saved by senior and received the help of the elixir. Yuzhua is here to thank you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's my duty." "Miss you, you're too serious." Jade Chakram pursed her lips and smiled, "Senior, saving me is your duty, but giving me the spirit pill is a kind act." Although Jade Chakram's consciousness was hazy at that time, I didn't completely lose consciousness. If it weren't for senior spirit pill, Jade Chakram wouldn't have been able to continue the next few days of the competition. This was the truth. Although she didn't know what grade of spirit pill Yang Kai had secretly given her, without that spirit pill, she definitely wouldn't be able to go all out in the following matches. She suspected that the spirit pill was an emperor pill, because only an emperor pill would have such a powerful effect, allowing her to recover on the second day. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but didn't comment. Logically speaking, as a judge, he shouldn't have given the contestants any spirit pills. However, he did it secretly and believed that no one would notice. The jade pendant also wouldn't spread the news. Moreover, it was given after the competition, so it didn't matter. Jade Chakram took a step forward and raised the clothes in her hands slightly. "I've washed senior's clothes and have come to return them." Yang Kai nodded, "Put them down." He didn't reach out to take them. It was just a set of ordinary clothes. At the time, he had casually taken them out to cover Jade Chakram's wounds and didn't think of taking them back. However, this woman's actions made Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Jade Chakram obediently put the clothes in her hands to the side and turned her head, curiously looking around the room. She didn't show any fear, but instead appeared natural and unrestrained. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, "Is there anything else?" Although the door wasn't closed to avoid suspicion, it wouldn't be good for a man and woman to be seen in the same room. Not to mention, he was now a judge. How could he privately interact with the contestants participating in the martial meet? If word of this got out, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be slandered. Xianxia's words had the intention of sending her off. Obviously, Jade Chakram wasn't stupid and understood the meaning behind his words. Quickly taking out a set of beautiful clothes from her space ring, she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior's great kindness, Jade Chakram will always remember. I didn't know what to give Senior as a thank you gift, but I just happened to see a set of good clothes in the market and bought it. If Senior doesn't mind, please accept it." Her voice became softer and softer, obviously feeling that it wasn't appropriate for a woman to give a man clothes, but she really didn't know what to give Xianxia as a thank you gift. Xianxia's cultivation was obvious, and he had given her an emperor pill to heal her wounds. Obviously, he was quite wealthy. With her financial resources, even if she went bankrupt to buy something, it would probably be of little value to Xianxia. Rather than waste it, she simply bought a new set of clothes. She had dirted one of Xianxia's clothes, so giving him a new one could be considered returning the favor. Regardless of whether it was expensive or cheap, it was still a token of goodwill. Glancing at the extremely beautiful clothes, Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time someone had given him clothes, and it was someone he hadn't had much contact with, and a woman at that. If this scene were seen by others, it would be difficult for them not to misunderstand. Staring at Jade Chakram thoughtfully, Xianxia said lightly, "As the referee of the martial meet, I will be impartial on the stage. Saving you is only part of my duty. Giving you a spirit pill was only a small gesture because the martial meet was already over. If it had been anyone else, I would have done the same." The implication was that she shouldn't think too much. Xianxia suspected that this woman had approached him for some special purpose. If that was the case, then this woman was simply too realistic. Jade Chakram nodded, "Senior is right." Xianxia stared at her without blinking. Although Jade Chakram didn't meet his gaze, the corner of her eye clearly sensed something. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, she lowered her head and said, "If Senior doesn't like it, then I will take it back." Her mood couldn't help but be a little gloomy. She bowed and said, "Sorry for disturbing Senior, Junior will take her leave." Speaking of which, it was only a set of clothes, how could she have the nerve to take it out? Now that she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Xianxia suddenly said, "Since it is a gift of thanks, there is no reason to take it back." Jade Chakram looked up at him with a stunned expression. Without waiting for her to recover, Xianxia took the clothes from her hand. He didn't try it on, mainly because the clothes were too beautiful. If he wore it, he would definitely look flashy. Xianxia didn't dare to wear it. Seeing that he really took it back, Jade Chakram suddenly smiled, revealing two small dimples on her cheeks. Her eyes were clear. It seemed that he had thought too much. Xianxia observed her expression and made a judgment in his heart. Then Senior should rest, Junior will take her leave. Jade Chakram bowed again, feeling both physically and mentally happy. Wait a moment. Xianxia raised his hand. What other instructions does Senior have? Jade Chakram half turned and looked at him curiously. I heard you mention a city square just now, is there a city square nearby? Jade Chakram nodded and said, there is a large city square inside the Orthodoxy temple. Everything is sold there. Senior hasn't been there before? Xianxia shook his head, he really didn't know about this, so he asked, where is it? It's just below a canyon, not far from here. If Senior wants to go, I can take you there. Jade Chakram volunteered. Just point me in the direction, I'll go there myself. Jade Chakram smiled and said, it doesn't matter, my competition today is over anyway, there's nothing else for me to do. Xianxia didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't know what the word avoid suspicion meant. When she heard that Xianxia wanted to go to the city square, she became extremely enthusiastic, even adding, I don't know what Senior wants to buy. I'm quite familiar with the city square so I can show Senior the way. Since she had such good intentions, Xianxia couldn't refuse, so after hesitating for a moment, he simply nodded and said, all right, then I'll have to trouble you. Jade Chakram quickly waved her hand, Senior is too polite. After reaching an agreement, the two of them walked out. Yang Kai wrapped Jade Chakram in his Emperor Qi and followed the direction Jade Chakram pointed towards the city square. Casually asking about the situation of the competition over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that Jade Chakram had actually passed all the challenges without suffering a single defeat, which made him look at her in a new light. In fact, Yang Kai had seen this on the first day. Based on her performance at that time, no matter what the final result of this martial gathering was, she would definitely enter the eyes of many people. As long as the Rakshasa sect was willing to let her go, Yang Kai estimated that the top 3 great forces in the southern territory would not refuse her joining. The question was, would the Rakshasa sect be willing to let her go? Of course not. It was not easy to cultivate such a disciple, so how could they give her up so easily? Moreover, whether she was willing to leave the Rakshasa sect was still unknown. Chatting along the way, Yang Kai had more or less grasped her personality. She was quite lively and cheerful, and indeed not a scheming person. Yang Kai didn't reject such a person, not to mention she was quite beautiful and had a clear voice, so it would be nice to have her by his side. The martial gathering has always been a place for fish to leap over the dragon gate. If at the end of the martial gathering, someone invited you to join a better sect, what would you choose? Yang Kai asked casually. Jade Chakram suddenly said with a solemn face, the sect has been very kind to me, and my honored master has treated me like her own parents. I will not leave the Rakshasa sect. After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai and said, Senior, do you want me to join the Azure Sun Temple? She looked embarrassed, as if she didn't know how to choose. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I just asked casually, that's not what I meant. Oh, Jade Chakram nodded and suddenly pointed down, we're here, that's the city square. The city square was very large. A canyon that was more than a dozen miles long was almost the entire territory of the city square. On both sides of the canyon, inside the caves, there were many shops. Countless cultivators came and went, and the sounds of shouting could be heard constantly. This was the market of the Orthodoxy Temple, and all the shops belonged to the Orthodoxy Temple. There were also some businesses owned by the Orthodoxy Temple's disciples, selling everything. Although it was usually lively, it was not as lively as it was now. The main reason was because of the recent opening of the martial gathering. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the southern territory gathered here, so naturally some people came here for a stroll. Yang Kai had not yet landed when he saw the cultivator below dressed in the same clothes, and groups of disciples shuttling back and forth. In fact, every great sect had a market like this, and Azure Sun Temple also had one, but Yang Kai had not seen it before, so he thought it would not be worse than this one. Landing in front of the market, Yang Kai was not stopped, and he walked directly in with Yuchua. Women were naturally interested in this kind of lively place, and their personalities were cheerful and lively, so after arriving here, they smiled and walked backwards, looking at Yang Kai and asking, Senior, what do you want to buy here? Although she was walking backwards, it was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, shaking her shoulders from time to time to avoid the crowd. I want to buy some seeds. Yang Kai looked around. The reason he came here on the spur of the moment was to buy some seeds. The main reason was that the wood-bead and wood-dew's demand for seeds was too great recently. Although he had obtained some from the exchange last time, it was simply not enough for them. When he sent the seeds over, the two wood spirits kept urging him to get more as soon as possible. Before, he did not think that there would be a market here, but now that he knew, he decided to make a trip here. Seeds? Yuchua was a little stunned when she heard this, seemingly not expecting Yang Kai to come here for this, but after thinking for a while, she said, I know where they are, Senior, come with me. Saying so, she turned around and drilled into the crowd, like a fish swimming in water, her figure flexible. Although Yang Kai was not in a hurry, he did not fall too far behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a shop. It was a shop that sold herbs. Under normal circumstances, this kind of shop would also sell some seeds, but the quantity would definitely not be too much. In fact, this was indeed the case. Under Yuzua's inquiry, the shopkeeper took out some seeds. Yang Kai checked them a little and did not dislike them. He bought them and left. Who would have thought that Jade Chakram would actually haggle with the shopkeeper? She had a sharp tongue and forcefully lowered the price by about a fifth, which made Yang Kai laugh. When it was time to pay the bill, Yu Zhuang also wanted to snatch it. How could Yang Kai let her do this? Naturally, he didn't agree. After leaving the shop, Jade Chakram led Yang Kai to the next shop. She seemed to be very familiar with the place. Yang Kai wondered how many times she had been here. After half a day, they had reached the end of the 10-kilometer market. Yang Kai's harvest was also quite good. Although the seeds he bought weren't too precious, the two wood spirits didn't ask for too much, so he just let them try to grow them. "Senior, what else do you want to buy?" Jade Chakram blinked at him. "Nothing for the time being." Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked at her. "You still have to compete with others tomorrow. Go back and rest early. I'll have to trouble you today." Jade Chakram smiled, her eyes curved into a crescent shape. "It's no trouble at all. If Senior has any instructions in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." After a pause, she said, "Then I'll go first. Senior, you should also go back and rest early." Yang Kai nodded, and Jade Chakram rushed to the sky. Halfway through, she looked back at Yang Kai and waved her hand vigorously. Watching her leave, Yang Kai weighed the animal skin bag in his hand and stuffed it into the small sealed world. He placed it in front of the medicine garden, believing that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu should be able to find it. He turned around and flew towards the spirit peak where Azure Sun Temple was. The news that Rakshasa sect's Jade Chakram came to look for Yang Kai spread like wildfire among Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Morong Xiao deliberately came to ask about it, as if Yang Kai and Jade Chakram had some unspeakable relationship, making Yang Kai a little speechless. Even Gao Shueting looked at him a little strangely. Xiao Baiyi, needless to say, had a look of disdain on his face, which made Yang Kai a little angry. The following days were still uneventful. Yang Kai would come out of seclusion every few days to act as a judge in the mountain valley. As time passed, more and more cultivators were eliminated. Those who could continue to stand in the ring were more or less capable. During this period, Jade Chakram once again stood in the 8th ring. Her opponent was still a cultivator from the 3rd order Dao Source realm. This battle was even more difficult than the battle on the first day, but it was resolved by Jade Chakram's ability to adapt at the critical moment. She did her best to blast her opponent out of the ring. However, Yang Kai also saw that although Jade Chakram's ability was good, it would be difficult for her to enter the top 10. Her cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. If she also had the cultivation of a 3rd order Dao Source realm, she would definitely be in the top 5 of this martial meet. Yang Kai did not go to the Emperor Realm's exchange anymore. There was nothing good anyway. However, Gao Shueting came back to pass a message to him. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm wanted to exchange some Emperor pills from him, and he had to name the price himself. Yang Kai ignored all of them. That day, he exchanged Emperor pills for seeds casually. How could he throw out more Emperor pills to attract covetous eyes? On the 20th day of the martial meet, the results of the individual battle rankings were released. The one who won first place was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, nor was it a disciple of the 3 great forces, but someone from the octagonal door. Yang Kai recognized this person. She was the beloved daughter of the previous sect master of the octagonal door, Suzy. This was a huge upset, causing the 3 great forces to lose face. Yang Kai did not have much contact with Suzy, but he knew that she had a soft spot for Luo Yuan. Back then, when Yang Kai refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the 4 Seasons realm, Suzy asked Yang Kai for one. She wanted to give it to Luo Yuan to help him reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible, but Luo Yuan did not appreciate her kindness. Instead, he directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and forced her to swallow it. Falling flowers are filled with love, but flowing water is unintentional. After so many years, Suzy's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd order Dao Source realm. With the extraordinary treasure pill as her foundation, it was not difficult for her to break through to the Emperor realm. This time, she suppressed tens of thousands of young talents in the southern territory, adding luster to the octagonal door. For this reason, the unknown octagonal door once again entered the sights of many masters. In fact, since Luo Yuan ascended to the Emperor realm, the octagonal door was no longer a small sect. Its influence had expanded greatly, and Luo Yuan had also taken over the position of octagonal door sect master. This time, Suzy also won first place in the martial gathering's individual battle, which brought great glory to the octagonal door. Today, the octagonal door only had Luo Yuan in the Emperor realm, but in time, when he and Suzy fully grew up, they were bound to lead the octagonal door to prosperity. One had to know that the reward for first place in the martial gathering was an opportunity to cultivate in the secluded lands of the three great sects. Coupled with the extraordinary treasure pill, Suzy would likely be able to break through to the Emperor realm after coming out of seclusion this time, making countless people green with envy. Second place went to Shui of Azure Sun Temple, who lived up to expectations, suppressing the participating disciples of Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Third place went to Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land had no chance to enter the top 3 this time, so the leading elder had a bitter look on his face, probably not knowing how to report back. Further down the list, most of the disciples from the great sects ranked near the top, showing the strength of their respective sects. The individual battles ended here, and the remaining 10 days were for the group battles. The competition venue was still this mountain valley. Several hundred people from the Emperor realm spent a day dismantling the hundreds of arenas and dividing the entire mountain valley into more than a dozen territory areas, each of which could accommodate hundreds of people. In the individual battles, only one referee was needed, but in the group battles, 5 referees were needed in each territory to ensure that no one died. Naturally, Kai Yang was also called up. Just like before, everyone would take turns to act as a referee, rotating once every 3 days. In order to compete for the ranking of the group battles, the disciples of each sect did their best, fighting vigorously in the arena. All kinds of tricks emerged one after another, and plots and tricks were played one after another, making people amazed. It was hard to imagine that this group of people would do anything for the ranking. But it was no wonder, the ranking was related to the face of each sect, who dared to not pay attention. Azure Sun Temple's disciples were all elites, and no matter what the ranking was in the individual battles, they were invincible in the group battles. In the first few days, they didn't meet any opponents at all, until they met the disciples of the other 2 top sects. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating again when a maid came to report that Yu Chua was asking for an audience. Ever since that day, Jade Chakram had come here every few days. There was a legitimate reason for this visit, the main reason being that she was here to deliver seeds to Kai Yang. At that time, she saw that Yang Kai was very interested in the seeds in the market, so after returning, she asked her fellow disciples to help collect them, and then sent them to Yang Kai. She had already delivered 3 times, and although the things were not expensive, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was not right. This woman's eyes gradually became a little sticky, and Yang Kai was not inexperienced. How could he not know what she was thinking in her heart? Perhaps the way he saved her the first day had buried something in her heart, and through these days of contact, it gradually showed signs of taking root and sprouting. Although she was very careful to hide it, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not see it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to have a good talk with her. He really didn't want to provoke any woman now, and the matter with Ji Yao was not clear yet, so he asked the maid to bring her in. Not long after, a head popped out from the doorframe, and Yu Chua smiled and said, "Senior, did I disturb you?" After several contacts, she found that Yang Kai was not arrogant, and was more familiar with him. "Since you're already here, what can I do if I disturb you?" Yang Kai looked at her snappily. After several contacts, they were familiar with each other. Yu Chao stuck out her tongue and flashed into the house, taking out an animal skin bag and handing it to Yang Kai as if she was presenting a treasure. "I found some more seeds for you, take a look." Yang Kai reached out and took it, muttering, "You don't need to find more in the future, it's enough." Yu Chao froze for a moment and nodded, looking a little disappointed, but she soon cheered up and asked, "Senior, why do you collect these seeds?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "How could I not pay attention to what Madam told me?" "Madam?" Yu Chao was obviously surprised. "Senior, you have a madam?" How come she had never heard of such a thing? These days, she had inquired a lot about Yang Kai, but there was no information about this at all. Yang Kai nodded, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, "I have several." Several. Yu Chao couldn't help but be a little absent-minded, her mood suddenly becoming very lonely. She was no longer as lively as before, and when she learned that Yang Kai not only had a madam, but several, she obviously became a little absent-minded, casually chatting with Yang Kai for a while before taking the initiative to leave. Yang Kai sent her to the door, looked at her departing back, and slowly shook his head. He had no choice but to reveal his personal secrets, so he just hoped to cut the Gordian knot. The group battle was still going on in full swing. The more they went on, the more elite they were, and the more intense the fights were. The foundation of many sects in the southern mountain range could be seen through the group battle. The more they could stay at the end, the more powerful the sect behind them was. Naturally, none of the three major forces were eliminated. Unsurprisingly, the final three places were contested by the three great forces. The group from Azure Sun Temple finally lived up to expectations and won the competition at the Dao Source Realm level. Although they lost in the competition at the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm, it was not a big deal. The rankings had all been announced, and hundreds of the Emperor Realm's tens of thousands of participating disciples once again gathered in the mountain valley. Xiao Yang loudly announced the names of the top 10 in each stage of the competition and the rewards they received. The cultivator and sect whose name was called out all felt proud, while those who failed secretly swore to wipe away their shame at the next martial gathering. The Southern Territory martial gathering came to an end, but the crowd did not disperse. According to tradition, the Orthodoxy Palace, as the host, would host a banquet on the last night. Whether it was the people from the Emperor Realm who came to hold the line or the tens of thousands of participating disciples, they were all invited. The banquet would be held at night, so it would take some time. Yang Kai returned to his residence. Not long after, the maid came to inform him again that Yuzhua was asking for an audience. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He pondered for a moment and said, "Just say I'm not here." Although he hadn't made it clear last time, he had made his intentions clear. Yang Kai didn't know what Yuzhua was thinking, but he really didn't want to provoke her again. The maidservant looked at him curiously, not understanding why Kai Yang had treated Jade so well a while ago, but today he didn't even want to see her face. However, this wasn't something she could control, so she could only obediently withdraw. Outside the hall, the maid returned and looked at Yuzhua. "Elder Yang isn't here." Yuzhua asked curiously, "I saw him come back." The maid smiled slightly, "Perhaps he went out again." Yuzhua obviously didn't believe her. She had seen Yang Kai return here with her own eyes and there was no trace of him leaving, so how could he not be here? Just as she was about to ask the maid to take a look again, she suddenly seemed to realize something and squeezed out a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." The maid shook her head and said, "Young lady is too polite." Yuzhua turned around and her eyes suddenly turned red. She flew back to where she had landed in a fit of pique, but stopped halfway, turned around, and stared at Yang Kai's room, waved her hand vigorously, and left quickly. Yang Kai stood by the window and took in this scene. He sighed slightly. Since things had come to this, he could only silently bless her in his heart and hope that she could break free from this quagmire soon. At night, the valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here and tables were set up all over the valley. Maids and attendants shuttled back and forth, and the disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace were also busy, serving up fine wine and delicacies. The Orthodoxy Palace was hosting a banquet, and such a grand occasion was rarely seen. In the place where the people of Azure Sun Temple gathered, Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Senior Sister Gao?" He didn't see Gao Shueting. Morong Xiaoxiao replied, "Senior Sister said she was feeling a little unwell, so she didn't come." "Are you okay?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Morong Xiaoxiao blushed a little and said, "It's not a big deal, I just need to rest." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. With so many people coming to toast, the people of Azure Sun Temple naturally couldn't just sit still. Under Wen Zishan's order, several people from the Emperor Realm had to go out and toast. On the way back, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by, rushing into the darkness and disappearing. "What the hell?" Yang Kai frowned, threw down the wine glass in his hand, and followed. A moment later, a few miles away, a person was waiting in front. Yang Kai walked over and cupped his fists. "Brother Luo." Luo Chen turned to look at him and said lightly, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai frowned. Just now, it was Luo Chen who quietly sent him a message, asking him to come over. Speaking of which, although he and Luochen came here to participate in the Southern Territory Martial meet this time, they really didn't communicate much with each other. This guy was even less talkative than Xiao Baiyi. At the very least, Xiao Bai would occasionally speak a few words, but Luochen was like a mute, unable to utter a single word. He seemed to be an anomaly in the entire Azure Sun Temple. According to Morong Xiao, none of the elders in the temple had a particularly good relationship with him. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with him and didn't speak much, let alone have the slightest friendship. Yang Kai really didn't know why he called him over in the middle of the night. "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you," Luochen said and led the way. "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why was she being so mysterious? If Gao Shueting wanted to see him, she could have just come here directly. Why did she ask Luochen to pass the message? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai followed behind Luochen. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and said, "Brother Luo, this isn't the way back." Looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were flying out of Orthodoxy Temple, which made him feel even more strange. However, Luochen, who was leading the way, didn't explain at all, which made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. His figure suddenly stopped as he stared at Luochen's back. Luochen also stopped and looked back at him. "Brother Luo, what are you doing?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Luochen repeated, "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you." Yang Kai asked, "Why does Senior Sister Gao want to see me?" Luochen said, "I'm only responsible for passing the message. I don't know the specifics." Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before suddenly flipping his hand and taking out a communication artifact. He poured his divine sense into it and contacted Gao Shueting. Luochen's actions made him feel a little suspicious, so he couldn't care less about offending Luochen at this time. He had to find Gao Shueting and clarify things first. The communication artifact quickly responded. Yang Kai, who had finished his investigation, was stunned. Gao Shueting really wanted to see him, but she didn't say anything and only said that he would know when he got there. After putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai kept his hands awkwardly at Luochen. After all, his actions just now clearly showed that he didn't trust Luochen, but it turned out that he was overthinking things. Luochen was still the same as before. He didn't say a word and continued to lead the way. After a while, the two of them left Orthodoxy Temple. Naturally, no one stopped them along the way. Luochen sped along the way. About an hour later, Luochen pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, "Senior Sister Gao is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "You're not going?" Luochen shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai was speechless. Serves you right for not having any friends. No one can get along with this bullsh** T personality of his. I really don't know how Gao Shueting made him move. Yang Kai looked in a direction. The mountain wasn't far away, so Yang Kai rushed over. When he landed on the top of the mountain, Yang Kai looked around. There was no one around. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but there were no traces of living beings. "Senior Sister Gao!" Yang Kai shouted, but there was no response. He felt that tonight's events were even stranger. First, Luochen was asked by Gao Shueting to pass a message to him, but now that he was here, Gao Shueting was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she hasn't arrived yet? Suspicious, Yang Kai took out the communication artifact again and poured his divine sense into it. He wanted to ask Gao Shueting, but this time, Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. Just as he was focused on fiddling with the communication artifact, a shadow silently appeared behind him in the darkness. The shadow was like a wisp of black smoke that suddenly appeared without any warning. What was even stranger was that even though it was so close, Yang Kai didn't notice it at all. The shadow slowly condensed into a blurry figure that seemed to disperse in the wind. The figure raised a hand, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed it at Yang Kai's back at an extremely slow speed. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The world was quiet, and only the sounds of birds and insects could be heard. Yang Kai was still fiddling with the communication artifact. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he didn't notice the danger behind him at all. All of a sudden, the sounds of birds and insects stopped abruptly, as if they had been frightened by something. All the sounds were completely wiped out at this moment. The dagger that had been slowly moving towards Kai Yang's back suddenly burst forth with an unimaginable speed, fiercely thrusting forward. Yang Kai felt a stabbing pain as his emperor chi erupted. The communication artifact in his hand exploded into a cloud of dust. His flesh wriggled and became as hard as iron. The foot-long dagger penetrated 5 inches into his internal organs, but it was firmly locked in place by his muscles. The black figure holding the dagger fluttered, and a look of shock burst out from where his eyes should have been, as if he hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked. Although the dagger had penetrated Yang Kai's body, it didn't achieve the desired effect. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood what the problem was. There was something wrong with this person's body. It was not something an ordinary person's body could compare to. Without giving him any time to react, Yang Kai glared at him, turned around, and threw out a punch. A violent burst of chi burst out, but it passed through the dark shadow's body and hit the air, causing a crack to appear in the void. Now that he had been exposed, the dark shadow no longer hid and stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand, intending to kill Yang Kai. Chi. Yang Kai did not move, but he was pushed back continuously. The ground under his feet seemed to have been plowed, creating 2 long gullies. He stretched out a hand to grab the dagger that had pierced into his waist, ignoring the blood dripping from his fingers as he stared at the dark shadow in front of him, trying to get a better look. Just now, he had been on the brink of death, which made him both shocked and angry. He was shocked because his opponent had attacked without leaving a trace, and he had not even noticed it. This person's assassination technique was simply amazing. Who in this world could block such a method? He was angry because he had actually been attacked by someone. He had been able to avert the danger not because he had detected any killing intent, but because he instinctively felt that something was wrong and moved his body to the side to avoid being hit. Otherwise, he would have been in a really bad situation. Hong hong hong, a violent force passed through the dagger and exploded in his body, turning Yang Kai's waist into a bloody mess. He had no choice but to circulate his emperor chi with all his might to resist the power of the explosion. Golden blood filled his mouth as he roared, "Who are you?" He was led here by Luo Chen and had contacted Gao Shueting before coming here, so he did not think too much about it. Who would have thought that he would be attacked here? This was obviously a premeditated assassination. He could not figure out who he had offended to use such a method to kill him. What role did Luo Chen and Gao Shueting play in this whole process? He did not want to think too much about it, but he had to. The most important thing now was to resolve the crisis in front of him and figure out the identity of the person who had attacked him. He could deal with Luo Chen and Gao Shueting later. The dark shadow did not answer and continued to push Yang Kai forward. Yang Kai scanned the dark shadow with his divine sense, but he still could not see the true face of this dark shadow. He could not even detect any vitality from it. It seemed that it was really just a shadow and not a physical body. Yang Kai was furious and threw another punch. The black shadow turned a blind eye and allowed the fist to hit its body without any resistance. Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright. There was a strong poison on the dagger, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was for it to take effect so quickly. Not bothering to probe further, Yang Kai's space principle surged as he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the black shadow. The black shadow let out a muffled groan, and its erratic body suddenly became much more solid. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. His brute force had no effect on his opponent, and even his emperor chi could not hurt his opponent. If even his space principles were not effective, then he was afraid that this time, he would really be in deep trouble. Fortunately, the law of space did not disappoint him. Under the compression of space, the black shadow was indeed unable to bear it and showed signs of revealing its true body. Cut! Yang Kai roared as a moon blade appeared out of thin air, turning into a beautiful arc that cut through the black shadow's body. A burst of warm blood spread out as the black shadow was cut into 2 halves, but strangely recombined. However, the blurry face clearly showed a painful expression. Although the crescent blade did not kill him, it had injured him. Before Yang Kai could make a second move, the black shadow suddenly let go of the dagger and retreated. How could Yang Kai allow him to come and go as he pleased? Opening his 5 fingers, Yang Kai clenched his fist and the space around the black shadow suddenly froze. This move was beyond the Black Shadow's expectations and could be described as impossible to guard against. Only now did the Black Shadow realize that this person in front of it was not to be trifled with. No wonder his superiors wanted him to kill him first. Otherwise, he might have really ruined his plan. Exile! Xianxia roared, and the space that imprisoned the Black Shadow began to collapse. A black hole suddenly appeared behind the Black Shadow, and an extremely terrifying suction force came from the black hole, wanting to swallow the Black Shadow whole. This Black Shadow was too dangerous. Even the moon blade could not kill it, so Xianxia did not have the mood to investigate its identity. He would kill it first and think about it later. The exile secret technique was a divine technique that could banish the target into a void crack. No matter how weak the Black Shadow was, once it was banished into a void crack, it would not be able to escape and would eventually die of old age in the void crack. Feeling the aura of nothingness and chaos coming from the black hole, the Black Shadow became a little flustered. When a sharp whistle sounded from its mouth, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared from all directions, each of them holding a powerful artifact and bombarding Xianxia indiscriminately. Xianxia's expression changed. He did not expect this guy to have helpers, and these helpers' cultivations were all from the Emperor realm. Looking up, he was shocked to find that these figures were all very familiar. Every one of them was a face that he had just dealt with recently, and some of them were even faces that he had just met during the day. These people were actually from the Emperor realm that were led by various large sects and families in the southern territory to participate in the martial gathering. However, at this moment, the aura coming from these people made Xianxia's heart palpitate. Looking up, the Emperor realm was wrapped in a faint black qi. Demonic qi. The scene in front of him was too familiar. How could he not know that the Emperor realm had already been corroded by the demonic qi, and their bodies and minds had become the demon race? How could there be demonic qi? In that moment of hesitation, his body was already enveloped by a violent energy. A small bell suddenly appeared, spinning and becoming as tall as a person, enveloping Xianxia within. The pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts on the bell seemed to come alive, quickly swimming around. The mountains and rivers bell. More than a dozen people from the Emperor realm attacked with all their strength. Even Xianxia did not dare to casually take this attack head-on, not to mention now that he was poisoned and had a dagger stuck in his waist. With a series of rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, blocking all the attacks. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly shrank and was held in Xianxia's hand. Turning his head, he saw that the Black Shadow that was about to be swallowed by the banishing secret technique had taken advantage of his distraction to break free from the shackles. In the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes stared deeply at Xianxia, and then its body exploded, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the attack failed, it retreated 1,000 kilometers. Xianxia secretly gritted his teeth, his heart filled with extreme grief and indignation. He had never suffered such a big loss since his debut. He had almost died at the hands of others, and he did not even get to see the other party's true face. He did not even know the other party's origins. It was simply a disgrace. Xianxia did not have time to investigate either. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm had already activated their Emperor artifacts again and attacked him madly. Obviously, they were trying to buy time for the Black Shadow to escape. Xianxia pulled out the dagger stuck in his waist and sealed the wound with his secret art. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of a white-bearded old man, punching him in the face. The white-bearded old man did not make a sound as he was sent flying backwards, fainting mid-air. This old man was only a first-order Emperor realm master, so how could he be Xianxia's opponent? The remaining people from the Emperor realm were fearless and showed no intention of running away. 4 people rushed out from the left and right sides while the others held their Emperor artifacts and bombarded him indiscriminately. Xianxia swept his eyes over them coldly as his figure flickered to avoid a barrage of attacks. The 2 sect masters who had rushed over were caught off guard and were blasted to pieces, not even leaving behind their bones. Xianxia didn't know which sect master had died here. The mountains and rivers bell attacked again, enveloping the 3 people on the right. A world-suppressing pressure descended from the sky. The 3 people sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. When the bell rang, they lost control of their strength and their emperor chi became chaotic, causing them to stagger and fall down. Before they could land on the ground, the mountains and river's bell had already covered their heads and trapped them. Xianxia did not stop and flashed to the side of a beautiful woman. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and pushed his emperor chi. First, her emperor chi was imprisoned, then he slapped the back of her head, knocking her out, and threw her into the mountains and river's bell. In the blink of an eye, half of the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters who had set up an ambush here had been killed, and the remaining half saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so they didn't continue to fight and instead scattered and fled. Xianxia wanted to chase after them, but half of his body was starting to go numb. He could only grit his teeth and stop, watching them escape. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense and confirming that there was no more danger, he reached out and grabbed the two people who had been knocked out, throwing them into the mountains and river's bell to suppress them. Then, his figure flickered and he hid in the sealed world bead. In the medicine garden, Xianxia appeared with a slightly pale face. He went directly to the immortal tree and sat down cross-legged. Muzhu and Mulu heard the commotion and came over. When they saw Xianxia in such a state, they were shocked and hurriedly surrounded him, casting their arts to heal him. A green light curtain enveloped Xianxia, and with the nourishment of the immortal tree's vitality, Xianxia immediately felt much better. In fact, the injuries he suffered this time were secondary. Although the dagger had stabbed into his body and damaged his internal organs, with Xianxia's current physique and strong recovery ability, it was not a big problem. The key was the strange poison on the dagger. He did not know what kind of poison it was, but even with Xianxia's current physique and second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was still poisoned. His emperor chi surged and cleansed the numb half of his body. With the help of the two wood spirits, that half of his body gradually recovered. Fortunately, it was Xianxia. Otherwise, if it was any other third-order Emperor Realm Master who was poisoned by this strange poison, they would not be able to save the situation. Xianxia was now a half-dragon, and the dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative conditions. Naturally, poison was one of them. Although the poison on the dagger was strong, it was still not enough to kill a dragon race member. Even if an ordinary dragon was poisoned, it would not be a big deal. However, Xianxia was only a half-dragon, so it would take some effort to expel it. The two wood spirits were not only good at healing, but also at detoxifying. With the cooperation of the two, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was no longer the normal golden color, but a green light. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose, and when it fell to the ground, it made a sizzling sound. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and moved his body a little. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him, but when he recalled the attack just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor Realm, he had rarely met an opponent he could fight. He had even killed a few third-stage Emperor Realm Masters, so his mentality had inevitably changed. Today, he realized that the world was so big and there were so many capable people out there. The price of underestimating others was to suffer. It was all thanks to his half-dragon body that he was able to escape from death this time. If not for his half-dragon body, that black shadow sneak attack from behind might have taken his life. If not for his half-dragon body, the strange poison on the dagger would have also caused him to die without a burial ground. It was because of the sturdiness of his half-dragon body that he was able to stop the dagger's advance with his flesh and blood, preventing himself from being fatally injured. He was able to slow down the spread of the poison and truly survive. Thinking back to what happened tonight, Xianxia was full of doubts. He came here because Luo Chen had used Gao Shuiting's name to pass on a message. Otherwise, why would he come here for no reason? The Black Shadow's ambush here was obviously premeditated. What did this have to do with Luo Chen and Gao Shuiting? Previously, he had contacted Gao Shuiting and received some response. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have trusted her so easily. There was also the dozen or so people from the Emperor Realm who had become the demon race, which made him feel that something was wrong. The demon thought had just been discovered in the Southern Territory. During the dozen or so years when he returned to Henluo Star Field to fight, the Southern Territory had been hunting down and searching for those escaping demon wills. It was said that they had already been wiped out, so how could there be so many people who had become the demon race? Thinking about it, Xianxia was shocked. These dozen or so people were from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in the martial meet this time, and he hadn't noticed anything unusual until morning. If they had all quietly become the demon race, then what about the others? Hundreds of the Emperor realm's elite disciples from the southern territory had gathered in that mountain valley. If they were all killed, then it would be a big joke. Not daring to think about it anymore, Xianxia flashed out of the sealed world bead. On the mountain peak, the mountains and rivers bell stood quietly. The mountain peak was a mess, and there were traces of the battle left behind. There was some movement inside the bell. Obviously, the suppressed enemies inside were trying to find a way to break out, but the suppression force in the mountain valley was extremely strong. How could they break out at will? Xianxia punched the bell, and with a loud bang, the bell immediately quieted down. Only a few miserable cries could be heard. Xianxia. The situation was as he had expected. This old man had become the demon race, but it seemed that he had not become the demon race for long. The demonic chi had not eroded too much, so he could still be saved. With a solemn look on his face, Kai Yang's aura suddenly underwent an astonishing change. In an instant, it became ancient and desolate. It was as if he had stepped out from an ancient and distant world, giving off a feeling of incompatibility with the current world. The power of a wizard. Xianxia was not only from the Emperor realm, but also a wizard king who specialized in all kinds of wizard spells. From his previous contact, the power of a wizard was definitely the most effective way to restrain the demonic chi. Reaching out and pressing on the old man's head, Xianxia chanted a complicated and strange spell. A layer of hazy light instantly enveloped the old man. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly glowed with a pale red light. Bloodthirst. In that ancient world, Xianxia had fought with the demon race for many years. He had the experience of saving people who had become the demon race. The bloodthirst could effectively resist the erosion of the demonic chi, and with the help of his wizard spells, it should not be difficult to pull this old man back from becoming the demon race. However, the bloodthirst was formed by stimulating the blood essence of the cultivator. This old man was not young, so his lifespan would be affected. But how could Xianxia care about this now? He just wanted to quickly understand today's matter and then make plans. The bloodthirst was activated, and the spell changed again. This time, it was exorcism. The old man instantly trembled like a sieve. His face twisted, as if he was enduring great pain. Wisps of black smoke came out of his 7 orifices. The black smoke disappeared as soon as it left his body. It was the demonic chi that had invaded his body. It was all purified by the exorcism. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black. Even though Xianxia had sealed his power, he still bared his teeth and roared at Xianxia like a ferocious beast. It seemed that he would not stop until he bit off Xianxia's flesh. The scene in front of Xianxia reminded him of his past experience. In that ancient world, the demon race and the barbarian race fought each other. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. If he had not experienced it himself, it would be difficult to imagine how cruel the war between the two races was. But soon, the old man's struggling and roaring subsided. The demonic chi overflowing from his 7 orifices became less and less, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded. After a few dozen breaths, the old man collapsed to the ground as if he had been fished out of the water. He blinked his eyes and asked blankly, what happened? Xianxia looked down at him condescendingly, "Do you recognize me?" The old man's vision gradually focused and he asked in surprise, "Are you Elder Yang of Azure Sun Temple? Don't you remember what happened to you?" Xianxia asked in a deep voice. The old man frowned and thought for a moment. After a while, his face changed greatly. This old man what happened? He seemed to have some impression of what happened just now. He was not completely ignorant. Xianxia said, "You were eroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race." "When did you become the demon race?" "How did you become the demon race?" "Become the demon race." The old man's face changed and became extremely pale. He laughed twice and shook his head, "Impossible, this is impossible." He still didn't believe it. He had been chasing those demonic wills in the Southern Territory for many years. He obviously knew what it meant to become the demon race. He had even seen others become the demon race. It was a real change in temperament. They didn't recognize their own family and could even kill their own wife and daughter. But he never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. For a moment, he felt a little uneasy. Xianxia grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. Look at the four of them." The old man turned his head and looked at the four people lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing that the four people were still wrapped in the dark demonic chi, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had to face reality. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all the strange things that happened to him. Think about it carefully. Is there anything suspicious? The old man hesitated. This afternoon, Madame Han and I were invited by Elder Feng to see Temple Master Lei, and then. I don't remember much. Feng Ming, Lei Gu? Xianxia's face changed. To be called Elder Feng and Temple Master Lei by him, there were probably only two people in the entire Southern Territory. If these two people were the main culprits. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the Orthodoxy Hall. His face was full of worry. That's right. The old man slowly shook his head. It can't be Temple Master Lei who did this. Elder Yang, where are you going? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Xianxia suddenly rush into the sky and rush in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He staggered to his feet, feeling incomparably weak. He turned his head and looked at the four people lying unconscious on the ground. Then, he looked at the scene of the battle around him. He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said in pain, "The world is going to change." He could faintly feel that the world was about to change. With four people by his side who had become the demon race, he couldn't just ignore them. If they woke up, they would probably go out and wreak havoc everywhere. But he had some friendship with these four people, so he couldn't kill them. He could only think of a way to imprison them first, and then find Xianxia to rescue them later. Since that Elder Yang was able to save him from his bedevilment, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save the other four. The Orthodoxy Hall was currently in chaos. There were sounds of fighting everywhere, and people were constantly running away. Bodies fell into pools of blood one after another, dying. One of the three major sects in the Southern Territory had become as cruel as hell in less than 2 hours. One after another, people from the Emperor realm covered in black gas shuttled back and forth. They killed people like they were cutting vegetables. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. More than 100 people from the Emperor realm formed a circular formation, forcing all of the escaping people to retreat to the valley. That was the place where the martial gathering and tonight's feast were held in the Southern Territory. Feng Ming held the communication compass in his hand and checked the information inside. He frowned and turned to Lei Gu, saying, "There's news from that side." They failed. Lei Gu's clothes fluttered. Although his entire body was also covered in pitch-black demonic chi, he clearly didn't lose his rationality. This was because he wasn't simply corroded by the demonic chi, but rather possessed by the demonic intent. The current Lei Gu was no longer the Lei Gu from the Orthodoxy Hall. Feng Ming was clearly the same. Hearing this, Lei Gu angrily said, "How did they fail? How could such a foolproof plan fail?" "I don't know the exact situation, but that person escaped." Feng Ming shook his head. "Trash." Lei Gu's expression turned ruthless. It was because he was afraid of that person's space divine technique that he thought of ways to get rid of him first to prevent him from using the space divine technique to mess things up. However, he didn't expect that he still didn't succeed, which made him very dissatisfied. However, he also knew that even that person failed, so even if he personally made a move, it wouldn't be much better. It could only be said that man proposes, and God disposes. It seemed like he still underestimated that person's ability. "Hurry up. Try to get this done before the news is leaked," Lei Gu ordered. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flashed and he shot into the night sky. Under the night sky, Xianxia's figure flickered. His face was tense, and while his heart was slightly relieved, he was also extremely worried. He originally suspected that this matter was related to Luo Chen and Gao Shueting, and reality proved that it was related to them. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that it wasn't their original intention. Luo Chen and Gao Shueting were probably also corroded by the demonic qi and were then controlled by someone else. Yang Kai also suddenly recalled that Luo Chen and Gao Shueting seemed to have gone out together during the day. Now, it seemed like they were summoned by Lei Gu. Their situation was probably the same as that old man and they were both careless. However, he couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the demon thought in the southern territory was already suppressed? How could they still make such a big move? Furthermore, they purposely chose the time of a martial gathering in the southern territory. It was obvious that the plan was grand and wasn't done in a day. They probably planned this a long time ago. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to Orthodoxy Temple, but the scene he saw made his eyes twitch. The sect protecting array of Orthodoxy Temple had been activated, and a translucent barrier of light covered the temple like an inverted bowl, protecting it completely. Before he arrived, he heard a series of screams. It was obvious that many people had already been killed. Looking at a certain location in Orthodoxy Temple, he saw black qi rising to the sky and demonic qi growing everywhere. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. If he remembered correctly, the place where the demonic qi was born should be where tonight's banquet was being held. Before he left, several hundred elite disciples from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of southern territory had gathered there. Could it be that they had all been killed? Thinking about it again, that didn't seem right. If that was the case, there was no need for Orthodoxy Temple to draw him away. Several hundred disciples from the Emperor realm, and many of them were third-layer emperors. If they had all been killed and corroded by the demonic qi, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. The purpose of drawing him away was obviously because Orthodoxy Temple was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the situation and decided to make the first move. Yang Kai's proficiency in the space divine technique was no secret, and once they failed to strike him, Orthodoxy Temple would have no chance to strike again. From the looks of it, although the situation was dangerous, it hadn't reached the point of no return. Yang Kai guessed that when Zishan and the others wouldn't be so easily corroded by the demonic qi and might be resisting inside Orthodoxy Temple. His figure flickered and he stopped in front of the great array. Looking around, his eyes widened in anger. Inside Orthodoxy Temple, many cultivators were scrambling to escape. They had obviously sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the whirlpool that was Orthodoxy Temple, but with the sect protecting array blocking them, how could they escape? They were all blocked, and many of them were killed by the pursuing demons. Others, seeing that there was no hope in escaping, hurriedly returned to find another way out. Screams, pleas for mercy, and cries of grief filled Yang Kai's ears. The people who had been alive and kicking during the day had all been reduced to meat paste in an instant, causing Yang Kai to burn with anger. Sweeping his gaze around, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly froze as he stared at a certain spot a few dozen meters away. On a small slope, a corpse was lying on the ground. The clothes were familiar, the face was familiar, but there was a hole in the chest, and the internal organs could be vaguely seen. Fresh blood dyed the slope where the corpse was lying. The blood had not dried, the eyes were not closed, and the head was tilted to one side as it lay there motionless. The originally dazzling eyes were now dim and had lost their luster. Jade Chakram. Yang Kai's lips parted as he called out softly, but there was no response. Dead? The person who had been looking for him for the past month had died just like that? Yang Kai simply didn't dare believe his eyes. The clear and melodious voice reverberated in his ears, and the figure that turned around and waved goodbye to him was incomparably clear. He still remembered the apprehension she had when she came to thank him with clean clothes, and the expectation in her eyes when they talked many times. He had once whipped a famous horse when he was drunk. Fearing that he would hurt the beauty because of his passion, Yang Kai didn't dare and wasn't willing to entangle himself with her. Thus, he shut the door and put an end to it. However, that lively figure was now lying on the cold slope, as if she had some kind of premonition. Before she died, her eyes were still open as she looked in this direction, looking at him who had returned after so long. The blood in his body suddenly became bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai avoided that pair of soulless eyes that were staring at him. He didn't dare to meet her gaze, so he lowered his head. The hair in front of his forehead cast a shadow over his eyes. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky, Lei Gu. Several dozen li away, Lei Gu who was standing in the void turned his head when he heard this. He coldly snorted, "You actually came back." His eyes flashed and then he rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's angry roar was clearly heard by quite a few cultivator who were currently running away. Right now, they were gathering towards him from all directions. They stopped in front of him and shouted through the sect-protecting great formation, "Senior, save us." Yang Kai looked up and swept his eyes over their panicked faces. His eyes locked onto a certain place behind everyone. Lei Gu's tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the void. His face was cold and his eyes were pitch black. Demonic chi wrapped around his entire body. As soon as he appeared, he gently waved his hand. Yang Kai's eyes shrunk. He shouted at the cultivator in front of him, "Hurry and run." How could they still escape? Lei Gu was a third-layer Supreme Emperor. Now that he had been corroded by demonic thoughts, his bloodthirst had become his nature. An invisible slash swept over and directly cut several dozen people in half at the waist. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the sect-protecting great formation. All living beings wailed in grief. Being cut in half at the waist wouldn't immediately kill someone, but it would make them experience boundless fear before they died. Those miserable screams and wails added endless gloominess to this world. "You still dare to come back?" Lei Gu coldly looked at Yang Kai and sneered. "Sure enough, it was you who did this." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Lei Gu sneered and said, "So what if I did? What can you do to this king?" Yang Kai glanced at the sect-protecting great formation in front of him. His boundless anger and guilt were suddenly suppressed. He calmly said, "You think a great formation can stop me?" Lei Gu said, "Then you can try." Yang Kai pointed at him, "If I don't destroy your orthodoxy temple, I swear I am not human." At this moment, a person suddenly shouted from inside, "Yang Kai, orthodoxy temple has become a demon's den. Quickly go and ask for help." Yang Kai was startled. He recognized that it was Wen Zishan's voice, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Gu. He shouted loudly, "Temple Master, what's the situation inside? It can still hold on for a while. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that the situation inside was probably not good. Otherwise, Wen Zishan wouldn't have told him to go to Star Soul Palace. However, going to Star Soul Palace at this time was a long journey. It would take at least a few days. By the time he returned, it would be too late. He could only reply, "Temple Master, don't worry. I have a plan." Lei Gu suddenly grinned, "Yang Kai, this king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. How about you rely on this king? With your abilities, your future is promising." "Rely on you? In your dreams?" Yang Kai angrily rebuked. His figure shook as he shouted, "Dragon transformation." A loud dragon's roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared and disappeared in a flash, entering Yang Kai's body. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly grew. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Lei Gu's line of sight slowly moved upwards as the expression on his face changed. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes as he stared at the behemoth in a daze and cried out involuntarily, "Dragon vein." He finally understood why that person had failed. This Yang Kai actually had a dragon vein. Although it didn't seem to be orthodox, to be able to use a dragon vein to such an extent, it obviously wasn't too bad. The dragon race had tough bodies and a strong immunity to poison, so it would be strange if that person could succeed. However, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to use such a divine technique. If he had known earlier, he would have told that person to be more careful. Perhaps he really could have succeeded in one hit. Space divine technique, and a dragon vein, Lei Gu's face sank. If this child isn't eliminated, he will definitely become a big problem. Without waiting for Lei Gu to regain his senses, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and released his avatar. With a thought, he understood Yang Kai's intention. With a roar, his body suddenly grew bigger. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. What he saw today was simply inconceivable. It was already unexpected that Yang Kai could become so big, but where did the stone golem come from? It looked like a stone fire, but was there such a big stone fire? Break the formation! Yang Kai's figure was towering and his voice was like a dragon's roar. When he finished speaking, he raised his hands high with his avatar and smashed them down. It was as if two mountains were crashing down. Two huge pits immediately appeared on the light screen of the sect protecting formation. Last time, the High Sky Sect's sect protecting formation was broken by the avatar with brute force. The foundation of the High Sky Sect was not much worse than the Orthodoxy Temple. No matter how strong the sect protecting formation was, there was still a limit. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't doubt that he and his avatar could break this formation. When the pits appeared, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. However, before he could regain his senses, the sunken light screen actually bounced back at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, an extremely powerful force was transmitted through his fists. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying. His 20-meter-tall body was like a collapsing mountain. He rolled along the way and trees fell down. A rumbling sound came. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that his avatar was also in the same situation. Moreover, it was even bigger and caused more of a commotion than him. Gee! While tumbling, Yang Kai struggled to adjust his body and finally stabilized himself. On the other side, the avatar was the same. Their eyes met and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Orthodoxy Temple sect protecting formation was very different from the High Sky sects. Lei Gu's side also heaved a sigh of relief, secretly praising their luck. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation could reflect brute force, with the strength of the two monsters in front of them, there was probably no formation in the world that could stop their wild attacks. Again! Yang Kai shouted. He took large strides forward. Although he looked clumsy, he was actually extremely fast and arrived in front of the formation. This time, he threw out a punch. Asterisk boom, asterisk the light screen of the formation caved in again, but this time, a violent force bounced back, causing his arm to go numb. He couldn't help but stagger back. The same thing happened to his avatar. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized that something was wrong. The Orthodoxy Temple sect protecting formation could actually reflect brute force. No matter how much strength he used, it would reflect the same amount of strength he used. It was simply his nemesis with his avatar. If the High Sky Sect's formation was also like this, his avatar wouldn't have been able to break it so easily that day. Ridiculous! Lei Gu sneered when he saw this. The opportunity is right in front of you. You can't blame others if you don't cherish it. When my demon race army flattens this world in the future, don't regret it. Demon race army. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a draconic roar, a golden dragon phantom punched out and hit the light screen of the formation. This time, ripples appeared on the light screen of the formation, but there were no signs of rebound. Yang Kai understood when he saw this. Sure enough, this spirit array could reflect brute force, but it could only resolve energy attacks. In other words, it was impossible to break the spirit array with brute force. This simply made the greatest advantage of him and his embodiment useless. Seeing this, Yang Kai and the embodiment no longer hesitated and used their respective divine technique to attack the Orthodoxy Temple's array. In the ancient and profound dragon language, the secret techniques of the dragon race transformed into golden dragons that advanced one after another. The flames on the embodiment's body also burned fiercely, turning the place where he stood into a sea of fire that burned the array's light screen. For a moment, the array's light screen rippled and flashed wildly. Lei Gu snorted coldly when he saw this and a flag appeared in his hand. He waved it and stabilized the array. Although he had been corrupted by demonic intent and his temperament had changed greatly, almost turning him into a completely different person, he could still easily control everything that Lei Gu possessed. This array flag was the main array flag of the Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting array. With his ability to control it, the array formation immediately became impregnable. Yang Kai's eyes widened. If the array wasn't broken, how could he enter the Orthodoxy Temple? How could he save Wen Zishan and the others? How could he avenge those who had died? For a moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that he had no choice but to ask for help from Star Soul Palace? But if he delayed going back and forth for a few days, who knew what would happen to Wen Zishan and the others? They might be eroded by the demonic qi and become demons. Since Lei Gu dared to make a move at this time, he obviously had great confidence. Turning his head, he saw the embodiment's body burning fiercely and burning the array, but looking at the situation, it was not possible to break the array in a short time, even if he cooperated. Lei Gu said coldly again, "Junior, you've ruined my plans. I'll make you beg for death." This time, there was already a flaw in the plan. Yang Kai was not dead, so the news here would definitely spread. In other words, the plan had failed. Fortunately, the failure was not complete. There were still so many people from the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of cultivator who had fallen into the trap, so it was better than nothing. If so many people were demonized, it would definitely be a force that could not be underestimated. It could open up the next stage of the grand plan. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped and retreated. He coldly glared at Lei Gu and used his technique to shout, "Hall Master, can you hold on for a day?" Lei Gu frowned when he heard this. He didn't know what Yang Kai meant by giving him this one-day deadline. Judging from the current situation, this boy's best course of action was to go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help, but the journey to Star Soul Palace was long. How could he return in one day? Even if he was proficient in the divine technique of space, he would not be able to do such a thing. When Zishan's voice came from inside orthodoxy. "Hall, we will do our best." Another person's voice rang out, "Boy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the Star Soul Palace." It was the voice of the Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Holy Lord, Ma Qing. He sounded exasperated. He didn't expect Yang Kai to still be here. Yang Kai gazed at Lei Gu and thundered, "All right, you guys should hold on. One day later, we will save you from the sea of bitterness." After saying this, he turned around and left. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cold corpse on the slope and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if it was being gripped by a hand. After a few flashes, he disappeared from Lei Gu's field of vision. After he left, Lei Gu stopped urging the array flags and the flashing light of the sect protecting Grand Array gradually subsided. He turned his head and glanced at the embodiment, Sacred Spirit Stone Fire. The embodiment stood tall, looking down at him from across the Grand Array. Its two eyes were like burning flames, flickering endlessly. It was connected to Yang Kai, so there was no need for too much communication to understand Yang Kai's plan. At the same time, it was filled with anger and guilt because of Yu's death. It stayed here to restrain Lei Gu's energy so that he couldn't deal with Wen Zishan and the others wholeheartedly. On the other hand, it was waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Grand Array. It would be best if it could break the Grand Array before Yang Kai returned. Even if it couldn't, it could reduce some of the Grand Array's power and prepare for the next plan. Seeing that the embodiment didn't speak, Lei Gu said coldly, "Sacred spirits are so noble, when have they been reduced to being controlled by a human? This is a disgrace to the sacred spirits." If the embodiment was really Shi Hua, it might be angered, but the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai after all. How could it care about such provocation? Seeing that it didn't respond, Lei Gu frowned and gave up on this useless effort. He turned around and was about to fly inside. But before he could fly away, the embodiment urged the flames to climb up the Grand Array's light screen, burning it to the sky. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. He waved the array flags in his hand and a layer of light appeared on the light screen, isolating the power of the flames. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure shuttled through the void and it only took him a moment to return to the mountain peak where he had been attacked. The white-haired old man was meditating while the four demonic chi wrapped around him were still unconscious. After noticing the movement, the old man was startled, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yang Kai had returned. Overjoyed, he called out, "Elder Yang. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help and report the matter of Orthodoxy Temple to the great emperors. Otherwise, the southern territory will be in danger," Yang Kai said hurriedly. "Ah." The white-haired old man was startled for a moment before nodding fiercely, "Good." He then pointed to the four people and said, "Then they go." Yang Kai turned his head and glared at him, like an enraged beast about to devour him. Facing such a terrifying gaze, the old man didn't dare to say anything else. Realizing that time was precious, he hurriedly summoned his flight-type artifact and flew towards Star Soul Palace. After he left, Yang Kai waved his hand and took the four unconscious people who had become the demon race into his mysterious bead world, suppressing them somewhere inside. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered countless materials, directly beginning to work on this mountain peak. Going to Star Soul Palace to ask the great emperors to take action was certainly a way out, but Yongkai wasn't optimistic about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of the great emperors, it was just that it would take too much time. By the time the great emperors arrived here, it was likely that the matter here would have already been settled. If he wanted to resolve this disaster and avenge those who had died, he would have to rely on something else. Yongkai had his own plans. In his mind, the scene of the cold corpse lying on the mountain peak kept flashing, the dim and lifeless eyes seemingly engraved into the depths of his soul, forever staring at him, tormenting him with every breath he took. Strictly speaking, they had only known each other for less than a month, and they weren't even close. On the path of the martial Tao, fighting and killing was normal. The death of a single person shouldn't have caused such a big emotional fluctuation, but because of the endless self-blame, the act of turning around and waving goodbye became an eternal parting. The power of the space array surged endlessly, and many materials gradually merged on this mountain peak, forming a prototype spirit array. As time passed, this spirit array gradually became more complete. After less than half a day, a brand new space array had taken shape. Without having time to inspect it too much, Yongkai stepped onto it and stared at the location of Orthodoxy Temple for a moment before urging the power of the array. In a flash of light, Yongkai disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. On top of the space array, Yongkai's figure appeared, alarming the people guarding the array. Today, Bian Yuqing was still guarding the array. When she saw Yongkai, she immediately stood up and cupped her fists. "Palace Master." Her gaze suddenly focused on Yongkai's waist, and she asked in shock, "Palace Master, are you injured?" Although the sneak attack from the Black Shadow was no longer serious, the bloodstains were still there, which naturally couldn't escape Bian Yuqing's observation. "Where is the head chief?" Yongkai turned around and asked. Bian Yuqing was startled, feeling that there was something wrong with Yongkai today. He was so aggressive, like a volcano that was about to erupt, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, wondering just who had injured him and who had provoked him. This was the first time Bian Yuqing had seen Yongkai in such a state, and hurriedly replied, "The head chief just returned yesterday, she should be resting." "Call her over." "Yes." Bian Yuqing hurriedly took out her communication compass and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Palace Master, please wait a moment, the head chief will be here soon." Although she said she would be here soon, in less than 10 breaths, Hua Qingxi had already come in from outside and glanced at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. When Bian Yuqing sent her a message just now, telling her to quickly come to the teleportation array, she looked extremely anxious, so she didn't dare to delay and rushed over without stopping to rest. When she saw Yongkai standing there with a solemn expression, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Before she could speak, Yongkai asked, "How many people from the Emperor realm can we mobilize now?" Hua Qingxi blinked and said, "Palace Master, are you referring to the entire Northern Territory, or the entire High Heaven Palace?" "The entire Northern Territory." "Then why are you mobilizing them, Palace Master?" "Murder, revenge, extermination." Yongkai spat out a few words coldly between his teeth. Hua Qingxi was shocked and realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Yongkai wouldn't be so murderous. She said solemnly, "If there's enough time, 300 to 400 people won't be a problem." During this period of time, the High Heaven Palace had led the other 3 sects and had been integrating the major forces in the Northern Territory. Although it hadn't been long, many sects had already chosen to submit. There was no other way. With the 4 top sects working together, who in the Northern Territory could stop them? Since they had already submitted, the High Heaven Palace had given orders. Whether they were willing or not, they had to obey. "Okay, I'll give you half a day to mobilize all the people from the Emperor realm and gather here. After half a day, I'll come and pick you all up." Yongkai turned around and stepped onto the space array again. After pondering for a while, he said coldly, "Tell them that if anyone dares to not come or cooperate with me, when I have the time, I'll definitely exterminate their entire sect." "Yes." Hua Qingxi's face changed color. She wanted to ask more, but Yongkai's figure had already disappeared from the space array. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing looked at each other. they were both confused. Xianxia said, "What happened to the palace master?" Bian Yuqing shook her head, "I'm not sure. He didn't say anything." Xianxia frowned slightly. She could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had met with some trouble. But what kind of trouble was it that required so many people from the Emperor realm to help him? She had also seen the bloodstains on Yang Kai's body. Although she wasn't sure how serious his injuries were, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still injured. It was clear that the enemy this time was very strong. She didn't dare to delay. After a simple discussion with Bian Yuqing, they took out their communication compasses and sent out messages. They all stepped onto the space array and began to mobilize all the experts in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai had set up a lot of space arrays in the Northern Territory some time ago, so it was quite convenient to travel back and forth. Otherwise, how could they find anyone to help them in just half a day? Half an hour later, more than half of the Northern Territory had become turbulent because of the High Heaven Palace's order. Countless people from the Emperor realm were anxious, not knowing why the High Heaven Palace suddenly summoned them. Were they going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? But what good would that do for the High Heaven Palace? Many people naturally wanted to pretend to be sick and not go, or they had other excuses, but the order from the High Heaven Palace made them not dare to not go. Yang Kai had already said that he would destroy their sect, so who would dare to be perfunctory? The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him, and now the High Heaven Palace was occupying the ruins of the Seeking Passion sect. No one wanted to become the second Seeking Passion sect. This guy was not joking, he was completely capable of destroying other sects. People were constantly teleporting to the High Heaven Palace through the space array. 3 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, the main hall gradually became overcrowded. When the latecomers saw that so many people from the Emperor realm had gathered in the Northern Territory, they immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the High Heaven Palace did not intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river, otherwise, there would be no reason for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather in one place. There were also people who gathered around Bian Yuqing to ask about the situation, but how could Bian Yuqing know what was going on? Yang Kai hurried back to say a few words and then left in a hurry. She had no idea what was going on, so she could only ignore those people's questions. However, no one dared to be presumptuous here. Seeing her cold face and not answering, they could only step back in embarrassment and show flattering smiles. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Back then, she had to look up to the Emperor realm, but now, she had to give them face. This was something that Blue Feather sect could never give her. She knew better than anyone that the one the Emperor realm was afraid of wasn't her. She was just a first-order Emperor realm master, and there were countless people here who were stronger than her. If it weren't for the High Heaven Palace behind her, this situation wouldn't have happened. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. The High Heaven Palace was in an uproar. Yang Kai had already teleported to the savage desolate ancient lands. Inside the small treehouse, Yang Kai leapt out just in time to see a stone puppet poke its head in his direction. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yang Kai asked, "Is the elder here?" The stone mongoose pointed at the elder's treehouse, and Yang Kai dashed towards it. Not long after, he saw the elder in the treehouse. The elder looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Little friend, why have you returned?" Yang Kai didn't seem to have left for long, at most 2 months. Yang Kai kept his fists solemnly. "I have a matter to ask the Stone Mongoose clan for help." The elder nodded and said, "No problem." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder, aren't you going to ask me what it is?" He didn't expect the elder to agree so readily. The elder chuckled, "It seems that you have encountered some trouble. The Stone Mongoose clan doesn't have many friends, so how can the Stone Mongoose clan stand by and do nothing when a friend is in trouble?" Yang Kai bowed deeply. "Many thanks, elder, for your help. However, you should know that this matter is related to the Southern Territory." "The Southern Territory?" The elder raised his eyebrows. The savage wildland was in the Eastern Territory, so the Southern Territory was a bit out of his reach. However, when he thought about the space array that Yang Kai set up, he suddenly understood something. This matter is also related to the demon race. The demon race? The elder cried out in surprise. Yang Kai looked at him and said thoughtfully, "Elder, do you know something about the demon race?" The elder's expression was solemn. In this world, other than the sacred spirits, I'm afraid no one knows more about the demon race than the Stone Mongoose clan. The sacred spirits had their own source of inheritance. That inheritance wasn't just about power, but also the memories and experiences of past generations of sacred spirits. Therefore, no matter what kind of sacred spirit they were, they would more or less absorb some of the memories of their ancestors. Even though the demon race was a long time ago, the sacred spirits weren't completely ignorant. Although the Stone Mongoose clan didn't have the convenience of an inheritance, they had a long lifespan. The elder himself had lived through many great eras and had personally fought against the demon race. How could he not know how terrifying and difficult the demon race was? The demon race has appeared in the Southern Territory? The elder asked with a serious expression. Xianxia said, more than a decade ago, a demon den appeared in the Southern Territory. Someone broke the seal of the demon den and released thousands of demon wills. These demon wills can corrode a cultivator's body and take over their bodies. It's very hard to guard against them. In the past decade, the Southern Territory has been hunting these demon wills. It's said that they have already been wiped out. However, I only realized last night that that was only on the surface. There are even more demon wills hiding in the dark. They are targeting the cultivator in the Southern Territory. All the large sects in the Southern Territory, hundreds of the Emperor realm, and tens of thousands of elite disciples were all involved. This junior was lucky enough to escape, but I must hurry back and save them before it's too late. There is such a thing? The elder was shocked. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was still shocked when he heard Xianxia say that hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples were involved in the Southern Territory. He quickly stood up and said, the demon race is not a matter of the Southern Territory. It's a matter of the entire star boundary. Although the Stone Mongoose clan has been living in peace for a long time, we can't stay out of this matter. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Thank you, elder. Xianxia was shocked and quickly led the way. When they got down from the treehouse, the elder gently tapped the ground with his walking stick a few times. The Stone Mongoose immediately walked out of the treehouse one by one. Many wood spirits also flew over. Xianxia's message was conveyed in a few simple sentences. The Stone Mongoose and wood spirits were shocked. Obviously, they all knew how terrifying the demon race was. Needless to say, under Xianxia's command, they all walked into the small treehouse and stepped onto the space array. When Xianxia built this space array 2 months ago, he had made some preparations. He had specifically built it to be large, just in case he needed the stone puppet's help one day, so he had never expected it to come in handy so soon. The Stone Mongoose was too big and could only teleport one person at a time. Xianxia arranged for them to be teleported one by one before turning to the elder and saying, don't act rashly for the time being. I don't know how many people the demon race has left behind, or if there are any reinforcements. Elder, lead them to guard the space array while I summon more people to destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. Yes, little friend, don't worry, the elder nodded and was the last to enter the space array. After sending off the Stone Mongoose elder, Xianxia rushed into the sky without stopping and rushed in a certain direction. His emperor's chi was released without any regard for consumption, and his space principles were constantly activated as his figure flickered. In less than half an hour, a majestic palace appeared in front of him. It was the palace of the Southern Saint Luan Feng in the ancient land. Before he landed, he heard an angry shout, "Who goes there?" A charming woman flew towards him. She was wearing revealing clothes, and her demonic chi soared to the sky. She was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, no weaker than Ying Fei and the others. Xianxia glanced at her and found her familiar. He knew that she was one of the 32 monster kings, but he couldn't remember which monster king she was. He was in a bad mood and wasn't in the mood to tangle with her, so he waved his sleeve and said, "Get lost." The monster king was furious. Although she was below the Southern Saint realm in the ancient land, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this, not even the other monster kings. When a woman went crazy, she was very terrifying. Just as she was about to teach Xianxia a lesson, she suddenly found that this person looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she was surprised and delighted. Isn't this that guy? Her anger turned into a smile, so it's... Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai had already rushed past her and landed directly in the Luanfeng's palace. Looking around, under the shocked gazes of the maids, he shouted, "Luanfeng!" The Monster King was embarrassed, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. Everyone knew that this human was related to the blood door and the divine spirit source, so no one dared to offend him. Ying Fei and the others also didn't know how lucky they were to be able to follow him around. It was simply enviable. She was confident that her cultivation was not inferior to Ying Fei and the others, and her figure was also not bad. If she could take this opportunity to form a relationship with him, she might be able to get close to him in the future. Before she could finish her thoughts, she heard Yang Kai's angry roar. Her expression immediately changed as she wondered what was wrong with this guy today. He looked like he was going to punish her. She didn't know what he was going to do. She didn't dare to approach Yang Kai rashly, so she just floated in the air and watched anxiously. Her heart was very conflicted. If the Southern Saint Realm fought with him, should she help or not? Offending the Southern Saint Realm wouldn't bring her any good, but if she offended him, she would never be able to awaken her ancestral spirit source again. "What are you shouting for?" A cold voice called out as Luanfeng appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Her face was so gloomy that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost from it. Staring at Yang Kai, her expression was full of disgust, secretly feeling a headache coming on. Why is this guy here again? Last time I was taken advantage of by him, is he still not satisfied? Isn't this appetite a bit too big? His heart was secretly annoyed, so naturally his tone wasn't too good. But when he saw Kai Yang's expression, his heart couldn't help but jump. His expression wasn't quite right. Had he provoked him? "I have something to ask for your help." Yang Kai didn't waste time and went straight to the point. So he wanted her help. Luanfeng heard this and immediately felt relieved. As long as he didn't come to find trouble with her, she raised her hand and lightly said, "Is this the attitude you should have when asking for help?" Running to her palace and shouting, he simply didn't put her in his eyes and even shamelessly asked for her help. Although she was afraid of the power behind Yang Kai, it didn't mean that she would give up her dignity as a divine spirit. She secretly decided to give Yang Kai a show of strength so that he wouldn't be so arrogant in the future. "Just tell me if you want to help me or not." Yang Kai completely ignored her thoughts and said in an extremely tough tone. The Luanfeng was angry and funny at the same time. "If you don't say what you want to help me, how can I answer you? Do you think I will agree to die if you want me to? Of course it is within your ability." The Luanfeng curled her lips. "I don't owe you anything, right? That's why I said I want to ask for your help." This brat was becoming more and more annoying. The Luanfeng secretly gritted her teeth. "So what if I help you? So what if I don't? Help me this time and I will remember your kindness. If you don't help me, I will leave immediately." The Luanfeng sneered. "What do I need your kindness for?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her, nodded, and soared into the sky. The Luanfeng was startled. Was he really going to leave? How could he do this without giving her any time to think? Was he crazy? Although the Luanfeng hated Yang Kai's rude and unreasonable attitude, if Yang Kai really held a grudge against her, she would have a hard time in the future. She could only raise her hand and angrily shout, "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my territory? What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and tilted his head to look at her. The coldness in his eyes almost condensed into a solid substance. When their eyes met, the Luanfeng's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai's state was not right this time. Although she found him annoying before, he was still reasonable. This time, it was as if he was a completely different person. It seemed that he had really encountered some kind of trouble, and it was a trouble that made him extremely angry. "Where are you going?" the Luanfeng asked in a low voice. "None of your business." He did not have the proper attitude to ask for help. The Luanfeng was furious. She wanted to slap this brat to death, but she knew that he was not weak. If she forced him to use all his cards, she might not be able to kill him. Moreover, once they had a falling out, the consequences were not something she could bear. She bitterly clenched her teeth and shouted, "There will be no next time." This was a promise. Yang Kai did not waste time and directly said, "Call Fan Hua and Song Go here. Also, summon the other 29 Monster King of the ancient land." He turned around and returned to the bedroom, standing not far from the Luanfeng. The Luanfeng was shocked. What do you want? She thought that he was only asking for her help. Who knew that he would ask for such an exorbitant price? Not only did he ask for Fan Hua and Song Go, but he also asked for the 29 Monster King. They were the strongest forces in the entire ancient land. Was this bastard planning to start a war with the sects of the great emperors? Thinking of this, the Luanfeng's body turned cold. Although she was a holy spirit, she knew her own limits. There were only a few great emperors, and every one of them was an existence recognized by the heavens and earth. If they really went up against the great emperors, not many people in the savage wildland would be able to survive. Not to mention, the sects of the great emperors had extremely strong foundations. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, he felt his hair stand on end. He had long felt that this guy was extremely daring. Wasn't his courage a bit too big? She had to admit that she was overthinking things. What are you waiting for? I want to see them within 2 hours. Hurry up and contact them. Yang Kai saw Luanfeng standing there stupidly and was annoyed. He gave the High Heaven Palace half a day's time, and they needed to finish gathering in half a day's time as well. How could they waste so much time? Luanfeng suppressed the panic in her heart. She wasn't in the mood to care about Yang Kai's rudeness. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. What do you want us to do? You should at least tell me, right? Kill them, save them. Who is the enemy? After Luanfeng asked this question, her heart jumped. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would say the name of one of the great emperors. Who would have thought that Yang Kai's eyes would close and 2 words would pop out of his mouth? Demon race. Demon race. Luanfeng's expression changed. Where did the demon race come from? Although she hadn't seen the demon race with her own eyes, the inheritance she obtained from the origin allowed her to have some understanding of the demon race. In this land, there hadn't been a demon race for hundreds of thousands of years, so why would a demon race suddenly appear? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Are you going to keep talking nonsense with me? Within 2 hours, I want to see those 2 and the 29 Monster King. If you can help me this time, I guarantee that you will all become holy spirits in the future. Luanfeng was instantly stunned. She clenched her teeth with a bitter expression. Once Yang Kai said this, it would be fine if it didn't spread out, but once it did, the 29 Monster King would definitely submit to him. Even if the 3 great saints joined hands, they wouldn't be able to suppress it. And if she refused Yang Kai's request today, she was afraid that the 29 Monster King would hold a grudge against her. At that time, she would be in a difficult situation. You win. Luanfeng coldly snorted and said, 2 hours isn't enough. Some of the Monster King's territories are too far from here. They won't be able to get here in 2 hours. How long? 2 hours. Then I will wait here for 2 hours. After saying this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and stood in place, motionless. Luanfeng glared at him and then disappeared into the depths of her palace. It was unknown what she was going to do. Yang Kai didn't monitor her. In any case, that was all he had to say. If Luanfeng was sensible, she would naturally help him. If not, it wouldn't be too late to settle accounts later. The Northern Territory was still gathering and it would take some time. Luanfeng was obviously angry with Yang Kai. Before she left, she had also dispersed all the surrounding maids, allowing him to stand there like a javelin, but no one came to pour him a cup of tea, her obvious disdain for him. A moment later, a fragrant wind blew and someone landed beside Yang Kai. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a seductive woman looking at him with a smile. It was the Monster King he had met before. When their eyes met, the seductive woman smiled and bowed. This mistress, do me greets master. She was already wearing revealing clothes, so at this moment, intentionally or unintentionally, she was showing off her beauty and flattering him. Her smile was even more brilliant than a flower. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Dumir waved her hand and said, It's nothing, this mistress is the Monster King under Holy Senior Nan. I have long admired Master's magnificence. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation. Saying so, she waved her hand and took out a recliner from her space ring, politely saying, Master, please sit. Yang Kai gently nodded, the coldness on his face easing slightly as he sat down. Dumi suddenly leaned over and whispered, Holy Senior has a bad temper and neglected Master, I hope Master won't blame her. As she spoke, her breath was like orchids, and a touch of fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai's murderous aura and anger dissipated a lot, and his tumultuous mood gradually calmed down. Turning his head, he looked at her faintly and said, You said bad things about her in private. What if she heard you? Dumier's face stiffened, and she said awkwardly, I'm just talking to Master. I believe Master won't spread it. Yang Kai looked her up and down and asked curiously, What kind of monster are you? Dumier smiled and said, replying Master, this mistress is a flower monster. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pinched the air, and a small golden flower immediately appeared between her fingers. The fragrance was strong and intoxicating. Yang Kai nodded and said, It's rare for a plant to become a spirit. It was many times more difficult for a plant to become a spirit than a body of flesh and blood. Yang Kai did not expect that the monster king in front of him was actually a flower monster, and to be able to cultivate to the level of a monster king, this was extremely rare. Dumier said sadly, Master, you flatter me. This mistress has also suffered a lot, and experienced many flowing time great emperors to have today's achievements. As she spoke, she quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, she bit her lip and said, Master, I heard that Ing Fei, Shi Lei, and Xia Wuwei are working under you? You already know the answer. Dumier curled her lips and said, What can 3 men do? I'm afraid they can't even serve Master well. I don't know what the holy sages are thinking. They should send a woman to serve Master well. At the very least, they should take care of Master's daily life. Are you very good at serving people? Yang Kai glanced at her. Dumier eagerly said, Master, do you want to try? I see that Master is depressed and has a lot on his mind. This is not a good thing. The war is imminent. It's best to empty your mind and body so that you can go all out. If Master doesn't mind, this mistress can show you a little. After saying that, she eagerly looked at Yang Kai, quietly waiting for his reply. After a long time, she did not see any reaction from Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and walked behind Yang Kai. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she leaned over to Yang Kai's ear and said, Master, just relax. Leave the rest to this mistress. I will definitely satisfy you. The gentle fragrance, like an invisible hand, tickled Yang Kai's ear, making his heart ripple. It soothed Yang Kai's suppressed anger and all kinds of negative emotions. 2 soft and delicate hands rubbed his shoulders and head with varying degrees of strength as Yang Kai's monster chi and divine sense began to fluctuate. Soon, Yang Kai felt as if he was immersed in a sea of flowers. The world was vast, and the sea of flowers was boundless, making his body and mind feel ethereal. Seeing Yang Kai's tense expression gradually relax and his breathing become stable, Dumier pursed her lips and smiled. She became more attentive. Following the Luanfeng's message, more and more figures appeared in the savage desolate ancient land. Their demonic chi soared to the sky and their demonic chi surged. Many demon generals and commanders raised their heads, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know why their king was moving. 2 hours later, more than 10 monster kings had gathered in the Luanfeng's bedroom. The rest were on their way, and it wouldn't be long before they all gathered here. A group of monster kings came to the courtyard where Yang Kai was. They either sat or stood, staring at Yang Kai and Dumier. Dumier was not ashamed of being stared at like this. Instead, she rubbed Yang Kai even more diligently. Her slender neck was raised high like a proud rooster. Bitch. Human, wanton. Woman, shameless. A beautiful female monster king saw her like this and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Her face was full of disdain. Beside him, a furry male demon monarch chuckled and said, You can go too. The female monster king coldly snorted, I'm not that low. The male monster king looked at her and sneered, Why are you pretending to be pure? Which monster king in the savage desolate ancient land hasn't tasted you? The female monster king was furious, I'll tear your mouth. The male monster king reached out and hugged her, What are you going to use to tear it? Get lost. Alright, stop fooling around. Who knows why the Lord has gathered us this time? Another monster king stood up and asked with a puzzled expression. The monster kings shook their heads. None of them knew why they were gathered here. They were summoned by their respective saint masters. Although they didn't know why, they were sure that it had something to do with Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. However, Xianxia sat there calmly, enjoying Dumir's service. They didn't want to disturb him. The monster kings recognized him and knew what kind of power was behind him. They didn't want to cause trouble for themselves. Time passed slowly. One monster king after another arrived. In less than 2 hours, the 29 monster kings had gathered. Wanfeng, Songgo, and Fanke also appeared. Seeing the three of them, the monster kings bowed. Xianxia also finally opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. It had to be said that although Dumir's behavior was a bit frivolous, she was really good at serving people. She was a flower monster in human form and seemed to have her own innate divine ability that could soothe people's mood. Is everyone here? Kaiyang turned his head and looked around. Fanke's face didn't look good. Although he had heard the general situation from Wanfeng, Xianxia's actions made him feel uncomfortable. The savage desolate ancient land was the monster race's territory. Since when did a human become the master? After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Everyone is here. Then let's go." Xianxia stood up and led the way to the stone mongoose's residence. The 29 demon kings looked at the 3 saint venerables anxiously. What else could Fan Hua and the others say? They could only raise their hands. In a flash, they rushed to the sky and followed Xianxia. Fanke and the other 2 arrived first, keeping pace with Xianxia as they stared at each other in silence. Xianxia took the initiative and said, "You 3 are very righteous. This time, you helped me with all your strength. I will remember this and repay you generously in the future." The Wanfeng coldly snorted, "You weren't like this before." She still bore a grudge against Xianxia for being so arrogant and bossy. If he had acted like this earlier, she would have been less worried. Xianxia turned and glared at her. "You still have the nerve to say that. What's wrong? Can't I just say it?" The Wanfeng also lost her temper and stared back at Xianxia without showing any weakness. Xianxia said, "If you hadn't destroyed my space array back then, would we still be in such a hurry? We can reach our destination directly through your Phoenix Net Palace. Now, it'll take us at least 2 hours to reach our destination. If we delay our important matters because of this, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Hearing him mention the past, the Wanfeng blinked and felt a bit guilty. After all, it was true that he had destroyed the space magic array, but who would have thought that he would be in such a hurry today? She turned her head and said, "Why are you yelling at me? I didn't know that this would happen." "Alright, since things have come to this, arguing is useless." Fan Hua jumped out to smooth things over. No matter what, the ancient lands didn't want to have a falling out with Xianxia. They had to maintain the status quo. "Little brother Yang, why don't you tell us what happened?" The Wanfeng only told them that Xianxia wanted to recruit all the high-level combatants of the ancient lands. It seemed that this matter was related to the demon race, so she didn't explain it clearly. Now that they had decided to act, they naturally had to inquire about the situation. Xianxia heard this and was too lazy to argue with the Wanfeng. He pondered for a moment and said, "More than 10 years ago, I received an invitation to go to the southern swamp in the southern territory to explore an ancient cave mansion." Since they had some time on the way, Xianxia immediately told them about the trip to the ancient cave mansion and what happened after that. Then, he talked about the martial gathering in the southern territory. When they heard that the demonic will had awakened and that the southern territory had encountered the demonic thought, the 3 of them were shocked. When they heard that the Orthodoxy Temple's temple master in the southern territory had been possessed by the demonic thought and set up a scheme to deal with the hundreds of the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of elite disciples in the southern territory, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and felt the seriousness of the problem. "So, the hundreds of the Emperor realm in the southern territory are still trapped in the Orthodoxy Temple? When I left, it was like this. If the array isn't broken, they won't be able to come out. I don't know what the situation inside is like." Songgo rubbed his chin and said, "The hundreds of the Emperor realm. I don't know how many of them have not been corrupted by the demonic chi. Since Xianxia had been attacked by more than 10 people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, then it was certain that more people had become the demon race. After all, the martial gathering had already been going on for a month. If the Orthodoxy Temple had not planned this beforehand, then the demonic chi would have been able to corrupt more people. Normally, it would not be obvious, but once it erupted, it would cause great destruction and cause more people to be infected by the demonic chi. If this cycle continued, then everyone would become a demon race. I hope the situation isn't too bad. Song Go sighed. The Luanfeng frowned and said, if the Orthodoxy Temple had planned this for a long time, then why did they lure you out to assassinate you? Isn't this the same as shooting themselves in the foot? Xianxia said coldly, maybe they didn't expect that they would not be able to kill me. In fact, it was indeed so. Xianxia thought back to the previous attack and still had some lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that the assassin didn't know his background and didn't know that he had a half-dragon body, he would have been dead already. The Luanfeng shook her head and said, what I mean is, why didn't they just leave you in the Orthodoxy Temple and let you sink into the mud? There was no need to do this. Song Go said, it shouldn't be a secret that little brother Yang has the space divine technique. I think they were afraid that he would notice something was wrong and run away. It would be safer to kill him first. The Luanfeng thought it was reasonable and nodded slightly. Xianxia suddenly said in surprise, those demon race people really played a big game of chess. What do you mean? Xianxia looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why he suddenly sighed. Xianxia said, think about it, if you didn't escape the assassination, what would have happened to the Orthodoxy Temple? Xianxia frowned and thought for a while, the worst result would be that everyone alive become the demon race. Exactly. Xianxia said, and if these people who become the demon race returned to their respective sects and acted secretly. Xianxia followed his words and was shocked, the southern territory is in danger. Xianxia said, at that time, the entire southern territory will be the demon race's territory. Even if the great emperors act, it will be difficult to change the situation. Xianxia was shocked when he heard this. He realized that Xianxia's guess might really be the Orthodoxy Temple's plan. If he hadn't escaped the assassination and leaked the news, who would have known about the chaos in the Orthodoxy Temple? Song Go said, since the Orthodoxy Temple dares to attack the entire southern territory, they must have gathered a lot of demon race people. With just the few of us. Xianxia said in a low voice, don't worry, it's not just you, I've also invited others. This time, not a single demon race person will escape from the Orthodoxy Temple. Others? Song Go looked at Xianxia and saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask. He was afraid that Xianxia would be angry and didn't have a plan. Since he had a plan, there was no need to worry too much. Xianxia said, in any case, when you fight those demon race people, you must be careful not to be corroded by the demonic chi. You must also be on guard against the demonic chi. I have seen people being possessed by the demonic chi with my own eyes. There were no signs before, and there were no abnormalities after the demonic chi took over. It was very strange. We understand. Xianxia nodded. They didn't deliberately lower their voices, so naturally, the monster kings behind them could hear them clearly. This was also Xianxia's intention. When they heard that they were going to fight people being corroded by the demonic chi, the monster kings were shocked. This was a never-before experience. They didn't know whether the demonic chi was stronger or the demonic chi was stronger. Regardless, this was a good opportunity to perform. Once they caught Xianxia's eyes, they wouldn't have to worry about not becoming holy spirits in the future. Luanfeng didn't tell them about Xianxia's promise. It wasn't because she was afraid that Xianxia would go back on his word, but because if she said it, the monster kings would be deeply grateful to Xianxia. This would shake the 3 holy sages' rule in the ancient lands. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the stone mongoose's residence. The elder didn't leave. He stood there with Muna, the leader of the wood spirits, and waited. Seeing the 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king descending from the sky, they couldn't help but look at each other. They secretly sighed. They knew that Xianxia had a lot of influence in the ancient lands, but they didn't expect it to be this big. He had wiped out all the higher-ups in the ancient lands. When the 2 sides met, the elder and the 3 holy sages exchanged a few words. Then, under Yang Kai's lead, they stepped into the space array. After a flash of light, they arrived at the mountain peak. The 8 stone mongoose had been there for a long time. They were guarding the space array. When they saw the space array moving, they all turned their heads to look. The 3 holy sages and the 29 monster king appeared one after another. Everyone stared at each other, and soon, they separated into 2 sides. The relationship between the stone mongoose and the ancient land's monster kings had never been very harmonious. It was only in the past 10 years that they had eased up a little. This was also because of Yang Kai. After sending the monster kings to the ancient lands, Yang Kai asked them to wait for a while. Then, he turned around and stepped into the space array. In the High Heaven Palace, in the main hall where the space array was located, there were people moving around. Nearly 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered here. Some of them were whispering to each other, while others were watching coldly from the side. As time passed, impatience gradually spread. If it weren't for the experts from the 4 top forces eyeing them, these people from the Emperor realm from various sects would have already been in a mess. They had received orders from the High Heaven Palace to come here. They didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't get an answer even when they asked the chief steward, Xianxia. Naturally, they felt uneasy. They always wondered if the High Heaven Palace had secretly raised their butcher's knife and was going to kill them. However, what good would this do to the High Heaven Palace? Yingfei, Xiaowuwei, and Shilei stood in a triangular formation. Their demonic chi soared to the sky as they coldly looked around. Anyone who met their eyes would avoid them, not daring to act rashly. Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, Yi Hen, the Southern Gate Army, and the people from Ice Heart Valley gathered together. Ice Heart Valley had sent 5 people from the Emperor realm, led by Ji Yao. Her face was cold, and no one dared to approach her. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect were also gathered here. Basically, except for the 2 or 3 sects who stayed behind to guard the Emperor realm, everyone else from the 4 sects had come. Li Jiao and Mi Qi huddled together and whispered. They were also confused, not knowing what Yang Kai was doing. End of chapter 3257. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.